got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Oh, why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Yeah. Ding ding. The look upon your face with the underestimation. It is so yesterday. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
हाँ भाई गॉडलाइक चैलेंज सीजन टॉपर कल तो एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं निकला तेरा
भाई परफॉर्मर ऑफ द डे देखा था जॉनथन बना था ठीक है ओए बोल बेबी बोल कहाँ थी iQOO सोल
ओ कहीं तो थी यार भगवान हम लोग क्यों लड़ रहे तू छोड़ना यार शुरू हो गया शो हेलो वेलकम एवरीवन मैं हूं कुणाल सलूजा मेरे साथ ओशन शर्मा और स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज सीजन 6 BGMI चैलेंज फाइनल का आज है डे 2 भाई डे 1 था धमाकेदार 6 मैप्स हुए 6 के 6 डिफरेंट विनर्स सबसे पहले कौन था भाई
सबसे पहले हमने देखा कि 9 को ऊपर उठते हुए
उसके बाद गॉड्स रेन तीसरे स्थान पर वर्सेटाइल डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस
उसके बाद गुजरात टाइगर्स ने आकर के मोर्चा संभाला
5वें स्थान पे टेबल टॉपर्स कार्निवल गेमिंग और लास्ट मैच जीता मेडल Esports ने तो ये थी डे 1 की कहानी और आज कार्निवल गेमिंग पे सब एम करने वाले हैं
सबका टारगेट होगा कार्निवल के ऊपर और उसी के साथ साथ जो chaos पनपा वो बहुत ज्यादा अलग था आई मीन हमने क्लचेस देखे हमने उन क्लचेस के साथ साथ अलग तरीके की कमबैक स्टोरीज भी देखी जैसे आपने गॉडलाइक की बात करी थी हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक पहला गेम उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाई बट आखिरी गेम तक आते आते उन्होंने मोमेंटम पकड़ लिया था और वो मोमेंटम आज कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना होगा
भाई गॉडलाइक की बात कर रहे हैं जॉनथन की बात ना करें ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता 8 फिनिशेस इन दैट लास्ट मैच और जब मैं इंटरव्यू कर रहा था जॉनथन से मैंने बड़े प्यार से पूछा मिला जॉनथन भाई आपके दो आर्च राइवल्स iQOO सोल और गॉड्स रेन को आपने ऐसा बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया पूरा किस टीम को फिनिश करना ज्यादा टफ था दोनों इजी थे यार देखा तो था आपने मैच में
एंड ये यू नो ये दिखाता है कि किस तरीके से वो फन हेल्दी बैंटर भी स्टार्ट हो रहा है, जो कि इस एसपीएस लैन के अंदर हर कोई देखना चाहता है। हर एक फिनिश पे, हर एक नॉक पे क्राउड का एक्साइटमेंट कल अलग लेवल पर था। फिर चाहे वो ओमेगा की तरफ से आते हुए फिनिशेस हो, या फिर हेक्टर की तरफ से अपनी टीम को लीड करना हो, या फिर एट द एंड वी नो हीरोज, एक्सट्रीम एंड गॉडलाइक, जोनाथन।
देखिए डे 1 में तो जो हो गया सो हो गया। डे 2 में आज फिर से 6 मैचेस होंगे और एक बार फिर से सारी टीम्स कोशिश करेंगी कि वो टेबल के टॉप पे फिनिश करें, क्योंकि डे 3 इज द फाइनल डे। जो वहां टॉप पे होगा उसे मिलेंगे पूरे 50 लाख रुपए, 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल। आज फिर से 16 टीम्स 6 मैचेस में भिड़ने वाली हैं। जो होगा एक्शन वो तो हम दिखाएंगे, फिलहाल आपको दिखाते हैं कल की कहानी। Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 BGMI Challenge Final। और ये है नॉइडा स्टेडियम का वो अरीना जहां आज से अगले 3 दिनों तक घमासान युद्ध मचेगा। 16 टीम्स, 18 मैचेस और दांव पे 1 करोड़। यहाँ पे ग्रेविटी उन्हें नॉक किया गया, मैच से बाहर किया गया। चांसेस पहुंच का मैं लग तो नहीं रहा।
जब स्पॉटिंग हुई उनको पता था हाई रिच स्पॉट हो जाएंगे, और इसी के साथ चैलेंज फाइनल्स का पहला गेम एंड ओमेगा द बॉयज कैन ईस्पोर्ट्स।
और वो अभी भी वो परफॉर्मेंस निकालते हुए, बट कार्निवल इट लुक्स लाइक दे आर रेडी एंड इट वाज वाइपर iQOO सोल वर्सेस हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक। एंड वी नो अपने टीममेट्स के पास आ चुके हैं। सैप अभी भी जीवित इस समय पर। देयर इट इज, एंड वी नो विद अ फुल स्टॉप, gods versus gods. One is godlike, the other gods reign supreme. But this godlike is different. This godlike is chaotic. Art finishes. That's the Jonathan we know.
तो ये था डे 1, हुए 6 बेहतरीन मैचेस और 6 के 6 मैचेस में 6 अलग विनर्स मिले।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Snapdragon Pro Series और टीम्स आज के लिए भी तैयार हैं। एक और दिन, एक और परफॉर्म करने का तरीका और अपना वो जज्बा सामने रखना है। हर एक टीम अच्छे तरीके से तैयार, फिर चाहे वो आपकी फेवरेट हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक हो, या फिर अगर हम वाइल्ड फैंग्स जैसी टीम की भी बात करें जहां सिन से अपना 100% देने के लिए तैयार है। एंड K9, आई डोंट थिंक सो एनीवन कैन फॉरगेट द टीम, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ओमेगा ने लीड किया पिछले कल पहला गेम, और वो पहला गेम ही सीधा विनर चिकन डिनर की तरफ को वो लेकर के आए हैं। दिस has been an amazing thing, but I know what everyone wants to see, and that is the heroes, the extremes, godlike ready to roar.
सारे खिलाड़ी तैयार हैं क्योंकि वो करना चाहते हैं चिकन डिनर, और नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम के इस अरीना में आज होगा घमासान। स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज सीजन 6 BGMI चैलेंज फाइनल्स का आज है डे 2। हेलो एवरीवन, आई एम कुणाल सलूजा एंड दैट्स ओशन शर्मा।
Thank you very much, Kunal. And we know day 2 का किस तरीके से हर किसी को इंतजार है, because पहला दिन day of commencement, second day becomes the day of chaos. उसके बाद देखना है कि किस तरीके से इस chaos में वो comeback पनप सकता है जो ये टीम्स चाहती हैं बेसब्री से।
क्या कमाल का डे 1 रहा यार, 6 अलग मैप्स, 6 अलग विनर्स। शुरुआत की K9 ने 11 फिनिशेस, that was insane.
That was definitely a good start, लेकिन उसके बाद गॉड्स रेन ने दिखाया कि वो क्यों रेन सुप्रीम करते हैं। एंड इनफैक्ट मेरी हल्की सी बात हो रही थी उनके कोच रॉबिन सा से, उन्होंने मुझे एक चीज बताई, भाई हम ऑड साल में अच्छा खेलते हैं। 2023 में हमने 2 ट्रॉफीज उठाई थी, 2025 आ चुका है, हम रेडी है डोमिनेट करने के लिए।
भाई लेकिन जिन्होंने पिछले साल डोमिनेट किया था, पहले 2 मैचेस ऑब्जर्व किए, लेकिन फिर तीसरे मैच में किया डोमिनेट टीम वर्सेटाइल
की तरफ से वो स्टार्ट बहुत ज्यादा अलग थी, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हमने देखा कि भाई गुजराती लौंडे कहां पीछे रहेंगे।
लाला है ना भाई, लाला। फिर उसके बाद 5वीं टीम कार्निवल गेमिंग ने चिकन डिनर किया, जो कि टेबल टॉपर्स हैं, और अंत में मेडल ई-स्पोर्ट्स। ऑल्दो जोनाथन प्लेयर ऑफ द डे का मेडल ले गए।
या ही डिजर्व्स अ मेडल, आई मीन आई एम प्रीटी श्योर जिस तरीके से हम बात करते हैं। बट कॉन्वर्सेशंस की अगर बारी आ रही है तो प्राइस पूल के ऊपर एक बार नजर डालना वापस से बन जाता है, क्योंकि जो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है वो ये है कि पहला पायदान 50 लाख रुपए का है, और फिर बाकी सब टीम्स वो एक प्रॉपर शेयर लेकर के जाएंगी। कुणाल, अगर आप प्लेयर होते हैं, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आपकी भी नजर 50 पे ही होती।
अगर यहाँ पे पुशअप्स मारने का कंपटीशन होता तो फॉर श्योर। इसी के साथ साथ आप देख सकते हैं मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर को 50,000 मिलेंगे, फर्स्ट फिनिशर को प्राइज मनी मिलेगा, फर्स्ट विनर चिकन डिनर को प्राइज मनी मिलेगा। तो इस तरीके से पूरे 1 करोड़ के प्राइज पूल को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया गया। और एक बार फिर से हमारी सारी ऑडियंस को बता दें किस तरीके से पॉइंट सिस्टम डिवाइड किए गए हैं। जो फर्स्ट स्पॉट पे फिनिश करेगा उसे 10 पॉइंट मिलेंगे, सेकंड स्पॉट इज 6, देन 5 4 3 2 1 1 टिल 8th पोजीशन।
And then you get nothing. You only get your dreams crashed, जो कि पिछले कल बहुत सारी टीम्स के साथ हुआ है, बहुत सारे बड़े नामों के साथ हुआ है, जिनसे शायद ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी कि वो पहले ही दिन वापस से वो प्रदर्शन दिखाएंगे।
फॉर एग्जांपल गॉडलाइक ब्रो, चैलेंज सीजन टेबल टॉपर्स कल एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं निकला, लेकिन एंड में वो जो एक स्टेटमेंट निकला जॉनथन की तरफ से, इट वाज वेरी इजी यार, इजी पीजी फॉर iQOO सोल एंड गॉड्रेन को एलिमिनेट करना।
You want the arena to roar right now. I'm pretty sure they are ready to freaking roar as we see Hero Xtreme Godlike Jonathan once again. वो clutches, वो movements, वो excitement. And I'm pretty sure everyone's with me when we say this 2025, but it feels like a damn 2019 in those clutch moments.
जॉनथन ने अरीना में सबको कर दिया था। So ladies and gentlemen, it's day 2. Are you ready for it? Are you feeling it? Then let's go for it!
Oh my God, they are ready, they are excited. और मुझे पता है कि वो किस टीम को, किस खिलाड़ी को खेलते हुए देखना चाहते हैं। वो एक्साइटमेंट एकदम अलग लेवल की होने वाली है। एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये अगले 6 मैचेस ये लोग अपनी कुर्सियों से हिलने नहीं वाले हैं बिल्कुल भी।
भाई फिलहाल चलो एंकी के पास चलते हैं, जो कि 2 बहुत ही खास प्लेयर्स के साथ हैं। आइए जानते हैं एंकी का उन खिलाड़ियों से क्या पूछना होगा। लेट्स गो टू एंकी।
BGMI Esports की कहानी हर बार यही रहती है। 16 टीम्स पहुंचती हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। कोई एक टीम होती है, वो 4 खिलाड़ी होते हैं जो खुश होके जाते हैं, ट्रॉफी लेके जाते हैं। लेकिन उसके अलावा जो बाकी 15 टीम्स होती हैं, उनकी बनती हैं कहानियां और वहां से उभरते हैं खिलाड़ी, जो हम हर बार बात करते हैं सितारों और जुगनुओं की। ऐसे ही आज हमारे साथ मौजूद है एक सितारे और एक जुगनू। सितारा 2B रहने वाले हैं स्प्रे गॉड और साथ में ट्रेस गॉड। आप दोनों का ही स्वागत है। स्प्रे गॉड, फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, अभी के लिए अगर आप रेवरेंट एक्स पार्क के परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें, स्टार्ट उतना अच्छा नहीं हुआ था, बट इवेंचुअली दिख रहा है कि हाँ एक अच्छे पोजीशन पे ये टीम पहुंची है। आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन अगर हम बात करें, वो स्प्रे गॉड टियर परफॉर्मेंस कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा मिसिंग है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
हाँ, अभी तो मतलब मेरा परफॉर्मेंस लैग कर रहा है, पर हाँ आज के दिन में मैं अपना बेस्ट दूंगा और मैं टीम को ऊपर लेके जाऊंगा।
बिल्कुल, वो इंडिविजुअल प्ले आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आज देखने को मिले। बट ट्रेस गॉड, हाउ डज इट फील? आप एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो अपनी टीम को इतना आगे लेकर के जा रहे हैं, आपके कंधे पे वो जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो बहुत ज़्यादा हमेशा रहती है। हाउ डज इट फील कि जहाँ पर सेंसे, स्काउट जैसे खिलाड़ी हैं, उनके बीच में आप सीख भी रहे हैं और डिलीवर इतना ज़्यादा बढ़िया कर रहे हैं?
ऐसा तो नहीं है यार कि कंधे पर खेले, और कल परफॉर्मेंस भी अच्छा नहीं आया तो आज ट्राई करेंगे कि और अच्छा परफॉर्म करें, बाकी देखते क्या होता है।
बट हमेशा हम बात करते हैं ना कि जब एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर आपकी लाइनअप में होते हैं तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं वो गाइडेंस मिलता है और उससे आप और ज़्यादा सीख करके अपने गेम प्ले को भी इंप्रूव कर पाते हैं। सो स्काउट और साथ ही साथ सेंसे बीइंग द आईजीएल एंड सच एन एक्सपीरियंस ऑन हिज बैक, हाउ डज दैट हेल्प यू टू इंप्रूव एंड ग्रो?
सीखने तो मिलता ही है, हर गेम के बाद कुछ ना कुछ सीखने मिलते हैं, क्या गलती होती है उससे भी सीखते हैं हम सब, तो वैसे।
स्प्रे गॉड, एक और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ रहेगी कि कमबैक के लिए तो ये टीम जानी ही जाती है। वो हमने हाल फिलहाल के ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में देखा था। कल का दिन उतना अच्छा नहीं गया, आज का गेम प्लान क्या है और क्या ऑडियंस एक्सपेक्ट कर सकती है?
आज का गेम प्लान तो मतलब कल के जैसा ही है, पर हाँ कल बहुत सारी मिस्टेक हुई थी, पर आज वो मिस्टेक्स नहीं होगी तो शायद हमारे बेटर गेम जा सकते हैं उस से।
आई मीन जो होप्स है वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा हाई है और जो स्टेक्स है वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा हाई है। बट व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग ट्रेस गॉड? क्योंकि हमने देखा था जो इससे पहले का पड़ाव था ऑनलाइन फेज, वहाँ पे बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा था, टीम बढ़िया परफॉर्म कर रही थी। यहाँ पे चलिए इट्स डे 1, इट्स टू सून टू से, बट व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि वेंट रॉन्ग ऑन डे 1?
मिसकम्युनिकेशन थे बहुत, तो वही था, मिसकम्युनिकेशन की वजह से मैचेस थ्रो हुए, उसके वजह से पॉइंट्स नहीं आए।
राइट। और एक और चीज़ रहती है ना स्प्रे गॉड की, हम जब डे 1 पे आते हैं तो हम अपने दिमाग में कुछ पॉइंट्स लेके आते हैं कि इतने पॉइंट्स हम आज के दिन के एंड पे कंप्लीट करने वाले हैं। आपको क्या लगता है आज के डे एंड पे व्हाट इज़ द आइडियल पॉइंट, एक नंबर जो आप सोच रहे हो कि इतने पॉइंट्स हमको आज निकालने हैं?
आज हम लेके चल रहे हैं कि हम 50 से 60 पॉइंट निकालें या मतलब 80 to 90 पॉइंट तक जाएँ हम।
ओवरऑल 80 to 90 पॉइंट। ट्रेस गॉड, आज का क्या प्लान?
हमारा टारगेट 60 to 70 के बीच में।
कूल। सो स्टार्ट हो चुका है बढ़िया, और जैसा कि हमने बात की भी कि अभी के लिए द टीम इज लुकिंग गुड। डे 1 उतना बढ़िया नहीं गया, लेकिन कमबैक्स जिसकी हम चर्चा करते हैं वही तो थ्रिल है ई स्पोर्ट्स का, वही तो थ्रिल है BGMI का। बट अभी के लिए हमारे रावण भैया पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं एक और इंटरव्यू के साथ, तो आइए चलते हैं रावण की तरफ।
कल के दिन के बाद मुझे लगता है थोड़े फैन परेशान होंगे कि डे 1 में हुआ तो हुआ क्या, लेकिन डे ऑफ कमबैक आज है। लेकिन उस कमबैक की कहानी के लिए दोनों आईजीएल्स को मैं लेके आ चुका, जिससे काफ़ी अच्छे सवाल जवाब होने वाले। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक के पंक और iQOO सोल के मान्या। पंक, मुझे लगता है कि चैलेंज सीजन में जिस तरीके से आपने डोमिनेट किया था, चैलेंज फाइनल की शुरुआत उसकी आसपास भी हमें देखने को मिली नहीं है
यार। कुछ चीज़ें हमारे एक प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग गई नहीं है, बाकी हम लोगों ने डिस्कशन वगैरह किया है एंड होप सो आज का दिन अच्छा जाएगा।
सेम क्वेश्चन मान्या, iQOO सोल, एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, हर बार आप डोमिनेट करने के लिए जाने जाते हो डे 1 स्पेशली, लेकिन वो तो थोड़ा सा भी नहीं देखने को मिला है।
नहीं देखने मिला तो क्या करें, आज देखते हैं।
मतलब बताइए ना क्या चल रहा हो। 6 मैचेस थे, हर मैच में कुछ और कहानी देखने को मिली, तो क्या गलत हुआ आपके अनुसार?
आई थिंक टीम कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं खेली है, तो आज हम थोड़ा अप्रोच चेंज करने वाले हैं।
चलिए, अप्रोच तो चेंज करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन मुझे लगता है एक सवाल आपसे स्पेशली, चूँकि पूरी फैंस यहाँ पे जानना चाहेगी कि सिम को बिठाया गया है, जैप को खिलाया गया है, और कल का परफॉर्मेंस जो था थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ है, तो क्या सिम हमें आगे देखने को मिल सकते हैं? और ये जैप को इतने बड़े स्टेज में लाने का आप पीछे जो रीज़न है वो क्या है?
यार ये चीज़ें तो यार आज देखने को मिल जाएगी, लाइक कौन खेलेगा। बाकी जैप को खिलाने का रीज़न यही है, लाइक गेम सेंस का थोड़ा सा लाइक डिफरेंस है उन दोनों के बीच में, बाकी देखते हैं।
चलिए देखते हैं, बट इनके पास तो चलिए ऑप्शन है, सिम नहीं तो जैप। आपके पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। एक खिलाड़ी थे जिसको आपने टाटा बाय बाय कर दिया, तो क्या चलेगा? ये अलग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रहेगी आपके लिए कि इसी ऑप्शन के साथ जाना है, तो आपको लग रहा है कि आपके लिए चीज़ें अगेंस्ट हो सकती है?
नहीं, अच्छी बात है, हम डबल थिंक नहीं करेंगे ना कि किसको खिलाना नहीं खिलाना, जो है यही है।
चलिए, जो है यही है, लेकिन एक चीज़ यहाँ पे और है कि अभी एक क्लिप में आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ, आप लोग बताइए कि आपके ऊपर आपका थॉट क्या है उस वीडियो के बारे में।
That was crazy, bro. And in fact, जो दो आपके सबसे बड़े आर्च राइवल्स हैं उनको आपने फिनिश किया, iQOO सोल एंड गॉड्स रेन। किस टीम को फिनिश करना ज़्यादा टफ था?
वैसे लाइक टफ तो नहीं, बहुत इजी था, आपने देख ही लिया, तो ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं। एंड इट वाज ओवरऑल अ फन गेम।
भाई, इस लास्ट मैच के बाद मुझे लगता है थोड़ा तो लगा होगा कि हाँ, जिसके लिए आए वो ज़रूर हुआ। तो उस लास्ट मैच में एक्चुअली किस माइंडसेट के साथ आए थे? क्योंकि जॉनथन ने तो बोल दिया था कि पैसिव नहीं खेलेंगे, मार के खेलेंगे, और वो रिजल्ट आया। तो क्या आज पहले मैच से ही वो देखने को मिलने वाला है?
हाँ, लाइक पहले मैच से अब जो भी दिखेगा उनको मारेंगे।
अच्छी बात है, बट यहाँ पे मैं एक और सवाल जानना चाहूँगा कि लाइक आज का दिन, द डे ऑफ कमबैक, कौन से मैप में आप प्लान कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि इनका तो एग्रेशन हमने कल देख लिया था, अभी तक वो iQOO सोल नहीं देखने को मिली जिसके लिए आप जाने जाते हो।
ऐसा तो सोच के नहीं है ऑब्वियसली, बट अप्रोच चेंज रहेगी आज।
अप्रोच चेंज रहेगी, बट चलिए, मैं यहाँ पे एक लास्ट सवाल आपके फैंस के लिए, एक प्यारा सा मैसेज दे दीजिए कि क्यों आज वो आपको भरोसा किस तरीके से आप पे जता करके, क्योंकि 6 मैचेस के बाद ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग में बहुत बदलाव आएगा, तो फैंस के लिए मैसेज।
गाइस ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो, बाकी तुम लोग को पता है, सब्र रखिए, सब अच्छा होगा।
मान्या,
बस भरोसा रखो, आगे भी किया है, आज भी करके दिखाएंगे।
चलिए, आप पे भरोसा है, आप दोनों पे भरोसा है। आज के ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग में देखेंगे कि कितना कमबैक इन दो टीम्स की तरफ से हमें देखने को मिलता है, बट फिलहाल अब बारी हो चुकी है डे 2 की स्टार्ट की, तो सीधा चलते हैं ओपनिंग की तरफ, जहां पे ओशन और कुणाल हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Are you ready for the chaos? I cannot hear you. Make some noise, Noida. Let's kick off 2025 with a delicious chicken dinner.
experiencing a LAN. It was really nice.
It was really great. The hype is for real and people watching should definitely join in it.
जो एक्सपेक्ट किया था जैसे एटमॉस्फेयर रहेगा पूरा वही था एकदम इलेक्ट्रिक.
बहुत बढ़िया वाइब था, बहुत मजा आया.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Final.
3 दिन 16 टीम्स 18 मैचेस और इनाम है 1 करोड़.
Honestly speaking, I want to prove myself once again and I want to justify the title trophy magnet जो मेरे को लोगों ने दिया है.
वैसे मैं सबको एक ही चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा जो कि मैं हमेशा से कहता आ रहा हूँ और वो है सब्र रखिए.
I guess there's nothing to prove but खुद के लिए जीतना.
डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन बहुत पैसिव हो गया. इस बार हम एक ब्रूटल सैवेज अंडरडॉग माइंडसेट के साथ खेलेंगे और हमारा विजन वही रहेगा.
The soldiers are ready to make a comeback on the battlegrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome iQOO.
These new faces are judged on day 2. Make some noise for BotArmyEsports! Every map is their battleground for the hunt. These fangs are gonna bite and they're gonna bite hard. Please welcome Wyld Fangs! To infinity and beyond. They own the battleground. Make some noise for Wyld Esports! They are not making any legacy because they are the legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, Hero Xtreme, Godlike.
wolves seemed hungry and are ready to devour the competition. Make way for Awakening!
The defending champions had to be different. They had to put on some power. As Somraj and the boys are ready, please welcome Team Versatile!
They like to shine bright, and like a phoenix, they will rise. Make way for Redex Ross!
The dreams have been slightly away from the trophy every single time. Will this be the event when they shine bright? The apes are ready. Please welcome Orangutan!
A fallen warrior with a new army is here to rise. Give it up for Just Jelly!
They held 2 official trophies of the last year, but they can continue it this year as well. Starting this one, please welcome Revenant Xbox!
They are here to roar and hunt. They are Gujarat Tigers!
The trophy magnet vows to take this trophy home with him. Please welcome Godlike!
A team with a deceiving aura is now showing their true colors. Make way for K9 Esports!
This Indian Tiger Prince is ready to roar with his boys. Please welcome Medal Esports.
After dominating on day one, the four pillars are ready to dominate again. Make way for the table toppers. It's Carnival Gaming!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are all the 16 teams fighting right out there on the day 2 as well. Day 1 was a good commencement. Now's the day of comeback and the day of chaos. And now it's time to take it away with the casters as the action just unfolds in front of us.
Thank you so much once again, Ocean. And yes, day number 2 is always touted as the day of comebacks. Of course, we are live from the Noida Indoor Stadium. You're watching ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. But before we begin the festivities, allow me to introduce my beautiful panels over here. We've got Shadow and Scared. So, of course, we're going to have a lot to talk about what's going to happen in day 2. But it won't be fair if we do not discuss about all the surprises we witnessed in day 1. So, starting off with you, Shadow. Were your requirements met? Did the teams deliver, or were there a few that disappointed?
Well, there were few disappointments. I expected big things from teams like iQOO, Soul and Hero Xtreme. Godlike towards the end did redeem themselves, especially Jonathan. But iQOO, Soul, they continued with the same misery. But few surprises were also there, like Metal Esports, a team who finished on the 16th spot in the challenge season. Now they are in the 2nd spot in the leaderboard.
Yes, I mean, that was quite something out of ordinary, but we really hope they hold on. But, you know, she's been talking about those disappointments. You know, you let me on those good vibes. We have been talking about Carnival, K9, Medal Esports, GT. Tell me something about them.
The way how Carnival is performing right now, I'll have to say, you know, I agree with the disappointments out there, but the surprises are just even better. Carnival Gaming going on to the aggressive end. Again, God's Reign, they're having their own consistency. Middle having their own consistency. This is something that I wanted to see, right? Specifically, teams just going all gung-ho, all guns blazing. That's what I always love to witness, and exactly is what we are seeing right now.
A picture card of what happened yesterday, of course. Carnival Gaming leading the pack with 59 points, a cut above the rest, followed by Medal, K9 and GDR. And we have a lot to talk about them as well. But as we move on ahead, folks, I do not see a lot of discrepancy when it comes down to the team's place. 2nd right on till Wyld Fangs. So I think from second to the 14th position, anything can happen.
Of course, the overall ranking is still very volatile. One good game and you can be the top 5, 130 bomber, and you will be surpassing so many teams and can propel yourself in the top 5.
Well, you certainly can, but now this is where the concern arises, right? I'm talking about the big guns, we're talking about the big dogs, Versatile, Reckoning, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, we've got Wyld Fangs, iQOO Soul nowhere to be found. And I'm starting to fathom what went wrong with them.
The rotations or be the fights which iQOO Soul was engaging. Vikendi, yes, they had a drop clash which eventually turned out in their favor, but after that, the way iQOO Soul was performing, it was quite disappointing. So day number 2, I'm expecting iQOO Soul to go all YOLO.
I mean, they've got no other choice. It's either do or die, basically, if they want to achieve that trophy. Now, when we talk about iQOO Soul, we also have to talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike. Just barring that last match where Jonathan went all guns blazing, I think even Hero Xtreme Godlike, they had their own resistances, they had their own problems. So walk me down, what went wrong?
I'll have to say, you know, a lot of people out here are probably thinking that maybe bringing in Zap at such a crucial moment was not a good decision, but I would beg to differ on that one. I still feel that a lot of the plays that were made were not entirely Zap's fault, but rather all the other teams understanding how Godlike's aggression works, because that's what they kept on showing all the way in the challenge season. So yes, they've got to bring in some new cards onto the table, and I believe that's what they were trying. Yes, it did not work out on day 1, but I think so they should give it a bit more try, bit more attempt, and then maybe see what they really need to change.
When we talk about teams, of course, we've got every team having their individual respective stars. Yes, Viper, TraceCore, they were a cut above the rest, considering, you know, it's their first big audience land. TraceCore, of course, has played an official before, but for Viper, this young lad has been phenomenal. But, you know, the spotlight has always been stolen and rightfully done by Jonathan. That last game, I think I'm still having goosebumps. So, Shadow, tell me what was special about Jonathan yesterday.
I think he was not second guessing himself. I think the call was made, just go aggressive, go all YOLO, go all gun blazing, and that is exactly what Jonathan was doing, especially against Carnival Gaming. Yes, there was a big blunder from the side of Hector. That grenade where he knocked his own teammate out did help Jonathan in that situation. But after that also, in the map of Erangel, the way Jonathan went against the players of Godstrain, and after that iQOO Soul also, I think Jonathan was up for the finishes.
But you know, Scared, we've been talking about Jonathan. It's always been about Jonathan. But this tournament, Viper and TraceCore have been nothing but a breath of fresh air. And this roar justifies why the crowd is completely all ecstatic just looking at him. But getting back to the conversation, for Viper, how much it means for a player of his caliber and TraceCore as well.
No other player is surprising me more than Viper and TraceCore, both of them. Viper has been not that very flashy, but when it comes to LAN, I believe this guy is doing a phenomenal job for Carnival Gaming. Yes, I know Goblin has been the spearhead for their side, but again, the follow-up coming in from him is exactly what matters. Plus, on the other side, let's be honest, everyone knows that TraceCore has been doing a big heavy lifting for Wyld Fangs, and he's continuing the job even now. That just shows the immaculate potential that the man has for the future.
They certainly do. I mean, yesterday also we saw TraceCore. He's just been doing TraceCore things. But Viper, this came out of the ordinary. But when we talk about the schedule once again, folks, it's going to be the same old, right? We're going to have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, followed up by Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel. Now, let's get back to business, the first game of Erangel. And you know what? We've witnessed some bloodbath yesterday, those early phases. Tell me, Shadow, is that going to repeat today as well, or are we going to see everybody just minding their own business initially?
I think everyone is just going to go for and take that revenge. No one is going to mind their business, especially the bottom teams. It's a do-or-die situation for all of them, be it Wyld Fangs, iQOO Soul, BotArmyEsports, for everyone. Day number 2 is very important, and setting the momentum from the very first game is going to be so crucial.
It certainly will be. And since it's game one, do let us know which team is going to be the victors in that one. You can head over to the Twitch chat and cast your votes and let us know what is going to be your pick. But yes, all the other teams, in fact, even for Sensei, he's got a lot on the line. He's got a lot to prove. And today, it's just not about Trey Scott. I believe Seth, even Scout, they have to step up big time. Now, this is something, Shadow, that has been bothering you a lot for a long while. So tell me something about it. You know, Wyld Fangs, we had a lot of expectations. Yesterday, they weren't really met.
I think there are too many problems. Like in the interview also, we heard Trace God saying there are few communication issues that were happening in the challenge season also. I thought they will be rectified by the challenge finals, but that is not happening. Sensei and Scout, they really need to step up. Even Seth is also underperforming.
He certainly is, but there's a QR code in front of you guys, and all you're going to do is, if you've got any feedbacks, if you're loving the show, anything that we can work upon to make it better, make sure you scan it and give us your feedbacks. Now the match is about to begin. Now it's the first game of Erangel, and we know from, as a matter of fact, there is a drop collision. I'm talking about BotArmyEsports and GDR. And both of them have a different storyline. GDR always get the circle, have been struggling massively. BotArmyEsports, they're struggling in totality. What are we expecting? Are we going to see clashes or sparks once again, Scared?
To be honest, that's also one of my questions, because I don't know if directly going in for that drop clash would be the way to go. BotArmyEsports the entire day yesterday have been trying to pick fights, and they have not been going in their favor on every other front, because it's not just one team, but multiple other teams.
I think more than God's Train, I think Revenant X-Pac should be a concern for the players of BotArmyEsports.
All right, some big, bold statements, Revenant X-Pac. But now we've got 20 seconds before the match begins. So starting off with you, Shadow, a quick prediction. One name.
I think iQOO Soul.
And for you?
Oh my god, Orangutan.
All right, OG and iQOO Soul is what my panel thinks about, and I am out for whoever is going to win. I'm going to support them. You know, I've always been that way. I'm going to play kind of a neutral person, being the desk host over here. But yes, once again, a quick announcement. The gates are still open. Make sure, if you want to be a part of this gala event, this extravaganza, tune in, join us on Noida Indoor Stadium. All you're going to do is come there, get your IDs, and we'll have you enjoying all that fun. But now we have to also talk about a few others. Now we've been talking about Versatile. How do you think they're going to perform today?
You know, I really had to take a deep breath before I'm going to say this, because apart from all the other teams who picked up a chicken dinner yesterday, 5 of them are in the top 5, and only Versatile is in that bottom half of the leaderboard. So I really think that they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to change a lot of things up back again, because everything that they tried yesterday has not been working out for them.
You know, even with Versatile, I have a few qualms with Orangutan as well, Shadow, because the first 3 games, they were lovely, quite consistent. But the latter 3 were quite the opposite. What do you think went wrong?
Maybe the off maps are a problem for the players of Orangutan, because Erangel, Miramar are looking pretty decent for them. They were super consistent, getting 11 to 9 points in every single game. The Sanhok and Vikendi are a bit of concern for Orangutan. If they rectify that, I think they can easily break that #2 curse.
I hope. I mean, it's not about just #2 curse. And at this point, right, till Wyld Fangs, for anybody it's possible. Now, if you have to talk about BotArmyEsports and iQOO Soul, they have to go all out. They've got to go and put their hearts in, and so does this man. He has been relentless, but we're yet to see his redemption journey.
You know, we've been talking about the redemption journey of Wyld Fangs. There's a fun fact. It is one of the only teams who have got over 20 finishes, but they lack those placement points. So I think changing their strategy a bit is probably what they need to do.
I mean, it's all out or nothing, basically. If Wyld Fangs drop the ball, they're pretty much done for. But yes, these lads are feeling a lot of heat. And I guess if they do not get a chicken dinner or go big in game 1, it could really mark the end of journey. Because for iQOO Soul, it is #1 or nothing.
Exactly, they are fighting for the trophy. If the day #2 doesn't go in their favor, then iQOO Soul, I don't know how they're going to redeem themselves on day #3. So this day is a do or die situation for iQOO Soul. But Scared, you pointed about Wyld Fangs. I think out of 21, I think 14 finishes or something like that are just by Trace God.
What a mention out here, because that's exactly what I was about to mention too. Trace God is the man who's still doing the majority of the lifting, but even after that, You know, it's only around 64% of the total team finishes. There's also one other man who's got over 70% of finish contributions for his team, and he's the main reason who's been doing that job, and that's Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan surely has been doing a lot of those heavy lifting, and this is something that he's supposed to do. This is what is expected out of him, to be honest. But something that we really did not expect was Team Just Jelly. They came out of nowhere, are in a very good position, and they could also go on to win the entire thing. So, Shadow, what do you think, according to you, went right for Just Jelly yesterday?
They were just minding their own business. They were not trying to poke anyone in the lobby. They were not going for those experimental rotation. They were going for the good rotation, and they maintained average points in every single game. Be the first map where they got, I think, 4 points. After that, even in Miramar and Sanhok and Vikendi, they got those average points. But I think one more team was also doing really good fixes, and that was Godlike.
You know, for God's Rain, now this is where we've got a little bit of a breathing time, so we can talk about what was exactly wrong with God's Rain in Erangel. Because barring Erangel, the other maps were quite good for them. Now, Scared, we saw God's Rain on various numerous occasions. They had the center of the circle, and yet they were unable to convert.
It comes down to, again, those drop locations, right? Because probably in the very first one, or maybe in the second Erangel game, the third game in the totality of it, I think so that was basically the plain paths, just doing them dirty. But after that as well, it just came down to those nasty later stages shifts as well, which kept on moving away from their side. So as long as it's around them, they feel very comfortable, happy. Now this clearly indicates that barging onto the doors of some other teams and breaking their defense is kind of the problem for the side of God's Rain. They really need to focus on barging in, breaking that door, and then moving in, taking control of that area.
You know, but what I feel, Shadow, was a different story yesterday. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We felt like God's Rain was severely lacking in terms of those 4v4 fights.
Yeah.
The individuals weren't stepping up. Do you have any other thought, or do you exceed?
Especially Ninja Jot. If you look at the stats also, I think Ninja Jot is not performing up to the mark, and that was a problem in the challenge season itself. Justin and the other boys are doing really great, so the entire team needs to step up. And like you said, those 4v4 fights are a big problem because Ninja Jot is not able to get that opening or create that opening frag which the team needs in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what I really feel, Scared and Shadow, is that for God's Rain, they really need to fix all their issues in the game of Erangel. Because, let's be honest, they aren't doing that shallow or something. They're still in a good position. A sweet spot is what I must say. But even, you know, for Wyld Fangs, your concerns were so brutal that we had to bring their team card up. Now, run me down to all those numbers. Crunch them for me, Shadow.
Praise God, like I said, 14 finishes after 21. Seth, this was happening in the challenge season. Week number 1, week number 2, Seth is underperforming. Suddenly, week number 3, he started performing. But now we have only 3 days, out of which 1 day is already over. This is the time where Seth needs to step up. And not only Seth, I think Sensei and Scout, even they have got a lot to prove because both of them were struggling previously in the past.
And this is not something new, Scared, because we've seen the same old story continuing again. But, you know, that time they had the luxury of so many of the other games to play. And this time you've just got 18 matches and Seth has been completely caught napping.
Yeah, I have to say that Saf was performing so very good previously, back when we saw him in one of the previous few tournaments. But right now, it just seems to be a scenario where I think so he needs to step up, but at the same time, one of the shot callers also need to do the same thing, right? Because this is a team that is kind of running in with that double IGL type of setup where Scout and Sensei, both of them, they may be given their own indications as to what they want to do. But Sensei is probably the man who does the main shot calling. But one of them also need to step up as the big fragger for the team, apart from Trey's got to lift off that burden. And I think so, Seth, he's probably feeling the land jitters.
You know, honestly, it's already set in stone. We've got a big rivalry continuing from ages. It is Scout versus Jonathan. Now, I might ruffle a few feathers over here. Yesterday, we saw Johnny. He was playing out of the world. Scout, he's been found nowhere. Do you think there is going to be that added extra performance pressure on him tonight?
Of course, it is going to be there. He has to prove himself to his fans, to his supporters, and to everyone. Because after a long time, Scout has made it to a LAN, and still he's underperforming. I was just looking at the average survival time, where Trey Scott is having average survival of more than 4 minutes. Sensei is having an average survival time of 12 seconds. Even Scout is not able to survive for a very long time. This also brings up the conversation that Anush to OP. He was performing really good in the challenge season.
Oh, he certainly was, and he got a few chances and he delivered. But this team, K9, they have also been on the prowl. We saw them get that first chicken dinner, but the other games didn't really go their way. So, honestly, Scare, tell me, what do they need to do in order to have a better day too?
It kind of comes down to where they want to place themselves, specifically in terms of those circle rotations, right? And even after that, they really need to focus down on how they're going to catch into those finishes, because this team has been doing a phenomenal job of that. But ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys have been waiting for this screen to pop up, but the plane is now going to hit the skies of Erangel, and we will be jumping into the Game 1 of SPS Challenge Finals. Let's make some noise out there, Noida! This is exactly what we've been waiting for, Shadow. It was a long journey. And oh my god.
Oh no.
Nah, I am, God's reign, bot army. Welcome to Zarki.
This is also the time scarce for Godstrain to prove themselves. The mistakes which they did yesterday, yes, I know it's a similar flight path. Yesterday also we had a northern flight path where Godstrain dropped in towards the side of Georgiopol. But can they make it to the military base? Can they drop in somewhere in the middle towards the bridge of Georgiopol and take those vehicles, and after that go head over towards the side of military base? I don't know what sort of decision Destro is going to make, but this Erangel is going to be super important for Godstrain and BotArmyEsports.
I love the fact how you brought up the point of God's Reign picking up the vehicles and going down south. I really want to combine it with the fact that iQOO Soul are now going to go all guns blazing, because they've got nothing to lose at this point. They need to make a comeback. I remember in one of the previous tournaments when God's Reign did the similar rotation, iQOO Soul were there on the bridge to welcome them, and they just wiped them out. And it was the exact same lineup for both of these teams, barring one player in each. So I think so that could very well be the scenario even now. Or again, maybe I'm just overthinking out there on my part, but one thing is for sure, I really want to focus where BotArmyEsports are right now. God's Reign close to Carnival Gaming, but Carnival will move down south to Gatka. Versatile again, no competition for them in Pochinki, but OG right now with a few players around them. If I'm not wrong, that's the side of Just Jelly, so we might possibly see some drop clashes.
I don't think so, because Judge Jelly always loves going towards the side of Nova Ripnoi, and I think they're just going to grab a boat or a few vehicles and directly head over to the side of Nova Ripnoi. But look at the circle. The flight path was not favoring God's Reign and BotArmyEsports, but we have a southern circle, we have a military base circle. So God's Reign, I think all they are going to do is just get those vehicles and directly go to the city of military base.
Make your way already, people. Be as fast as possible onto those southern island, because that's exactly where this might end. I really wish that we're going to see some Brit circles, I want to see that aggression. I want to see the chaos out there in the lobby. I'm a pretty chaotic guy, but I know even the audience loved the exact same thing. That's what they loved about Jonathan's clutch as well yesterday.
Jonathan's clutch was pretty decent. And I know one more person who likes Southern Circle. It is Neeraj. But I hate those Southern Circles, because we have seen so many in the challenge season. I want those crazy circles towards the side of Stelbert, towards the side of shooting range, or maybe that little island between Rozak and shooting range, somewhere that, or maybe Quarry. But for now, we have a military base circle. And if some water is also involved towards the final circle, that is going to make things pretty interesting. But look at the rotation which Wyld Fangs is bringing at this point. The players are towards the side of Milta, but Trace God is the one who has already crossed over the bridge. Early rotations are coming in. Trace God can be that anchor to bring his entire team.
Yeah, I really like it, I wanted to point out a few things as well about Trace God. Specifically in a situation for the entire team of Wyld Fangs, we have seen in many situations that sometimes you try and place up one of your players to get those frags, right? You set him up for success. But for Wyld Fangs, Trace God, he finds success himself. But I want to focus down right now into the positions of these teams. Trace God is out there alone, and his team is so far back, and between them is Reckoning Esports as well. They could possibly be going on a chase, or at least Trace, he's got all the information that he needs. Every other team is making their way. Carnival Gaming, God's Reign, iQOO Soul as well following them up, because they know how important it is to run out of this harm's way. I want to focus on the ferry pier bridge right now, because that's where Carnival Gaming are set up. God's Reign, iQOO Soul, both of them crossing from the exact same path.
Oh, so they certainly are. Even Godstrain, iQOO Soul, Carnival. Then we also have the plus of Medal, who have opted for the waterways and trying to hold on to the shorelines of military base. So many early rotations are coming in, but there are a few teams who are taking their sweet time to move inside the circle. Like we have the plus of K9. They're all the way to the side of shooting range at Zarki. Then we also have Bot Army, Revenant X-Park. Yesterday was not a really good day for the plus of Revenant X-Park, also scared, because the initial few games, they were really struggling, and surrounding awareness was really lacking from the side of Revenant, barring Shadow, because Shadow did pull off a really good clutch.
Yeah, but if I'm not wrong, that was only in one game, right? We didn't really see anything apart from that in those situations. So maybe they need to buckle up their socks as well, get their weaponries on board, figure out their strategies, and then move in for this one. Because, yeah, everyone anticipates them to be one of the best teams in this lobby. But at the same time, this is one of the toughest competing 16 in probably maybe all of the BGMI Esports that we have seen till now. And look at the cluster that's been forming in onto the Ferry Pier Bridge. There's just so many teams out there. Goblin, he's going to take some few shots out there up front, but he's so far up. Will drop all the way back down. Super low in that HP, and Hector is the first man to get knocked out. Manya answers him back, and it's not just him. Neo as well falls in. This IGL stepped up all the way in week 2 and is doing the same thing in this day of the challenge finals. Knuckle out there on his knees. High problematic situation. Viper with a vehicle explosion falls down. Ronnie with the nade. Out here in the open, trying to save the life of Knuckle. At least they know where Goblin is, and he knows that there's no problem, but the problems are just increasing. Knuckle has been kept into the vehicle as well as Aquanox tries to fire in. The six-finger prodigy out there powers onto the chase, and that too a very high tail one. Switches the seat, gets the shot, and gets the finish on Knuckle. Goes back into the driving seat all the way out of here. Does not want to follow up on it because Raiden is there to do the job, complete the entire process that his team started. What a chaos coming in, Shadow, but I know that we've got to be the bearer of some of the bad news out here. I know you want to say that. Well,
then again, a quick announcement, folks. There will be a rehost, which could be a blessing in disguise for the one supporting iQOO Soul and Carnival Gaming. I'm pretty sure Versatile fans will feel otherwise. But, I mean, this was such a great start. A beautiful circle, a beautiful flight path trajectory. We did get to see some early action. And this is exactly what people wanted, didn't they, Shadow?
They wanted that, but they didn't want iQOO Soul to be on the receiving end. That was such a big blunder. If that match could have happened, iQOO Soul getting an early exit, Versatile going on a rampage, and this is what we anticipated, that iQOO Soul and VXT, they'll go all YOLO, they'll go all guns blazing, and look at the smile on Hector's face. He's so happy.
A huge sigh of relief, not just for Hector, even for Manya and the boys. Because for Carnival Gaming, they have that little bit of a cushion. But for Manya, I think it's dreams and the trophy on the line. Ain't it, Scared?
absolutely. Quite a lot on the line out there, though, and that's the reason why the serious signs of concern are there. They are having that conversation, right? Because Fixes, this team does not lack firepower. This is one of the most heavy firepower-based team. And we've been talking about iQOO Soul themselves as well, the ones in front of us. They're doing the exact same thing. Power, Raiden, Somraj, or Hakwan Nox. You cannot put any one of those players out and expect them to not perform. Finally, this team is also making their comeback, and I really feel bad for them, to be honest. I love the action.
You know, we would have loved that carnage to ensue because we did witness, you know, Carnival Gaming making a quick rotation. You had iQOO Soul following suit. GDR was also on the tails. And then we had Versatile also chiming in. A perfect start to the day of comebacks. But yes, there will be a rehost, which means we're going to have a different flight path. We're going to have a completely different circle because so far, if my memory serves me right, we haven't seen any certain circles in the grand finals, have we?
Yeah. No, we haven't. In the grand finals on day 1, we didn't see any southern circle, but in challenge season, we had a similar circle where, if you remember fixes, I think you remember the cluster also which formed around shelter. I think Scared remember that pretty clearly what happened.
कहाँ से आए हो आप? कौन है ये टीम? कैसी इस टीम में इतना दम्मा उठा रखा है?
मैं एमपी का रहने वाला हूँ, जबलपुर का, एंड मेरा रोल एंट्री फ्रैगर है। बॉट आर्मी में मैं खेलता हूँ, आप सबने देखा ही होगा। तो इस प्रकार कुछ ये कहानी बनी है बॉट आर्मी की। पहले के 2 प्लेयर थे, डिवोटी एंड हेनरी, देन मैंने ज्वाइन करा, तो हम 3 बंदे हो गए थे। उसके बाद लाइक मैं था, वो था, उसके बाद हमें आईजेल की ज़रूरत थी, तो हमें आईजेल ने ज्वाइन करा, मॉन्टी ने। एंड उसके बाद हमें था कि भाई हमारा आपस में नहीं जम रहा था। उसके बाद हमारा आया एसपीएस, तो हमने एसपीएस पे था कि भाई मेहनत करेंगे तो लैन पहुंचेंगे, वरना नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे। देन हमने मेहनत करा एंड बस लैन पे आ गए, बहुत जितनी भी मेहनत था करके। तो हम लोग के पास ऐसा कुछ कोच लाइक एनालिस्ट वगैरह नहीं है। हम जो वर्क करते हैं वो खुद पे करते हैं, एंड ऐसा है कि एक दूसरे की गलतियों को सामने रख के कि भाई ये गलती थी, करो, नहीं होगा तो फिर बहुत आगे वर्स हो सकता है सिचुएशन। तो ऐसा था कि एसपीएस का हमने देखा कि मैप्स रीड करा हमने, लाइक जो मैप फीड आती है हम उसको पढ़ते थे कि भाई कौन सी टीम कैसा खेल रही है, एंड बस था कि हमें भाई इस गेम को समझना है कि टीम्स क्या कर रही है। तो हमने कुछ डिफरेंट निकाला अपने लिए कि भाई सब अर्ली मर रहे हैं तो हम पीछे थोड़ा सा लूट करके खेल लेते हैं। तो हमारे हर मैप का एक अलग गेम स्टाइल बनता गया कि भाई इस मैप में ऐसा खेलना है, बस चिकन आते गए। तो हमारा एरेंगल का ड्रॉप मिलिट्री है एंड गॉड्सरेन का भी मिलिट्री है। तो हम लोग को ऐसा था कि भाई हमारा ही ड्रॉप हम खेलते आ रहे थे टाइम से, एंड छोड़ने का कुछ था नहीं। तो ऐसा था कि उनका भी था, हमारा भी था, क्लैश हो रहा था, तो हमें आगे जाना था लैन के लिए। तो हमने सोचा कि कुछ चेंजेस कर लेते हैं और ड्रॉप फाइट अवॉइड करते हैं, ऐसा कि थोड़ा सा वेट करते हैं अभी सिचुएशन के हिसाब से, और बस फिर चेंज करा कुछ। तो अब ऐसा है कि चाइना और वीकेंडी का ड्रॉप तो हम नहीं छोड़ रहे। अब अगर छोड़ना है तो वो छोड़ेगी, हम तो नहीं हट रहे। अब जो होगा उन्हें पता चल जाएगा कि कौन ड्रॉप छोड़ने की हालत में आएगा। चैलेंज फाइनल में हमसे ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस एंड टाइम वाली टीम्स है, बट हम जो ये 3 दिन है, 18 मैच है, हम चाहते हैं कि भाई हम ही हों इस जगह पे और ट्रॉफी लेके जाए। और हमारा पहला ही लैन है तो हम पूरा एफर्ट देंगे, एंड इतना जितना हो सके उससे 10 गुना ज़्यादा देंगे कि भाई ट्रॉफी हमारे घर ही आए। तो इस कम्युनिटी में वैसे नए चेहरों को इतना कोई देखना पसंद नहीं करता है, बट हमारा वादा है 2025 सिर्फ बॉट आर्मी और मेरे प्लेयर्स का नाम रहेगा, एंड मेरा कि भाई बॉट आर्मी आ गई है, भागो इधर से, ऐसा रहेगा।
All right, BotArmyEsports did have quite some insights about how they have been functioning, the changes and all of that. But yes, there has been a rehost. We'll be back into action once again. That's going to be again on those stable grounds. So gives us enough time to talk about a few others. I think we have to talk about K9, for instance, because for K9, yesterday we witnessed they did come out with a shebang. That first game, I think a flawless chicken dinner. So do you think they can replicate that even today, or have they lost their momentum from yesterday's final match of Shadow?
I don't think they have lost any momentum, especially Slug and Beast. These guys were really performing good in challenge season, and the performance is still continuing in the challenge finals as well. Day number 1, the way Slug was initiating those creating those opening frags for the team, going a little aggressive along with Beast. Even Omega, who was underperforming, has also stepped up now.
I mean, for Omega, now that's a very interesting point that you brought up, because now Scared, we know for a fact, Omega is not a newbie. He's been a tested veteran. He's got ice in his veins. And do you think this is where he can redeem himself with this lineup?
To be very honest, I think so, yes. With how they performed in game number 1 yesterday and how consistently they kept up in the entirety of day 1, there could be possibilities, because we all remember Omega lifting up that main trophy, but after that he's been gone quiet for a long time now, and all of his fans, they want the exact same thing, for him to lift up that trophy, plus with the firepower that he has in his team. Ninja Boy was not awoken yesterday. If he wakes up today and for the last day, I think so this lineup can do wonders.
All right, that's an interesting conversation that you brought up, Ninja Boy. And in fact, if we can recollect how K9 had performed, Ninja Boy played quite a pivotal role in K9's success, especially in the latter half of the challenge season, wasn't it, Shadow?
Yeah, it was. But Slug and Beast has always been performing really good. It was just yesterday. It was only day number 1, so we can cut him some slack. Maybe Ninja Boy will step up on day number 2. That could be a possibility. But when Slug is doing the majority of the heavy lifting, there is nothing left for the others to collect now.
Yeah, that's also true. But, you know, when you're looking at these lads in front of you, Scared, now CG, I feel like when you start off, of course, it was a rehost, but that could rattle them up. Especially, it's the first day, and they've got such a bounty up their head. There'll be so many teams. Now, what would be their approach next?
To be very honest, again, this was an obnoxious circle all the way down south. So I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. We're going to see the same thing. It's again CG dropping all the way down to Gatka. But one of the fun fact about this team that I wanted to point out is the fact that look at the amount of finishes that have been divided between the first 3 fraggers out there. 15, 11 and 9. Goblin, always the spearhead. Neo stays in a bit more back for the support. Viper out there who needs to trade Goblin every single time. He's been doing a phenomenal job of that. And it's not just him, even Hector. At least he's got that 1 finish per game kind of sequence. So you know he will pick one of the players up before going down.
You know, all right, we have the man himself in front of us. But we have to talk about Carnival Gaming a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the pundits did argue that Carnival Gaming, of course, are still on the top, have 59 points, but they could have still gotten more. And one of the reasons why they lost out on a couple of points was they were friendly firing each other. There were, I think, numerous instances of that happening yesterday, Shadow.
Especially from Hector in that situation where all the 3
Twice.
players were going up against Jonathan. Hector did help Jonathan in pulling off that clutch. I think Jonathan should say thank you to Hector.
He always gets one.
He certainly does. Now,
Not on his teammate though.
and you know, yesterday, no matter how well Carnival Gaming performed, no matter how good Medal and even K9 or GDR was, I think the show was stolen by one man and one man himself. I think the man, the myth, the legend, no matter how many adjectives you can come up, has to be Jonathan. Now, Jonathan really showed Demon Incarnate performance in that final game. But those few jitters in the earlier games were definitely there.
It's not just a loan from him, right? It's also the man who's on screen right now, Admino. We've been talking about Jonathan. He's got the clutches as well. There were a few jitters, but he's been in these positions so many times that we probably can't even count it right now. So again, the situation that has been brought up is that is rest of the team needs to step up. Admino showcased a phenomenal firepower in the challenge season. But right now, I think so, it's him as well just being 3 notches down than what he usually was. I still remember Fixes. There was a point when he 1v3'd Versatile all the way when shots were fired on his back too. So if that Admino wakes up, I think so that's when Godlike will see themselves back in the top 5.
You know, clearly the winning conditions, right? Especially when you have to talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. As a matter of fact, they needed a hero. This is the man himself. Now, we're talking about a few facts and figures. We're talking about him securing 14 finishes out of all the 6 matches he played. And yesterday in the final game, he got those 8 solo there. So, but barring that, then there were many instances, Shadow, where we witnessed Hero Extreme Godlike. The entire team gets picked off, and it was just Johnny picking up on scraps. Now, what do you have to talk about that? Do you feel like Johnny was justifying his role, or do you think that the other players also need to step up big time? Because, yes, of course, he's getting those clutches, but it's a game of BGMI. It should never come down to that.
I do agree, and I partially agree with what Scared also said, that yes, Jonathan was performing really good, and Edwino and Zab also needs to step up. Along with that, if you remember in challenge season, Punk was in the MVP list, and that is also not happening. It's a team game. The entire team needs to perform, because if you remember yesterday, Erangels were not a problem for Godstream only. It was a problem for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, because in the first 2 Erangel, what they got was only 0 points.
And not just that, I think they did experiment with the drops also. There were instances where we saw them heading towards Lipovka, and then there was that final game where they even head out towards Primorsk. Now, the same old debate really comes back into play. Don't you think, Scared? Because now people have been asking, when do we see that little bit of solidity coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike? Because that does mess your rotation timings, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. But at the same time, you know, I'm looking at the other side of the coin as well. And that is, in fact, that yeah, sometimes it does mess up your rotation. But at the same time, you keep on surprising your opponents as to where you're going to drop.
Yeah, it's quite unfair if we talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. We also have to talk about their neighbors, iQOO Seoul. They've got a very big rivalry up with them. And before that final game of the evening where Hero Extreme Godlike went all out, they were going head-to-head along with iQOO Seoul. And, well, I mean, these are the numbers, Shadow, we're really not acquainted to. Oh, my God.
My God.
Equally distributed, but the entire team is struggling. Only 12 finishes and 2 placement points accumulated by the players of Team iQOO Seoul in the entire day number 1. Nakul is getting 4 finishes, and Some, I don't know what has suddenly happened. Is it the LAN pressure? Is it the audience pressure? Because Some was the clutch master in the challenge season. He was getting those 1v3, 1v4s converted, but seems like Some now he's the first one to be picked off in every single fight.
You know, it does come down to those individuals not stepping up, but we also do need to realize that for Some, it's one of those biggest first audience LAN, and when you are playing under the banner of iQOO Seoul, there will be those jitters. But do you really feel scared? It was all about Some being silent, or was it Manya being quite disconnect with his team? But before that, you know, all your questions shall be answered as the mystery unravels itself. It is game number 1 once again as we charter into the greener pastures of Erangel. So, my dear lovely casters, take it away.
Well, 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 my man Fixes. I did the job previously, you're doing it right now. But yes, the result is going to be the same, and that's us watching another heavy tilted plane fly path. If you want to drop anywhere over towards Zarki, Georgopol shooting range, well, good luck, because that's on the extreme other end of this entire plane. But one good thing is, Shadow, we were talking about the fact how Bot Army and God's Reign are going to have a problem. I guess not. Maybe, yes, with each other right now, since they'll both be dropping into the military base. But for the teams who would want to go all the way over towards the Gatka side, or maybe over towards the Georgopol, they're going to have to take a long path.
I think all these teams are pretty accustomed to every single flight path. I don't see them facing any sort of problem, especially in Gatka. Carnival Gaming likes to go in. But I'm just waiting for those surprises. It's only God's Reign, Just Jelly going all the way towards the side of No Ripnoy, then VXT heading over to the side of Pochinki. I'm waiting for more surprises. I really want to see where BotArmyEsports is headed at this point, maybe towards North Georgopol.
Yeah, I wanted to see the exact same thing, right? Because God's Reign, we're always accustomed to seeing them with BotArmyEsports, and even in the interview we heard him saying that, yeah, we'll probably not switch our own drop locations. Maybe they can do that, or maybe they can go ahead to some other places also out there in the open. But really want to focus down on all the other teams. I mentioned that Gatka might be unreachable right now, and that's why we're seeing the members of Carnival Gaming a bit down south over towards the farm. Milta Power, OG, they're happy. Wyld Fangs and Milta itself medal in those compounds between farm and Milta. Oh, wow, wow, extreme circles is what we are seeing, and some extreme results out there for Gujarat Tigers as they lose a couple of members already, and that too with a VSS. I will give 4 points to Dionysus for pulling that off.
Well, it's an RNG factor when two teams are dropping into the same compound in an open field. A lot of luck factor also do come into the picture. Whoever gets the first weaponry do get the advantage, and that is exactly what happened with Dionysus as well. So early casualty for the players of Gujarat Tigers, even iQOO Seoul. They need to head over to the school apartments because it's not only Gujarat Tigers, but Reckoning is also in the close proximity. And iQOO Seoul, I'm sure they don't want a replica or a deja vu of what really happened in the previous one.
Oh my god, for now that exact thing is going in for the side of Gujarat Tigers. The entire team has been wiped out. So very early points for the side of Reckoning, and I think so that's a beautiful start for them, because they were down all the way towards the 11th position, and these 4 early points are definitely going to give them a decent amount of confidence boost, because after picking up that fight, they decided just to move away, going all the way towards the shelter. And look at iQOO Seoul, how quick they are on their feet. Quickly went in, got some basic loot, snapped onto that vehicle because they knew they could hear the shots around them. They could see where the action was happening. Quickly wanted to go in for the third party, but Reckoning, the wolves, their sense of smell, it's actually very solid. Sensing the danger, hopping in their way, running away. Fixes asked us a question, where would Godlike drop? It is towards the Repovka right now.
Well, in Erangel, they love to go towards the side of Flipovka. It's Miramar where they don't have a specific drop location. And that is where Hero Xtreme Godlike was also struggling yesterday. Yes, in Erangel also they had to take an early exit, but this time I'm sure Hero Xtreme Godlike is prepared for any sort of a situation. But whenever we see a Northern Circle, we always expect a good performance from the side of K9 Esports. And wait a second, this is what exactly happened to the players of Gujarat Tigers. They had no loot, they had no resources, and Dionysus, well, he had few weapons, and that PP Bison is going to haunt the players of Gujarat Tigers for a very long time. But coming back to the conversation, like I said, whenever we see a Northern Circle, we expect K9 to perform really good. But yesterday, if you remember, Godstone was also the first one to move inside the circle and have a good spot for themselves.
They indeed were. I still remember that one. Being the first one, moving in a circle, and then having their own fun time. Teams that really do like to play in the center of the circle right now. But here's the thing. In this one specific circle, all the way where shooting range is at the dead center, I don't feel that you would want to play anywhere around that part, right? Maybe towards the compounds that are around them. But if you move in so far early, I don't think so you'll have enough loot specifically for that mid to late game. Because you can't really loot a lot of compounds out there. You can only hope that maybe one or the other team, they're probably going in for a close rotation, and then you fire in a few shots. Maybe if they're unlucky, they slam in onto you and you win the fight, and then you can get a few loot. But it always comes down to those third parties as well. So you always have to be prepared for at least a third, maybe a fourth party too, whenever these kinds of circles form and you are anywhere near the off center of the map. But a team that is absolutely nowhere near is going to be Just Jelly. All the way up in over Apnoy, having their own fun time, easing up on the things, Shadow.
And what Just Jelly and the boys do in these sort of circles is they take their sweet time to move inside the circle. They take the brunt of the blue and they make their rotations pretty late inside the circle, and that tends to work in their favor. I think Jelly will be doing the same thing one more time, but Metal Esports seems like they'll be going for the center control quite early. Even Reckoning is also known for those early rotations. But we also have Wyld Fangs towards the side of Milta. Then we have the players of OG towards Milta Power. And speaking about the team on our screens, Metal Esports, I think yesterday, I think Legit was a guy who was getting the majority of the frags. The entire team was looking so promising because if you remember, they were struggling really hard in challenge season. But yesterday seems like we were witnessing an entirely different Metal. 22 placement points, 22 finishes. Metal is looking promising on day number 2 as well.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be. And this was the medal that we saw in one of those official events as well, where they performed phenomenal. No one expected them to be here, but now since they are here already, they're doing a great job at that. And similarly, how things ended all the way back in the challenge season, no one expected.
himself, the southern side. K9, iQOO Soul not looking good, but Edmino and Spray got a Revenant X-Spark in a one close frontal battle, and Edmino goes down, and Hero Xtreme Godlike bites the dust. This is not good. Only 2 finishes secured.
Yeah, and even for Revenant X-Spark, I think so things are just taking a turn for the worse. It's only Spray God remaining, and he's got 1 finish in his bag. And that too was picked up just now, but God's Reign, they're doing pretty decent. Now want to collapse onto the members of Carnival Gaming, but again, it's all the way open ground. Destro has been taken down. It's a third party coming in from WindGod, who've had their eyes onto this team for such a long time, so close. And Destro now will be brought back up on his feet by Justin, because there are just so many teams out there left. But the dead center of the circle is secured by Just Jelly. They've got Red Ross around the area. WindGod is taking care of everything on the other end. And guess what? Destro, there's no way this man is going to survive whatsoever. Who steals the finish is the question. It's going to be Hector, who delivers the final blow out in the open though, just near that one rock. He's basically in the crosshair of so many teams, but the question is, WindGod, are they going to focus on him? Because their attention seems to be dragged away from them, as it's Red Ross right now who suffered a casualty.
WindGod, they were prioritizing the circle, and finally the circle has taken a southern shift. WindGod versus Red Ross. Red Ross in a pity dip, where Ortho has been knocked out. The constant bombardment of those grenades is not looking good for the players of Red Ross. Even Beast is down to a very low HP. It's only Phoenix. Even we have the players of Team Just Jelly having a good compound control, and the control of the center of the circle was with them, but not anymore. They also need to migrate, but Beast finds a perfect knock with a grenade onto Infinity of WindGod.
That's a big knock coming in. Infinity now down on the knees. WindGod, though they're in a position where they can potentially give the revive, but Red Ross is the team that have now got all 3 players up, and guess their assault knows no stoppage. This fight onto the western fray will determine who's going to control these entire hills and the ridges, because everything that's happening up north is even more difficult. But Phoenix is there, rising up from the ashes, and wants to take not 1 but 2 people down with him, as Beast out there constantly provides the information, sees the last player, changes the seed, and with the support of Phoenix, finishes off the entirety of WindGod. These are the grounds where there's no wind, there's only vacuum, no particles to flow, and WindGod will have to come down to that. Red Ross, man, this team is stepping up big time, Shadow, but the job is not finished.
Yes, they have to move inside the circle, but look at the position where Lucifer is, all the way towards the southern periphery of the circle. He can be that anchor to bring his entire team, where rest of the teams are fighting on the northern end. We have Just Jelly, we have Carnival Gaming, even VXT. They're also trying to move inside the circle, and Ninja, a complete spray down towards the players of Team Carnival Gaming. Goblin left way all himself. The ball of death blue is also closing in, and VXT, they are annihilating the mentality of OG at this point.
They have been taken down. WizGod is no more God. He's the mortal in his power. Steps up when he needed to, on the day when his team needed him to be. This is one of the closest games that we've seen. 33.3% chance for all the teams. And guess it's Red Ross as well. The trifecta out there for all of them. The players not standing but on the knees now. And it's Red Ross, Just Jelly, all of them suffering one after the other. Only Jelly remaining. The IGL needs to step up, but Versatile is the team who've got their 4 back on the feet, and it seems they want to start day 2 with a bang.
Oh, they certainly want to, but Ninja is still there, but not anymore, as VXT marks an end for the players of Team Just Jelly. Red Ross versus VXT. The circle is in no man's land. The numbers advantage is with the players of VXT, and even Red Ross, they are also going for those crucial revivals, those crucial rescue mission, but one grenade can mark an end. That is exactly is going to happen, as Equinox finds 1 knock and confirmation onto the players of Red Ross, but also Raiden is right in the dead smack center of the circle.
Oh, shots being fired. Phoenix needs to connect those ones, but guess what? He'll not be able to. Beast was brought back up though, so super low in that HP. Now will be healing himself back up. He needs to do that as quickly as possible. He's just hiding behind in those crates. Somraj, has he seen him is the question. Nothing to heal him. It's the burning ground that finally burned the grass out of Red Ross. This is a big win for Versatile. The big name steps up on the day of comeback.
When we are talking about the days of comeback, of course, Versatile, they had to go big, they had to go heavy. And boy, oh boy, did they deliver. Especially given how dramatic things were, how poetic things were. We had those rehauls, they had such a great start, but then eventually it was still an end with a smile on their faces. Versatile, getting that chicken dinner, it changes everything in terms of what is going to happen on the overall standings. Now Shadow, of course Versatile was amazing, they waited it out, but Red Ross, they were the ones who completely out of nowhere came down and surprised us all.
The rotations, superb rotations were pulled off by the players of Team Red Ross. They kept themselves away from the commotion for a very long time. When everyone was coming from the northern and the eastern side, they kept themselves towards the western side. Even in the end, if you notice, one of the players of Team Red Ross went all the way towards south, and the remaining 3 players were taking a fight with the players of Wingod.
Definitely, but for Versatile, Scared, they had such a good control over the entire zone. And how did you analyze as to how they managed to secure that for themselves? Because it was flooded with teams left, right and center.
Yeah, there were basically 2 different fronts, one happening on the northwest, the other one happening all the way towards the east. So that's the place where we had to focus on. The one who came out with the least amount of casualties is who had to win. But you know what? Let's look at the stage for the interview.
सोमराज, हमारे तरफ थोड़ी सा आप आ जाइए. जानना चाहूँगा यार, ये मैच के दौरान जो सर्कल था, जो कंप्लीट सुवर्णी की तरफ चला गया था, और उसके बाद वो हार्ड शेप सदर्न साइड, क्या माइंडसेट था उस टाइम? क्या चिकन डिनर वहाँ से इमेजिन कर पा रहे थे?
माइंडसेट नॉर्मली तो हम लोग अपना बेसिक गेम खेले और कुछ ज़्यादा खास तो नहीं. और बाकी इसके पहला मैच में थोड़ा टेक्निकल इशू हो गया था, उसमें भी हमारा स्टार्ट अच्छा हुआ था और लकीली वहाँ से थोड़ा एक मोमेंटम बना था.
कमाल का मोमेंटम हमें देखने को मिला. लेकिन इस पावर भाई, मतलब चैलेंज सीजन हो, चैलेंज फाइनल हो, कुछ भी हो, आपको अपना काम पता है और डोमिनेशन आप काफ़ी कमाल तरीके से कर रहे हो. क्या सिनेरियो चल रहा है? क्योंकि अभी भी मंजिल बहुत दूर है और आपका हर मैच में चलना वो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. तो इस फिनिशेस के बारे में बताएं जो इस मैच में आपने निकाले.
टीम गेम था, टीम वर्क था और प्री प्लानिंग वगैरह के थ्रू ही जो ये मैच निकला है वो ये. और बाकी के जो मैचेस है उसमें तो जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो वाला सीन है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा.
मतलब आप किस तरीके से पूरा गेम प्लान यहाँ पे बन रहा है? क्योंकि आप उस रेस में सबसे आगे फिलहाल चल रहे होगे जो MVP का है, और साथ ही साथ ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग का भी प्रेशर है. तो आपको लगता है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपकी तरफ थोड़ा ज़्यादा है?
टीम विन मैटर करता है एट द एंड. वही फ्लो वाइज जितने जो भी हो जाता है, पॉइंट्स वगैरह निकल जाते हैं, वो फ्लो के साथ रहो. बाकी यार इतना एक्सपीरियंस तो है कि प्रेशर वगैरह अगर आता भी है तो हैंडल करना सीख चुके हैं. बाकी प्रेशर ऐसा कोई एज सच है नहीं ये चीज़ होगा. और वही एट द एंड एक ही चीज़ आता है, जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो.
17 फिनिशेस निकाल चुका है ये खिलाड़ी, उसके बाद भी इस तरीके से रिप्लाई देना. आई मीन यस, MVP में सबसे आगे अभी ये चल रहे हैं. लेकिन सोमराज, एक आखिरी सवाल. कल एक चिकन आया था, उसके बाद आप गायब हो गए थे. क्या वही आज फिर से इरादा है या फिर बैक टू बैक चिकन या एवरेज की तरफ एटलीस्ट अब अपने आप को लेके जाने वाले हो?
कल हमने 3 मैच में हैट्रिक मारा था 0 पॉइंट मारने का. आज वो होप रहे कि हम लोग एटलीस्ट एवरेज पॉइंट्स निकाल लें.
चलिए एवरेज करेगा. लेकिन एक आखिरी सवाल मैं पूछना चाहूँगा एक्वानॉक्स से. भाई आप भी एक स्टार प्लेयर हो, उस एक्वानॉक्स को मैं थोड़ा सा मिस कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन टीम वाइज तो बहुत कमाल का चल रहा है. क्या हुआ है आपको?
नहीं हुआ है, मैच बाकी है, देखते हैं.
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, बट चलते हैं फिलहाल अभी कास्टर की तरफ, जानते हैं कि इनके परफॉर्मेंस से आप कितने खुश हो.
All right, quite unpleased with his hat-trick of getting ducks yesterday. Certainly will bring a smile on Somraj, but he knows that the work isn't over. Versatile kicking this day with the chicken dinner, I think embarks the fact that they are here for the resurgence, and I think now the foundation has been laid out. But now we have to bring the conversation down to the teams that are struggling. Yes, Shadow, I'm talking about iQOO Soul. Barely managed to get, what, 1 or 2 points throughout this game. Is it safe to draw the curtains already on them?
I would say it's time to draw the curtains, but yes, they are taking too much pressure on their shoulders. They're second-guessing themselves, which should not happen from the side of iQOO Soul.
It certainly should not, but this man, no stopping him in this game. 10 freaking finishes. He was a man on a mission. And I feel like Scared, he was feeling a little left out when he saw those Finnish leaders yesterday, and he wanted to compensate, and he did that in just one game.
It's more than just compensating, my man. 10 finishes alone. I was trying to calculate how many points did Versatile secure. for the entire chicken dinner, right? 10 points for chicken dinner. I was anticipating maybe 7-8 finishes for the team. So it's going to go down to 18-19 points. That's at least in the top 3. Forget about that. I'm throwing it all in the dustbin. Man, this is just phenomenal. And he mentioned it perfectly. Regardless of the pressure, he knows how to handle it, and he showcased it perfectly.
You know, it just took him one game to beat Jonathan's record of 8 last night, and I feel like he's yearning for more. But when you take a look at the stars of the match, you've got the finisher is Powers there, but K9, they were off to a bloody start. I mean, I'm talking about that fight against Hero Xtreme Godlike, and we did see some bans in action, didn't we?
Yes, we did see. And Slug, every time this guy is impressing me the most, because the way, Scared, if you notice, he's clutching it out every single time. Maybe Slug could be the next MVP in the list, because every single time he's delivering the best performance. This time he was able to 1v2 Hero Xtreme Godlike.
There's always this one star player of each and every team, right? For Godlike, it has been Jonathan. For K9, Slug has been stepping up big time. Yes, they've got even bigger names, right? They've got Bees, they've also got Ninja Boy, Omega, not so much in the fragmenting department, but in the brain department. But Slug stepping up in these crucial moments is exactly what this team needs. That's why it is still in that top 3, or at least in the top 5. The moment that we all were mentioning as well, the reaction of everyone says it all. And so is of Godlike, struggling just like another big name, iQOO Soul.
Hero Xtreme Godlike being given a taste of their own medicine, given the fact how things really brewed up. You know, they are usually the ones panning people around, and to have that, to be on the receiving end, certainly tastes bitter. But you know what? When you sum up this entire game of Erangel, it was rather quite a slow affair, don't you think? We did not see any action, barring GT taken down early. It was still those 5th or 6th circles. All the other teams were alive. So what was the reason behind that, Shadow?
Because they do understand the gravity of the situation, that how important day number 2 is, how important it is to accumulate those crucial points on this very day. Because if you don't perform on day 2, day 3, you can't expect a comeback. You can't expect those 13 bombers coming in, because everyone will be having that bullseye target behind their back.
They certainly will be, but there's one thing that I really am, hovering over and scared. I want to get your opinions on that. Carnival Gaming were one of those teams that survived till the very end, whilst the others who were nearby them had all been picked off. Do you think they have collected enough points to still somehow maintain that little cushion they had, or it has been toppled over?
I don't think so. I think so. The cushion, it's going to be toppled, but yes, they still would be in that top space just because of the way how they accumulated so many points yesterday. But for this one, I don't think so it was enough at all. If I'm not wrong, at least 3 or 4 finishes, that's at the very max. Because what, Hector got a couple of them after knocking down Destro. So yeah, it seems to be them in a pretty precarious spot, but still not that much.
Of course, and that would be clearly evident once the match rankings do come up in front of us. And when we take a look at the report card, what happened in the first game of Erangel of day number 2, it is going to be versatile, going big, going hard, going heavy. 24 points, and now suddenly that first position of Carnival Gaming could be under threat. But Red Ross, they, boy oh boy, they also delivered. I'm pretty much anticipating they might squeeze in through the top 4 or top 5. But even OG, they had all 4 of their players alive towards the very end. And certainly some might argue they were the favorites to have won this game. But what went wrong, Shadow?
I think they're bad fights. OG just overcommitted in few of the situation. That could have been a reason, because they had a good control of the circle. They were making those good rotations as well. But Wyld Fangs seems like their misery is still continuing. 4 total points, and I don't know how Sensa and Scout got picked up. Not having that surrounding awareness has always been a problem for the players of Wyld Fangs.
Yeah, indeed. And for Wyld Fangs, the misery continues. Along with them, we've got a couple of other names. This is where I want to bring upon Gujarat Tigers. They were having quite a decent day, if not the best. But this day, dropping down, all 4 players picked up. This should be a point where they get rattled, don't they, Scared?
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for them, and at the same time, I'm kind of expecting now them to basically choose a different drop location at least, or change a few things, get a few tweaks back up, because I still remember that this team performs pretty solid on those off maps, specifically the map of Sanhok. Yesterday, I also remember that they made a stark impact into that entire one when they stopped Revenant X Park out there, but It's just one thing that we're talking about, right? OG, they also performed really well, but at the same time, I want to see the step-ups coming in from the other teams too. Red Ross did a very good job though, getting those 13 points.
They certainly did, but we have to also talk about Team Just Shelly. And barring the fact that, you know, when we saw initially the final circle spew upon us, Just Shelly also found themselves in a really comfortable spot. And rather, they were the ones who picked up Carnival Gaming. But what went wrong for them eventually towards the end? Because, you know, spare me, they still had a decent one, but they could have done certainly better, Shadow.
I think the circle shift, they were in the dead smack center of the circle, but the moment the southern circle shift came in, so many teams were trying to migrate inside the circle, and that is where the Jelly and the entire boys started falling down. And that could have been a better rotation from the boys, but hey, they did fair.
They certainly did fair, but at the same time, you know, the teams that aren't doing fair, we have to talk about Revenant X Spark. We thought they were wounded, we thought they would be on a hunt, and it was Admino who threw a spanner to their works. Wasn't it, Scared?
Yeah, it was Admino, and eventually it was that one last 1v1 win of Spray God that earned them at least that one finish point. So yes, the struggles are there. This team still continuing on the same thing. That is a big problem for them right now.
It certainly is, because now taking a look at the overall rankings, Carnival Gaming somehow hold on to their first spot, but I feel like the difference has been minuscule, and now you can see Versatile propelling themselves to the second spot with 54. K9 courtesy to those early finishes once again. They hold on to the third. As GDR, they slip a couple of points here and there. Revenant X Spark around that 10th position. Gujarat Tigers did take a massive fall, but the headlines once again, folks, would be iQOO Soul dead smack at the very bottom. 16 points out of 7 matches. That is unforgiving.
The next 2 maps are going to be super important. If iQOO Soul doesn't perform, doesn't get a winner chicken dinner or a high amount of finishes in the upcoming next 2 games, we can pretty much draw the curtains that iQOO Soul will not be able to lift the trophy at least.
I think I feel like it's pretty much over, because now you're just sitting at 16 points, and whilst Versatile, Carnival Gaming, they have picked the pace up. K9, they're getting a lot of frags, so it's going to be so difficult if you are iQOO Soul at this very point. But as things dictate, we have to move on, right? And now we have to bring the conversation back to Wyld Fangs. Now, Wyld Fangs, they also had a lot of responsibility on the shoulders. Even Trey Scott tried. I think things did not go their way.
It just feels at this point now it's not a one-person game anymore, because every other team is playing so good that you need all the 4 players to buckle up and then slowly move forward. I know everyone wants to move forward to the next map, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after this short break.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
वो स्पोर्ट्स में है ना, वो जैसे मैंने बताया था हाँ बोलना पड़ता है।
चल तूने हाँ से हाँ नहीं मिलाई, क्या तू अपने गेम प्ले पे शक कर रहा है?
बड़े नाम थे कुछ, पर उनको मैंने चूज नहीं करा। बाकी लोगों को मैनिपुलेट करते हैं, अंदर अंदर झगड़ा लगवाते हैं। गुजरात टाइगर्स में मतलब ये बोलना चाहिए नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं मुझे, लेकिन
हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक। दिस इज क्रैट एंड आपका स्वागत है मसला और मसाला में। अब मुझे इंडस्ट्री में काफी टाइम हो चुका है और जो शख्स मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं इस वक्त इस सिचुएशन में, वो भी मेरे टाइम से ही है, काफी पुराना, और आज तक वो एडी चोटी का जोर लगा रहा है अपनी रेलेवेंसी प्रूव करने के लिए। यस, वो इस बार चैलेंज फाइनल्स में आ रहे हैं एज अ फेवरेट बनकर। सो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करते हैं प्रिंस ओजी की फ्रॉम द मिडल ईस्पोर्ट्स। ब्रदर, वेलकम फॉर द चैलेंज फाइनल्स। मसला मसाला चूज कर, मसले पे बात करें या मसाले पे जाएं?
मसले पे करो पहले।
बिकॉज़ मुझे लगता है कि जिंदगी में बहुत मसले दे रहे हैं, ई स्पोर्ट्स करियर में हो, तेरी रन में हो। बिकॉज़ यूजुअली हम दो लोग बुला रहे थे, बट व्हेन आई गॉट टू नो कि प्रिंस इज कमिंग, मैंने कहा भाई बहुत सारी चीजें जो प्रिंस बोलना चाहेगा। मुझे लगता है मेरे सवाल काफी रहेंगे तेरे लिए। तो तैयार है?
हाँ
बिल्कुल, शॉर्ट है। तो सबसे पहले
पूछो।
हाँ, तो चैलेंज सीजन कैसा गया? बिकॉज़ तुम 16th पोजीशन पे क्वालीफाई कर रहे हो, लाइक ऑलमोस्ट पेंडुलम पे लटक रहे थे। तो हाउ वाज दैट जर्नी?
चैलेंज सीजन में ऐसा था कि थोड़े चेंजेस करने थे हमें, और उसके चक्कर में फिर हमारा नया प्लेयर खेलेगा, पुराना खेलेगा, उसमें हम स्विचेस कर रहे थे, क्योंकि दूसरे इवेंट नए प्लेयर्स के साथ, ये इवेंट हमारा इस पुराने प्लेयर के साथ। तो उसी में फिर थोड़े सीन हो गए और प्रैक्टिस की थोड़ी ये हो गई, तो उसमें हमें थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो गया। बस इन द एंड नसीब अच्छा था हमारा कि हम हो गए।
चलो ठीक है। बस एज अ टीम यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट कि चैलेंज फाइनल्स के अंदर कुछ बड़ा होने वाला, अच्छा होने वाला। एक बार नजरों में, ऑडियंस की आंखों में ढाक के वादा करो
बहुत अच्छा होने वाला।
Yes. So, moving forward, अब हम जा रहे हैं मसले की तरफ। Because 2019 से यार, I think you are the first person जिसने चिकन डिनर निकाल के दिया था हमारे देश को 200 पिंग पे, ठीक है? एंड उसके बाद से ना प्रिंस गायब हो जाता है, फिर आ जाता है थोड़े टाइम पे, और इस लेवल का प्लेयर होने के बावजूद यू स्टिल नो हसलिंग फॉर द यंगस्टर्स। मतलब अभी भी तेरे लाइनअप में नए लोग हैं, लेजेंड साइरेक्स, ठीक है? तो ये क्या हो रहा है? मतलब क्यों तेरे साथ कोई बड़े नाम क्यों नहीं दिख रहे मुझे आज भी?
क्योंकि ऐसा भी है कि बड़े नाम थे कुछ, पर उनको मैंने चूज नहीं करा जब मैं टीम बना रहा था, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि जो लोग कंफर्टेबल हो जाते हैं एक बार, तो उनका गेम इतना बाहर आता नहीं है।
डू यू रियलाइज कि तेरे टाइम का अभी तक मेरे ख्याल से एक आधा प्लेयर बचा है? आई थिंक इट्स ओनली स्काउट
ओवेस 2।
हाँ, ओवेस, और ओवेस तो ही couldn't qualify for the finals। सो कितने लोग होते थे उस टाइम पे, और अब हमारे पास इंडस्ट्री में 2 से 3 ही रह गए हैं। सो एट एनी मोमेंट तुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यार इस इंडस्ट्री में टिकना भी एक बहुत बड़ी जंग है?
सही में है कि मतलब इस इंडस्ट्री में टिकने के लिए या दो चीज़ें करनी पड़ेगी, या तो हाँ में हाँ मिलानी पड़ेगी कि सामने वाला जो बोल रहा है उसमें हाँ में हाँ मिलाओ, अगर तुम आईजीएल नहीं हो तो, या फिर अगर आईजीएल हो तो भी कोच होगा तुम्हारे ऊपर, मैनेजमेंट होगी, मतलब इन दी एंड यही आ जाएगा कि या तो हाँ में हाँ मिलाना आना चाहिए, या तो तुम्हारा गेम ऐसा होना चाहिए कि कोई हाँ या ना तुमसे पूछे ही नहीं।
बट यू हैड योर ओन स्ट्रगल्स, तो चल तूने हाँ से हाँ नहीं मिलाई, तो क्या तू अपनी गेम प्ले पे शक कर रहा है?
मैं शक किस पे कर रहा हूँ पता है? मैं खुद पे ही करता हूँ कि भाई मेरे को बेटर होना है, क्योंकि मैं जब बाकी लोगों को देखता हूँ जिनकी एज हो जाती है, उनका गेम प्ले खराब हो जाता है, मैं खुद को उनमें कंपेयर करवाना नहीं चाहता हूँ कि मतलब मैं उनको मैं खुद को अलग रखता हूँ उनसे, कि मतलब मैं अलग हूँ और मैं अभी भी खेल रहा हूँ और लोगों को दिख रहा है कि मैं कैसा खेल रहा हूँ, और मुझे लगता नहीं है कि कोई भी इतना पुराने टाइम का प्लेयर अभी भी ऐसा खेलता होगा।
नो डाउट।
यस।
चलो ये तो आपकी शुरुआत हो गई, अगर इस पे बात भी नहीं हुई, इतने साल बाद ये सवाल उठा है और हमें जवाब मिला। मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, अभी आप गुजरात टाइगर्स का जिक्र कर रहे थे, तो वहां पे आपका क्या मसला था?
तो गुजरात टाइगर्स में ऐसा था कि हमें ऐसा चाहिए था कि सारे प्लेयर्स T1 हो, कि मतलब नोन प्लेयर्स हो, क्योंकि अचानक में आउट ऑफ नोवेयर एक साल बाद अगर कोई खेलेगा तो उनको अगर स्लॉट चाहिए तो T1 प्लेयर लेने पड़ेंगे ना। तो मैंने पहले टीम बनाई थी, फिर मुझे वो चेंज करनी पड़ी और फिर मुझे T1 प्लेयर लेने पड़े, जिसकी वजह से मेरा सब कुछ खराब हो गया, मैं बता सकता हूँ। और गुजरात टाइगर्स को लेके आया था मैं, और मेरे को प्रोमिस तो करे थे उन्होंने कि प्रिंस है तो गुजरात टाइगर है, पर फिर ऐसा हो गया कि आउट ऑफ नोवेयर हमें 3 दिन पहले बोल दिया कि भी दूसरी टीम ले रहे, तो उठ के हमसे घर जाने को बोला, इन द सेंस कि मतलब फिर यही हुआ। तो ये चीज़ बुरी लगी दिल से कि मतलब एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा था, एक घर जैसा समझा था कि यही है जो भी है, ऐसा समझा था कि गुजरात है, नाम है, मैं हूँ वहाँ से, लोग जानते हैं और इसी में करूँगा जो भी करूँगा, पर इतना भरोसा दिखाया था तो हो जाता। बस
और इस सिचुएशन में भी कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई, कोई क्लोजर नहीं मिला आपको?
मिला क्लोजर, लेकिन जैसा चाहिए था वैसा नहीं मिला। इन दी एंड सामने वाला तो क्या ही बोलेगा, सामने वाला खुद को ही डिफेंड करेगा ना, तो वो वही कर रहे थे। और मुझे पता है कि भाई उन्होंने जो पहले बोला था और अभी वो जो कर रहे हो वो तो दोनों अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं ना। अगर मैं आपसे कुछ बोलूँगा फिर मैं बाद में कुछ और करूँगा, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि मैं कैसा इंसान हूँ, बस वैसी बात है।
आपकी नज़र में ऐसी कोई और है इंडिया में जो पूरा साल ना चले, उनको फर्क ना पड़े, ऐसा है क्या कुछ? आज के टाइम पे
तो मुझे सोल लगती है और गॉडेल लगती है।
बट उनकी भी तो लाइनअप चेंज होते हैं रेगुलर। पिछले 2 साल के अंदर iQOO सोल के पास एक ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी है, मतलब उनका एक ऑफिशियल लाइनअप है, उन्होंने टीवी की ट्रॉफी, बट लाइनअप कंटिन्यूस चेंज हुए, मतलब जो
प्लेयर चेंज करते हैं ना वो तो।
और उसके बाद गॉडलाइक ने तो हाल ही में फिर से वो अपना गॉडलाइक दिखाया है, बिकॉज़ उनके लाइनअप में तो पूरा लाइनअप चेंज हो गया, तो पंकी गॉडलाइक है। उससे पहले जेली को मौका मिला, कितने सारे प्लेयर आए, लाला, शैडो, कितने थे। सो इवन ये लाइनअप भी शफल्स करते हैं। तो आपको क्या लगता है, लाइक परफॉर्मेंस तो ऑन द टॉप रहनी चाहिए?
रहनी ही चाहिए यार। अगर तुम स्पोर्ट्स में हो, अपना सब कुछ घर पर छोड़ के आए हो, कहीं पे खेल रहे हो, तो फिर तुम किस लिए खेल रहे हो? मतलब गेम के लिए खेल रहे हो ना। ग्राइंड कम करोगे, नहीं खेलोगे तो फिर तो क्या ही होगा।
कुछ ऐसी नजर में है प्लेयर आपके जो मतलब 2 साल पहले भी ऐसे थे, आज भी मतलब गेम को धर्म बना बैठे हैं, अपना A1 इनपुट देते हैं हमेशा?
AKOP और जॉनथन और विजगॉड, और
ये तेरी दोस्ती में निकल रहे जवाब?
नहीं, ये मैं देखता हूँ कि ओवरऑल MVP कौन कौन होता है। स्प्रे गॉड सबसे मेन, और मेरी टीम का लेजिट।
तेरा जजिंग क्राइटेरिया MVP है।
मैं तो वही देखता हूँ कि मतलब कौन कितना ग्राइंड कर रहा है और अभी तक कर रहा है।
अब फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लगा कि कोई एक ऐसा आया है जिसको बहुत सारा तजुर्बा है, एक्सपीरियंस के साथ बात कर रहा है।
अब लोग बोलते नहीं है क्रेड भाई, बोलते नहीं है वो लोग क्रेड भाई।
अब वो टाइम आ चुका है ना कि
लोग ऐसा अच्छा दिखाने में उनको बहुत वो होता है, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है।
डर है यार कि ना आपने 4 शब्द निकाले मुंह से, 4 के 16 करके किसी और ने सोच लिया, एंड लोगों को बस वो एनर्जी नहीं लेनी है। लोग बस थोड़ा सा रिलक्टेंट हो गए इन चीजों को लेकर। दे नॉट डूइंग नेगेटिव, बट जस्ट लाइक कि अगर आज के टाइम पे वो है ना 1 और 11 है, वो हाँ बोलेंगे और चलते बनेंगे आगे। तुझे लगता है खुश रह, हमसे दूर रह।
वो स्पोर्ट्स में है ना, वो जैसे मैंने बताया था, हाँ बोलना पड़ता है
बिकॉज अपनी सहूलियत के लिए। बट अभी ये गेम के अंदर हर दिन सैकड़ों बच्चे आ रहे हैं, ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, एंडलेस आवर्स, यू नो, दे गिविंग एवरीथिंग दे हैव टू द गेम। उनके लिए कुछ ऐसी चीजें बोलना चाहेगा जिससे जो गलतियां तूने करी, तूने भुगता, एंड वो गलतियां वो ना करे। हैं कुछ ऐसी चीजें?
सबसे मेन तो यही है कि टीम के साथ स्टिक करो, अकेले मत रहो। अकेले रहोगे तो सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ है जो तुम्हें बचा सकती है, वो है तुम्हारा गेम। टीम के साथ स्टिक करोगे, गेम कभी अप डाउन हुआ तो टीम संभाल लेगी, डाउन हुआ तब वो संभाल लेगी, और अप हुआ तो फिर तुम्हारा परफॉर्मेंस होगा तभी अप हुआ है। तो यही है, टीम के साथ स्टिक करो, अपना 100% दो और अच्छे से गेम खेलो।
थैंक यू सो मच प्रिंस भाई, लवली टॉकिंग टू यू। लगा मतलब कोई पुराना ओजी आया है, प्रिंस ओजी आया है बैठ के बात करने।
धन्यवाद।
आई होप कि आप लोगों को भी मजा आया होगा, बिकॉज ये था मसला और मसाला का इनक्रेडिबल सेगमेंट और पर्सनली आई एंजॉयड अ लॉट। आप लोगों को भी उम्मीद करता हूँ मजा आया होगा और ऐसे और सेगमेंट आएंगे, बहुत मजा आएगा। तब तक के लिए इंतजार करिए और ढेर सारा प्यार बरसाते रहिए।
All right, we are back after this small hiatus as game number 2 is going to begin shortly. And I've got the big man himself, Necro, along with Scarrett. So, Necro,
yeah.
As a matter of fact, iQOO Soul, they needed a big game in the first match. Do you think it's time we draw the curtains on them?
No, not exactly yet. Still, all it takes is one big game for you to be back in the top 5, and I don't think so. iQOO Soul is someone that's still outside of the race. They just need a few more points to sort of be once again back there. As I mentioned, one big game, you can easily be there in the top 5, and iQOO Soul is one of those teams that's got a lot of potential. It is understandable that unfortunately taking those early clashes is now starting to pan out in quite a bad note for them. Hopefully in the future games, though, iQOO Soul's not going to repeat that, but Versatile, man, this is a big scare for all the teams in the top 16 right now. I mean, if Versatile keeps on playing the same way, we already know, we might just see another back-to-back here.
We certainly can. And this brings me to you, Scared, where I have to ask you, because this has been a set pattern even yesterday. A team wins the chicken dinner, they drop the ball in the very next game. Is Versatile adept enough to break that curse?
They really need to at this time, because I'll have to say the next one is Miramar, and the stats have been saying it becomes super difficult for Somraj onto that map, even though Necro himself mentioned yesterday that he really likes to play on that map. Even after that, there are some difficulties, but I think so, yes, they might break that curse. They will be able to get some decent points.
I mean, look, for VXT, Miramar, in my opinion, is pretty much their stronger suit. Yeah, it's understandable in Challenge Season, not exactly the stats they wanted to pull off, but let's be honest, who is playing Challenge Season that seriously? Especially a team like VXT, they were already dominating off the bat, so they knew that they're going to qualify anyways. So I'm pretty sure they were someone that was pulling off a lot of those aggressive shenanigans. So we did not exactly expect that aggressive playstyle, or maybe you can't say that serious aggressive playstyle from VXT.
Yeah.
They were taking fights left, right, and center. But now in the grand finals, you see the real characteristic of this team, and I think so they might just dominate on Miramar.
They certainly can, and they have all it takes. At least when it comes down to land, it's all about that momentum. But you know what? So much is going on. We have to know what the audience has to say. So over to my dear friend Anki for an exclusive interview.
कोई उत्सव होता है, जब भी कोई महोत्सव होता है, जब भी कोई फेस्टिवल होता है, तो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट होते हैं हमारे परिवार के सदस्य, और बहुत सारे हमारे परिवार के सदस्य यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं। अब उनसे थोड़ी बातचीत करेंगे, जानेंगे वो कहाँ से आए हैं और कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें करेंगे। आप काफ़ी ज़्यादा खूबसूरत मुझे लग रहा है। क्या नाम है आपका? शिवम। अभी आप यहाँ पे कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए आए हैं? गॉडलाइक। और कहाँ से आए हैं आप? लक्ष्मी नगर से। क्या बात है, ये क्या लिखा है आपके पैम्फलेट पे, अगर आप दिखाओ तो? जॉनथन दिल से गॉडलाइक। ऐसा आप जॉनथन के बहुत बड़े फैन हैं? यस सर। डेट ऑफ बर्थ बता दीजिए। किसका? जो जॉनथन? नहीं 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 नहीं, कोई है यहाँ पे? इज देयर एनीवन? आपको पता है? खड़े हो जाइए।
22nd September.
22nd September. Oh my God, I didn't expect that, but I think that's true. और चलते आगे देखते हैं बाकी कौन सी टीम के फैंस हैं। भाई ठीक है, आप आ जाओ भाई, आप आ जाओ। आपका नाम क्या है, कहाँ से आए हो आप बताइए?
सक्षम रोहिणी से।
कहाँ से आप?
रोहिणी
से। तो अभी यहाँ पे ये पूरा माहौल देख के, ये पूरा इवेंट देख के कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है।
ये पहला इवेंट है जो आप अटेंड करने के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ।
ठीक है, तो आप यहाँ पे कौन सी टीम को, कौन से प्लेयर को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
मैं गॉडलाइक को सपोर्ट करने आया हूँ, और स्पेशली जोनाथन गेमिंग।
यार बहुत बढ़िया गाइस। कोई और, किसी और टीम का सपोर्ट, मैं किसी और भी टीम के सपोर्टर से बात करना चाहता हूँ भाई। ऐसे नहीं गाइस, ओके। Make some noise. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. अरे वुल्फ वाला दिख गया, वुल्फ वाला दिख गया. आ जाओ. वुल्फ वाला कौन है? अच्छा, आपको बात करनी है. बैठ जाओ, आराम से बैठ जाओ. कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. बैठ के. जी बताइए.
गॉडमीनो, तेरा फर्स्ट डे बहुत ज्यादा डाउनफॉल था, बट तू सेकंड डे मारेगा. तू मारेगा. चल गॉडमीनो, चल.
तू मारेगा.
गॉडमीनो, तू मारेगा यार. आई बिलीव इन यू यार. कम ऑन.
लेट्स गो. इनसेन एनर्जी है दोस्तों यहाँ पे. आप भी आ जाइए भाई. आप बताइए, पीछे चलते हैं. आ जाइए, आप आ जाइए. ये मुझे थोड़े ओजी से लग रहे हैं, क्रेजी से. क्या नाम है आपका सर?
आर्यन राज.
आप स्नैक्स को मिस कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
हम वैसे तो सोल को सपोर्ट करने आए, लेकिन स्नैक्स टीचर लव है.
लेट्स गो. डैमेज दो, अंदर जाओ. डैमेज दो, बाहर आओ. ये रहता है यहाँ पे. आराम से.
जोनी, तुम मारेगा.
ठीक है. आराम से. भाई आए बता के जगह. आराम से. बैठो. बिल्कुल मिलेगा. बैठो. बैठ के भाई. बैठ के आराम से. ठीक है. मुझे एक और कोई बंदा चाहिए. आप लोग बैठ जाओ आराम से. दोस्तों देखो, यही होता है जब कुछ क्रेजी टूर्नामेंट चलते हैं. इतना ज्यादा जो ऑडियंस है उनका लव मिलता है, इतना ज्यादा सपोर्ट मिलता है. आई मीन क्या यार, बढ़िया, मजा आ गया. एक लास्ट है कार्निवल गेमिंग वाले. आजा भाई, आजा. एक और टीम को हम कवर कर लेते हैं. भाई आइए आप. क्या बात है, पंक की गॉडलाइक. बिल्कुल सही बात है. तो सर आपका नाम क्या है? आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
अखिलेश पांडे नाम है. मैं इंदौर से आया हूँ स्पेशली सीजी को सपोर्ट करने.
तो अभी सीजी बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म कर रही है, टॉप ऑफ द टेबल चल रही है. आपने यहाँ पे गॉबलिन के आगे एक दिल बना रखा है. तो गॉबलिन के सपोर्टर हैं आप?
यस, डेफिनेटली.
अभी गॉबलिन आपको सुन भी पा रहे, वैसे कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
बस कुछ नहीं, अच्छा खेलता है, उसको सपोर्ट करने आया हूँ. और हेक्टर के साथ एक्चुअली मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिखती है जो पहले मैंने उनके ऑक पे एक इवेंट में कमेंट करके डाला था कि क्यों हेक्टर आईजेल होना चाहिए. एंड इंदौर से मैं कल रात को निकला, आज सुबह आया क्योंकि टॉप पे चल रही थी.
चलिए हम एक बार समझ भी लेते हैं कि कितनी समझदारी की भरी यहाँ पे बात हो रही है. आपने बोला कि हेक्टर को क्यों आईजेल होना चाहिए. आप इस आवाम को बताना चाहेंगे कि हेक्टर को क्यों आईजेल होना चाहिए?
एक्चुअली डिपेंड करता है कि टीम का टीममेट के साथ कैसा होना. लॉट्स ऑफ पीपल प्लेइंग टुगेदर विथ आईजीएल क्योंकि उनका नेचर अच्छा लगता है. इसलिए नहीं कि वो समझा रहा है, चिल्ला रहा है. मैंने बहुत सारे इवेंट्स में देखा है कैसे होता था, कैसे चिल्लाना होता था. बट
समझ गया. आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं मैं समझ गया. आप बैठ जाइए. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. दोस्तों यहाँ पे थोड़ा इंसेन माहौल बन चुका है. आई एम सो सॉरी, मैं आप सबके साथ इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर पाऊंगा. बट वंस अगेन इन 3, 2, 1, लेट्स मेक सम नॉइज. चलिए दोस्तों, अब मेरे जाने का समय हो चुका है. चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स के पास और अगले मुकाबले की तरफ भी चलते हैं.
All right, the crowd is absolutely wild. I do not really understand. I'm trying to contemplate. Was it a threat for Admino or was he actually pumping him up, Necro?
I think she was just trying to pump up Admino at this point, right? Admino was not really able to perform that well on day one, and then the fans are over here to try and get him cheered up. That Admino, you can do this. Come on, you need to perform for your team because he was the main lifter as well, even in challenge season. Admino was doing so much for Hero Xtreme Godlike.
I agree, and to be honest, in the previous one, he kind of did perform as well in that long-range fight, but that is just not enough. You have to do a lot more because all of these people out there, they're supporting Godlike, they're supporting their favorite teams, and this is a team that we always wanted to see in these kind of situations, right? The trophy cabinet is still kind of empty out there, Fixes.
Yeah, you really touched the nerves, didn't you, Scared? Because honestly speaking, we had high expectations from Hero Xtreme Godlike given that final game of Erangel yesterday. But today, I think the momentum is once again gone away from them. And you know, this is where Necro, this comes down to you. I need to ask you this. Now, Hero Xtreme Godlike, we really thought that they would go aggressive. They again dropped the ball in the first game of Erangel. Now, heading on, looking at the schedule, it is going to be a game of Miramar. Do you think this is where we could see them make a comeback, or is it going to be the same story once again?
Honestly speaking, look, at this point, for any other team on the latter half of the board, if they want to stand a chance to make the comeback, just try and stop the top 3 teams. That's it. If the top 3 teams keep on winning the game, if they keep on having consistent games, they're going to come. Especially for the teams that are there on the latter half of the board, because then you cannot really make that comeback happen. Once that difference maker is there in the overall standings, it's bad.
I agree. You don't really need to make that difference big enough right now. This is the chance for you to make those comebacks, but it is only possible if you now go in ahead and target. I think so. As much as it's important for teams like Godlike, the ones who are all the way over down, BotArmyEsports, iQOO Soul, those are the teams that really need to step things up. So yes, that's going to be the main thing that they need to focus on. While the audience out there, you guys can focus on the Snapdragon match prediction. Drop your predictions down in the chat section and support your favorite team. Fixes, who do you got winning though?
You know, at this point, I really want Team Orangutan to make a comeback, because at this point, you know what, Necro, this is what I was segueing into. OG, in that final circle, they had such a good position, but they looked lost the moment Versatile Storm came their way.
I mean, look, I understand that OG is someone that is sort of struggling as well, but for some reason, I genuinely think so that OG can easily make that comeback happen as well. They've showcased a lot of that signs of life as well on day one. We know what OG is capable of. They can easily pull themselves back, but a team that's genuinely struggling is iQOO Soul, and hopefully iQOO Soul can place really good on this map of Miramar. We've got the dance cam as well live on the audience, currently sitting in the arena. And hopefully we get to see some dance move. I mean, yeah, we do see a little bit of that.
We've got some pretty faces as well. Would love to see them shake some hips, also some hands. We've got a lot in the air. And everybody's supporting their favorite team. Yeah, there you've got one. There you've got one man in orange, I believe. But yes, some support for Scout OP as well. And we'll be in the match very, very soon. And these three beautiful faces, we did see them yesterday also, I think, are the supporters for Team Hector. And this is something that they need right now. But now moving ahead, now in a game of Miramar, tell me what is going to happen with Revenant X Spark. Is it going to be the same old story? They go tumbling down. Somebody has to step up, right? They still need a hero, don't you think, Scared?
I have to say that this is the time. Yesterday, we saw Shadow step up. Now the rest of the team has to whatsoever. They've got no other opportunity. But hold on. You know, throw that aside.
Oh, he's having the time of his life, my friend.
That's
Just look at him dance for a bit longer. Let him do his, man. Let him do his job. He's doing a great job. I'm pretty sure he's also riding up the crowd by doing that. He's also got a lot written on his card, but once again, we cannot really forget the fact that the next game is about to begin soon. The map of Miramar, which holds a lot of value for the players and the athletes. We know how much it sort of holds as well for even the players that are not doing that great in the overall standings. They need to try and pump themselves back in the overall standings as soon as possible. This game has to be it. You asked me a question. Can Revenant X Spark make a comeback? Well, Miramar is going to be the answer, maybe.
It certainly has to be. There's no other way around. But that beckons the beginning of game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, lo and behold, as the flight path trajectory is going to be in front of you as we venture into the desert of Miramar. It is all the way from La Cabrera towards Minas del Sur, slightly inclined towards that western side. And now, Necro, all those teams dropping down on those eastern peripheries, I mean, they are going to be up for a toss.
Well, let's see how the start's going to look like. I would love to see an aggressive start, especially for the teams that are on the struggling side of the face. I would love to see iQOO Soul do super good. I would love to see Wyld Esports as well. A few new faces on the block. They have not been discussed that much, but I would love to see them perform pretty well as well. Even BotArmyEsports can be up in the mix, right? BotArmyEsports, it's been a while since we've seen that team perform. Hell, even Metal Esports. Yesterday's day was great for Metal Esports, but today's day, a little bit of that shaky start. But Metal Esports is someone that can easily make the comeback happen. They know how to play that defensive play style. And once you know how to play the defensive playstyle, you can easily achieve that average.
They certainly have to for Metal Esports. But, you know, at this point, Metal Esports, we know what their secret source to success has been. It's always about trying to hold on to the center of the circle. And the previous game was absolutely surrounded by so many piranhas in the greener pastures. As we take a look at all these teams dropping down, no drop collisions whatsoever, but God's Reign, Necro, they are far from home. And even for Wyld Fangs as well, this looks concerning.
It indeed does. Two teams dropping right next to each other. Make that 3, actually. It's BotArmyEsports right next to Just Jelly, and there's another team in the vicinity as well. Is there going to be any sort of clashes? That's my question. Maybe BotArmyEsports just moving their own merry way, and that's what Just Chili as well seems like they're doing. Wyld Fangs in a bit of a trouble, considering Aura is right next to him. And Wyld Fangs has been struggling since the start. At this point, they're being treated like 3 points on the map. Something needs to be done. Trey Scott is the only man putting in numbers, while the rest, they're just staring at his performance. They need to wake up from the slumber. The sooner they wake up, the more the chances of them pulling off a comeback. You asked me a question about Revenant Spark. Trust me when I say this, for some reason I have a little bit of that itch. And that itch is telling me that Revenant Spark can make a comeback.
But this one is going to be quite a stormy one, don't you think? Especially when you've got the likes of Medal, K9 all beside you, and you have to somewhere get around the central position of the circle. Now it feels like Carnival Gaming, they can have a go once again, given how close they are around that La Bendita region, dropping down at Picardo, instantly getting their loot done and moving across the map. That brings us to another team, Necro. We need to touch upon them a little bit. Red Ross, they were playing out of the minds in game 1.
They indeed were. Currently sitting on the 6th spot as well. Red Ross, for some reason, these boys, they're quite the newer bunch. They do have a bit of that experience from the official tournaments, but still not as much as the other teams that are currently playing in here. And still Red Ross is doing a fantastic job maintaining that average on the 6th spot with 45 points. What else do you want? Teams like iQOO are all the way at the bottom. Wyld Fangs as well on the 13th. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, a team that was absolutely dominating in challenge season, is currently sitting on the 12th spot. I mean, that should be a prime example of how things are looking.
But you know what, when you take a look at the overall standings, I must still bring this to attention of all the viewers that even when God can make a comeback, all they need is one big chicken dinner.
Anyone, in my opinion. All the
And
top
for
16 teams are
BotArmyEsports
still in
and iQOO,
contention.
they need a lot more.
One
Because
big chicken dinner, 25 points. I think so they're once again back in the swing of things. They can easily be there.
yeah, I mean, they can. And, you know, at this point, they need to latch on to something. They need some hope where they can find their way in. Because sitting at 16 and 18, respectively, for iQOO and BotArmyEsports, it's something that I find very hard to digest, given how they performed in the challenge stages. For BotArmyEsports, you can cut a little bit of slack.
Oh
It's their
my
first
God.
audience land, but look at this, K9.
Loving
Already on the hunt, already on the prowl. And maybe Red Ross could be their next target on their hit list. And this is going to end very bitter. This is absolutely going to shake them apart if they're not cautious.
They're relying on their stronger suit, my friend. And that is hunting teams down. Firepower. K9 Esports, known for their sheer stubbornness and the mechanics they hold. And that's what they're relying on right now to try and gather the average points. And I love that. And I think so K9 Esports should keep on playing the same way as well. Just go aggressive in the lobby and hope for the best. Red Ross, you pointed them out a while ago, and Red Ross, yeah, even that is one of those teams that's not really shy of any of the fights. Red Ross is someone that's not really playing with a lot of pressure, and you can clearly tell with the way they're playing too. It seems like they're not scared of anyone.
I mean, for Red Ross, it's so important that they have that mentality. You know, they've got nothing to lose but the world to achieve. And imagine gracing the biggest and the first LAN of 2025. And if they somehow get a podium finish, it would mean the world to them. But now Carnival Gaming, they're sitting high on the hills. Takes me back to one of those chicken dinners. They come from around here, but Medal Esports, little do they know that they are being watched. He's going to be the danger man himself, Goblin. Of course, has been overshadowed by Viper. How well that lad has been playing. As long as Carnival Gaming still stay on top. But now it's looking quite scary for Savit. I feel like he might get picked off.
Medal Esports lost. But still, they should be aware of the fact that they're going to get eyed out by this hill. And that's what exactly happens. Goblin finds the first strike. And unfortunately for Medal Esports, they're on the verge of losing out on Sarvit. He can be still bought back on his feet. Sarvit knocked out, begging for mercy. waiting for his teammates to close on up and get him that revival, but Carnival Gaming too, they're closing on up towards that compound. What was Sarvit doing all by himself? And it's not that the first time this is happening to any other team, right? A lot of teams have fallen prey to the same strat over and over again, and now this time Siege has done it to Metal Esports.
You know what really gets me excited is how well prepared Carnival Gaming are for every maps that they come to play. They've always got some tricks, and this time they read it. Metal Esports tend to drop down right beside them. We did witness Carnival Gaming drop down on Picardo, instantly made a maneuver. They took over the hills and found one of the players off guard. It was Goblin, who constantly kept a close watch on the players of Metal. They realized they're way aloof from each other, and when Sarvit exposed himself a little too much, that's when they secured that first finish. Metal Esports, no time to lament. They have to again get back to the textbook way that has worked out for them. That is to play around the center, but now it's starting to get crowded. You've got Gujarat Tigers, you've of course also got Orangutan, along with Wingod in the nearby vicinity.
Wingod, it is one of those teams that's been struggling as well. In challenge season, Wingod Esports was playing quite great. First 2 weeks, Wingod were unstoppable. Then later on, we did see that bit of a dip in the performance, but they already did the heavy lifting in the first 2 weeks of the challenge season itself. So Wingod Esports was already feeling great. They already knew that they're going to qualify no matter what. And they easily did so as well. Hopefully, though, that the struggles will end soon. You've also got VXT finally making their way towards the centric part. Hero Extreme Godlike towards Truck Stop, still pretty far away from the center. This time maybe playing towards the edge. Circle is still pretty massive. Teams can easily find themselves a bit of that shelter to play with. As soon as the stage 3 hits, though, that's where we might just see a bit of that ruckus.
Very slow start to this game. And this is something that's anticipated, right? The tensions blowing off the roof, and of course, I do not really know if it's the right idea. Just drive away. It's such a fast vehicle across those deserts. You would of course want that buggy, but look at this, Cyrex. He's caught in the middle of nowhere. Gujarat Tigers locked and loaded. Cyrex, a whole world of trouble as the Molotov does flush him out of his position. He is screaming for help, but Zarev so quick on his triggers as Metal Esports, they lose one more.
Why are Metal Esports so disconnected? First they fall prey to CG, now they fall prey to GT. Man, this disconnect is really starting to cost him. And now CG's starting to take a fight against the players of Revenant Spark. It's not a good outing at all. Revenant Spark, for some reason, even they seem quite disconnected. Sarang was already taken down. Shadow is going to be followed up as well soon. Carnival Gaming on the prowl, on the hunt, and I'm loving this. Apex Predators. CG sitting at the top of the board, feeling untouched, and they're constantly having the points in the bracket as well. So that's even better. But teams just need to make sure that CG is not going to have that big lead in the overall standings. As long as CG does not have that massive lead, still they can be caught.
You know what? At this point, for Revenant X Spark, they should have been prepared, given the fact that they read on the finish feed and they really do not drop down so far away. Especially after Goblin got that first finish. Revenant X Spark again look quite distraught. Clearly see a discord amongst themselves. As now Wyld Fangs all coiled up, spotting the players of Godstrain also making a move inside the zone. Scout, eyes all well be on him. He's yet to deliver, yet to perform, yet to show up. Has been missing on this grand stage as finally he lets loose of those bullets. It will be on Destro, but to his utter disarray, Necro, not even a single bullet connected.
Unfortunate. Efforts were there, but no connections. Wyld Fangs is one of those teams that we know, which holds a lot of value, and especially looking at their track record as well, we know what Wyld Fangs can pull off if every single person decides to activate themselves. But right now it's just Trey Scott carrying the rest 3 on the back. Hopefully that picture's going to change soon. Because if it doesn't, one thing will be clear. Wyld Fangs is not getting out of that bottom 8. The circle keeps on shrinking, but this time it's quite a standard shift. Just shifting towards the centric part. Every single team has still found themselves a bit of that shelter to play with, but as soon as the next shift occurs, that's where everyone will try to bum rush in that centric part, and that's where it will be chaotic.
The one synonymous with being aggressive, CARNIVAL, they've started making their moves. You did talk about the next shift, and that is where the hell breaks loose, right? And they will be the instigators, surely will be the catalysts of this entire map.
Looking at the circle and how it's panning out so far. GT's in the smack center, by the way. And GT, if they keep on playing towards the center, there's two ways to look at it. There's also going to be a lot of that unwanted attention on top of GT, but at the same time, they will have a solid position to play with. It really depends what sort of ridge GT's holding. If they do not have solid concrete cover, then that's going to be a big problem. But iQOO, unfortunately, in some uncharted territories, almost could have been caught there. Knuckle backs away in the nick of time, so he's going to be safe for now. But still, that damage that was taken on top of the players of iQOO, that could have been deadly. Once again, moving back towards GT's conversation that I was having, right? If they've got some concrete cover to play with, they will be safe for a longer time.
They've got a decent split also. Split it up in pairs, have a little bit of a difference between their position, but Hero Xtreme, Godlike, just trying to get the lay of the land. They know that BotArmyEsports is just around them. Zap trying to relay all that information to his teammate. At this point, he's been given another lifeline. Has to show up as Hero Xtreme, Godlike, after a disappointing start, be looking for a little bit of a comeback. We did talk about Revenant X Park. They have been hammered away from the server. Of course, we witnessed two of the players picked off by Carnival Gaming, the remainder of the job being completed by iQOO, and Carnival Gaming and iQOO would also be a treat to watch.
They indeed be. And right now, Godsreen, they found themselves in the smack center right next to Hero Xtreme, Godlike. You heard the crowd go wild. That's as the zone shift popped up, and it's all because the zone is favoring the players of Hero Xtreme, Godlike. And the fans are now super excited. Luckily enough, VXT is not in the zone, and CG is on the edge. So there's a big chance that CG will be facing a lot of struggles trying to make it to the center. But even CG can decide to play from the off-center for a long time, and that can still help them survive for a bit longer. Metal Esports towards Picado. Now, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Metal Esports. They lost out on 2 players because there was a big disconnect amongst the players themselves. And now Metal Esports is taken down to a 2-man squad. For Metal Esports to make any sort of moves in the future, they would have to rely on their gunpowder. But unfortunately, they don't have that. iQOO dropping numbers. Knuckle gets knocked out. We were just having a conversation about some other team, and then iQOO once again loses out on Knuckle. Oh man, Knuckle's having a rough day today, huh?
Certainly, and so far the story of iQOO in the grand finals, I do not know how I'm feeling at this point. They've become punching bags. No teams coming at them, just taking them down for fun, but this time a little bit of response, even from iQOO's side. Ninja Boy being brought down, but iQOO, they need to be alert, need to be alarmed, because at this point,
You cannot manage to stall away, given the circle shift. Still have that northern territory to themselves. But especially with K9 hovering around, that threat still keeps on looming. As for the Apes, look at this massive, massive debacle just occurred. The IGL himself, Aru being picked off. The tip of the spear, Vizcott being taken down, and OG. They are slowly but surely hammered and beaten down to pulp. Now with 2 players surviving, I don't think OG can really have a good time in this one.
I don't think as well. This will be a rough one, without a doubt. OG confirmed that 1 man. But for VXT, they're looking to pull off a clinical rotation, which seems pretty tough. They're still all the way in the outskirts. And for VXT, they would need to take at least 1 fight in order to find that clean rotate inside of the circle, which in my opinion sounds really tough. BotArmyEsports sign out the players of Reckoning. They know exactly who's there in the front. But BotArmyEsports just waiting for Reckoning Esports to maybe step out in the open, make some sort of mistakes first. But that's not going to be happening. It's Reckoning Esports we're speaking of. Reckoning Esports, too, is one of those dominant forces. Yeah, so far, the Wolves, they seem like they're sort of on a nap. But hopefully they wake up soon.
At this point, you know, things are starting to brew up, right? It's been night time that we have all those fights sparking out, and so many competitors. The circle, the center looks so crowded, Necro. You've got Red Ross. They pulled off a beautiful rotation. They've got iQOO Soul around them. They've got Hero Xtreme, Godlike right on their east. And quite some injection also coming in from the southern side. You've got Wyld Fangs, you've got BotArmyEsports, and then Orangutan with the surviving 2 members. They will also have to enter in. But what baffles me is Versatile. Taking a look at the map feed, just passing by, you've got Josh Jelly beside them. Given how they drop around El Pozo, taking those western corridors all the way down south, it's going to be important to see what can they get out of this game, as Josh Jelly firing all that lead onto the players of Wingod, and seems like it's the vehicles they're going after.
Hell's about to break loose, my friend. The circle is now smaller than ever before. And it's a big problem for everyone in the lobby that's currently not in the circle.
Ooh.
VXT, BotArmyEsports, Wyld Fangs, the names just keep on going. CG is also one of them, the table toppers. CG would at least want to have that average in this game before getting taken out. But right now, Wingod Esports getting charged up by Just Jelly. It's not looking too nice. The S12K, they clash. But unfortunately, Infinity, he gets racked out. It's not that good of a news for the side of Wingod Esports, but Just Jelly, they're doing fantastic in this fight. They've already got the upper edge as they shut down Infinity. And now for Wingod, they just don't have enough manpower to try and face off against the players of Just Jelly. That's why they're making their move against the players of Jelly now. They're moving away from here.
But they're still not out of the woods yet, given the fact that they now have to make an entry inside the circle, given the fact that the players of Wingod almost on the edges. As Wingod, they also have to deal with the likes of Gujarat Tigers, who are waiting with their arms open. But look at this, Versatile Storm hits them, and Gods, he goes falling down. As elsewhere, you've got K9 going up against iQOO Soul. We were talking about this pandemonium breaking loose, and seems like, Necro, that is starting to happen.
iQOO Soul taking a fight against K9 Esports. In my opinion, that's not a great thing. K9 Esports is someone that's doing really good in the overall standings. Technically, if you're trying to take a look at things in that way, they've got nothing to lose in this fight. But iQOO Soul, everything's on the line. Backs against the wall. And Manya is the only glimmer of hope, surviving. Omega in the front. The nade's tossed out. It's not going to do any sort of damage. S12K in the hands of Manya. All it takes is the first pump. But if he's not able to connect that properly, Omega will have a second chance at life. Ooh. But what a nade that was from Manya. It's going to find a beautiful 2-piece. Ninja Boy Small gets knocked out with that beautifully placed nade, and now it's down to Omega. A 1v1 between the IGLs. Who's going to be the one to swing back to victory in this fight? Omega is constantly going for the shotgun spam, but no connections found from either side. Manez Wall is just waiting for that right glimmer of hope. He's waiting for that right peek from the opponent. And Manya too is just holding on the opposite side.
Wow.
And eventually, Omega overextends. And he falls down to his own death. As Manya delivers that final blow.
But he's still not out of the woods yet. Look at this, Carnival Gaming right around them. But iQOO Soul's Manya, just when they wanted the IGL to step up, a little bit of that Manya magic on display. As moving on, we've got Wyld Fangs find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle against the players of Wingard. As Sahil OP gets taken down, and look at the one demolishing them. Would be no other than Trey Scott, as GodX trying his level best, bobbing and weaving, but does not matter as they get annihilated. But from elsewhere, even the players of Wyld Fangs, they're in a heap of trouble. Sensei already down on his knees, Seth having lost out on his life, and Trey Scott barely surviving with a sliver of HP. BotArmy again against the players of Reckoning. This one is going to be scary, Necro.
Trey Scott is absolutely insane. Every single time stepping up huge for his team. Such a consistent performer. No matter if you put him in the challenge season, no matter if you put him in the LAN, he still performs. And now we transition towards a different fight. Reckoning Esports against BotArmyEsports. Devotee was knocked out a while ago, but now BotArmyEsports, they've got all the players on the board. And they start a strike against the players of Reckoning Esports. Two players fall short. Reckoning Esports not looking too strong in this fight anymore. And BotArmyEsports, they're constantly hunting down the players. But as soon as I say hunting down, there comes Hero Xtreme Godlike with the advantage, with the upper edge in the fight. Their third party seems perfect, and BotArmyEsports, now they seem like they're in a world of trouble. After getting rid of the players of Reckoning Esports, BotArmyEsports, now they need to try and fight Hero Xtreme Godlike, which seems extremely tough.
But now even Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have to make a call. Do they make a run for the zone, or do they fight it out and clear the edges? They've got Red Ross to deal with as Carnival Gaming, taking the higher road, deciding that circle is of utmost importance. They're also beside the players of Red Ross, and look at Beast. He needs some support. He's got some help there. But now with Hero Xtreme Godlike, looking to throw a spanner to their works, looking to mess things up. But Carnival Gaming, they've done majority of their bidding. 6 finishes collected already. They're looking good, still have all their numbers intact. Could also be the favorites on getting this chicken dinner. Same can be said for the likes of God's Rain and also for Gujarat Tigers.
Same can be said. And look at what's happening on the screen. VXT struggling too much. Another knockdown. Wyld Fangs in a world of trouble. Trey Scott's taken down super low as well and cannot really save the day for his teammates as they keep on falling short. The second man was knocked down, return now. Equinox as well falls down, so that's a great trade to have on the board. But unfortunately for Wyld Fangs, what just happened there? Trey Scott eliminated his own teammate with his nade. A little bit of a misplaced nade coming through. Wyld Fangs, they're now down to just that final piece on the board. And Trey Scott, for how long can he survive? That's my question. And even in the elimination feed, you see the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike take a fight against BotArmyEsports. Too many fights happening at the same time.
Look at this, God's Rain.
Eventually, they wipe him out.
Yeah, indeed they do. At this point, Raiden barely surviving by the whiskers. Barely having any time to breathe as God's Rain. They show no mercy. Versatile already down and out in Carnival Gaming. You've got Josh Shelley right in front of them, rampaging through their department. Sam does not have a lot of HP to work with and gets dismantled by Goblin. As Carnival Gaming, they increase their tally up to 8. And now they're looking as if they are the hot favorites, Necro.
They are going to build a lead, and they need to be stopped right now. Carnival Gaming, they've got too many elimination points. And they've also got every single person on the board. All the pieces available. Who will be the one to put the spanner in the works against Carnival Gaming? It has to be Hero Xtreme Godlike. Maybe even God's Rain can be the one to do so. Ooh. Or maybe it can be the players of Red Ross. Hero Xtreme Godlike, 3 players on the board, looking healthy. Unfortunately, Admino fell short a while ago. But still, these 3 players, they possess immense power. And they can make anything happen. God's Rain, they've been playing passive so far, but maybe now it's time to strike. Now it's time to face your demons and go for the fight. It's Carnival Gaming that they're looking for to go up against. God's Rain, they know that slowly and steadily they're being approached. Utilities exchanged, and they were super close. Luckily enough for Ninja Jot, he does not get caught with that.
Does not. Still alive though. The position's completely out in the open. Carnival Gaming looking quite stoic, quite possessed at this point. 8 finishes already secured.
Justin, he's got to play a key role. Surely has to flush Goblin out as Goblin cooks up this grenade, tosses it over. Does it make it mark? No is going to be the answer. Carnival Gaming all huddled up on that position, and this was bound to hit as Goblin, the danger man, gets taken down as Carnival Gaming limited with options. As Godstrain, they look forward to taking it apart as now Viper, he has to step up, but now that Molotov isn't going to make his life any easier.
Carnival Gaming, they've already got so many elimination points in this game. They've touched the average. But Carnival Gaming, if they get away with a chicken dinner, you already know what's about to happen. They will have a major lead in the overall standings, and they need to be stopped right now. And what a beautiful Molotov that is! Even Neo is burning slowly and steadily. The man taken away to his death, and God's read. They're ripping apart the players of CG one by one. This is a systematic dismantle, as Hector's going to be the last man standing, and he's constantly gone for the fights as well. Shots taken from Hector, but he's not going to be surviving for too long, as even the IGO hits the deck. And just like that, CG has been eliminated from this game too.
Look at this, Red Ross still alive, Hero Extreme, Godlike. They've secured 6 finishes to their names, and God's Reign look like the hot favorites in this one. Zap, he's lining the players up. Red Ross, 2 players. Just taking together Artho, he's got a nice support fire to provide. Is he aware of the intervention of the players of God's Reign though? That's a big question as Hero Extreme Godlike trying to wrap things up. Jonathan, another nade does miss by as Red Ross still driving around as God's Reign taking absolute control over the territory.
Indeed. Hero Extreme Godlike, Zap and Puck right next to each other. Red Ross now a big problem. But look at the players of God's Reign, as you mentioned, they're taking a lot of control of the territory, and they need to be stopped as well. Someone needs to put a full stop to that momentum that the players of God's Reign have. The passive and the defensive playstyle's been working out wonders for the boys. And they know exactly how to survive to the late game as well every single time. Hero Extreme Godlike is taking a fight against Red Ross. If you're trying to look at it on the log run, this is not a great fight because God's Reign is now going to have the open opportunity to try and go up against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike when they're taking a constant fight. And this net from Justin, it's going to find the opener that he's looking for, and it does so as well. Pump falls down from Hero Extreme Godlike. It's not a good news, and I just said it as well.
Look at this, God's Reign just rampaging through one after the other, picking on the bodies. 10 finishes, Necros. Nigh unstoppable, and at this point, God's Reign, they're just marching ahead. Punk also being taken down. Justin gets the deed done. It's down to Jonathan once again, and he fails.
Oh no, God's Reign, they wipe out the entirety of Hero Extreme Godlike on the 3rd spot, and eventually even Red Ross hits the deck. And what a performance this is from the God's Reign. Oh boy, Destro and the boys once again perform phenomenally well. The trophy magnet seems like it has reactivated again, and everyone is repelling away from the trophy as these boys pull themselves even closer.
Indeed, indeed. What a game of Miramar that was, Necro. And we were all having those shaky goosebumps. But God's Reign really did bring in the heat, didn't they? In that final circle, and Scared, I've got to tell this to you honestly, that fight against Carnival Gaming was an absolute game changer. The moment they were dealt with, I think that is where God's Reign had this feeling in their bones. This game is theirs to lose.
It always came down to the patience in those last moments, and they had the perfect trigger discipline. They knew Red Ross and Godlike were fighting for the survival on that fray, and they spread out in such a large amount of area. They had all the real estate, and yes, Fixes, I agree, it was the fight with Carnival Gaming that laid the foundation of this chicken dinner, and they performed it to perfection.
But the good thing is that even Red Ross and Hero Extreme Godlike had a consistent game. Hero Extreme Godlike consistency is something that really is going to give them a big sign of life. But you know what? Let's move on to the stage for now.
अब उस टीम के साथ हूं जिसने अभी चिकन डिनर निकाला है. It's God's Reign and Justin, I have to ask you brother, ये जो लास्ट में फाइट हुआ, you were awesome.
हाँ मैं तो था ही, पर मेरे साथ डेस्ट्रो भी था उस फाइट में.
और डेस्ट्रो यार मेरे को वहाँ पे रावण बता रहा था यूजुअली आईजीएल जो होते हैं वो पूरी टीम को इतना नहीं मारते, तुम तो अलग फॉर्म में चल रहे थे भाई.
नहीं, आई थिंक अच्छा टाइम चल रहा है बस. और तो कोई रीज़न नहीं है.
ओके आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन. कल ना जॉनथन ने बोला था कि यार गॉड्स रेन को मैंने पूछा था किसको मारना टफ है, उन्होंने कहा बहुत ही इजी था. आज आपने गॉडलाइक को बाहर भेजा है. ये रिप्लाई था या फिर कुछ और रिप्लाई भी देना चाहोगे?
नहीं, आई थिंक गेम के बार हम सारे भाई जैसे ही हैं एंड इवन उनसे जब हम लोग कल वाइब भी हुए थे तो बुरा नहीं लगा था बिकॉज सब अपने ही है.
चलो ठीक है. इसी के साथ गॉड्स रेन ने डे 2 पे अपना पहला चिकन डिनर निकाल लिया. कल एक चिकन डिनर निकाला था. इसी के साथ चलिए वापस चलते हैं कास्टर्स के पास.
Captain Cool is what a lot of people call him, and also Trophy Magnet is what he goes by. And surely, I think this brings him one step closer to that, Necro, don't you think?
Of course it does. I mean, Destro's always been someone that has been able to get that consistent game for his team, right? Even yesterday, Destro was able to pull off a beautiful chicken dinner with the boys. Yeah, in some of the fights in the other games, they were definitely choking. We cannot really overshadow that fact, but as long as they're getting the constant points flow on the table, that's all that matters, and I think Sagat's Arena is doing pretty good.
This time, Hero Xtreme Godlike, that was quite some resurgency that we witnessed from their side. Didn't be scared, given the fact that they were under tremendous pressure. Still not a chicken dinner, but they did a little bit of that bidding. Now they've got something to latch onto and climb forward.
Absolutely, and to be honest, I think so if this has got a huge numbers of those eliminations, right? So I think so they can even try and maybe move up ahead, but Carnival Gaming, they themselves had a pretty solid game too. So I think so the lead is still going to remain, but God's Reign, I'm expecting them to move on to that second spot at least. And this is the only other team apart from Versatile who also secured the chicken dinner for themselves, and all of it goes to the man on
his mind.
Exactly. 5 finishes, 36% finished contribution, and 9% of map impact just in Delta. Everyone on this team possesses a lot of firepower, but just the way they played is just super disciplined, and it also is super defensive. That's how God's Arena in general like to play it, right? Inject themselves pretty late inside of the circle and then start going for the fight, especially in the final few moments. That's where they start to rack up a lot of elimination points, and that's what they exactly did over here as well. Especially when there were just 3 or 4 teams alive, that's when God's Arena really popped up from those shells and started to rack up every single person that was there around the vicinity.
Lately, they have been changing things a lot, and I think changes are for the greater good for this side because, you know, we did see that part of God's Reign where they were playing around the edges. Lately, it's all about the center. It's all about holding it up. Now, God's Reign had a very pivotal fight against Carnival Gaming. Surely, Carnival Gaming did fall down, but boy, oh boy, scared. Carnival Gaming went down fighting.
They definitely did. Again, they've changed the gears in this one itself, right? The previous game did not go really well for them. They were struggling quite a bit as well, and if I'm not wrong, just a couple of LMs. But this time, they showed up like stars, just like the stars of this match right now. Monty being the man who's got that best companion, couple of rest. Necro, I still remember Delta was struggling with his own form itself, but now it feels like he's slowly finding himself in those shoes.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, the entire team of God's Arena is doing pretty good, right? If your team's doing good, of course you're going to find yourself as well. It's not like you're going to be the one to not perform and the rest of the boys are doing great. If the rest of the boys are doing great, you got to be doing great as well. Everyone needs to perform on the same level, and that's what exactly is happening with God's Arena. In general, if you try and look at the formation of God's Arena and look at their play style, it's super defensive and it's super disciplined, and that's why every single piece needs to be activated in order to get that chicken dinner. We've got the match rankings on the screen. Hero Xtreme Godlike getting 12 points, Carnival Gaming getting 12 points as well. And this is what I'm saying. CG, they're slowly and steadily building that lead, but maybe God's Arena is now super close.
And even for Versatile, for a moment I really felt like they could build upon that momentum from the first game, but that wasn't the case over here. But we saw something different. We saw some glimmers of that Mania magic. Didn't be scared, especially that clutch against K9. Somehow did manage to get a couple of points. Still questions enough are there. Is it going to be enough? iQOO Soul, I don't think you know, these many points would make things easy for them.
I'll have to say, it's basically like they're kind of delaying the inevitable, right? Manya steps up big time, yes, true. It kind of gives you the deja vu of what happened all the way back in week number 2. But I'll be very honest right now, with the lead, how all the top teams are building consistently, iQOO Soul, I think so it's time to say bye-bye to that podium. Yeah, I'll have to speak these harsh words. And I know there's someone who kind of disagrees with me. Ain't that
It's a
right?
little bit too early, in my opinion. It's a little bit too early still. They still need to go through maybe 2 or 3 more games, and then maybe we can't say, yeah, iQOO Soul now does not have a shot at winning, because if they still do get a big chicken dinner, they can instantly be back in the top 5. That's what the overall standings say. And once again, and even he gets picked off by GT. Man, what's going on there?
I mean, I felt for a moment that Medley Esports completely zoned out. And even the first game of Erangel really did not go their way. So they're still finding some groove, and they need to get that tempo back. I think one chicken dinner should make things easier. But, you know, you've made some really wild statements out there, Necro, given the fact that iQOO Soul, throughout the entire day, they needed minimum of 60 to 70 points to somehow keep their dreams alive. Now, the first game, they got around 2 or 3. This game around 9. 2 games already done and dusted. Around 12 to 13 points at the very max from the remainder of the 4 games. Do you believe they still have what it takes in them to get an average of 20 points every single game?
Of course I do. I think so they have what it takes. I think so iQOO Soul can still stand a big chance to pull off a major comeback. We've seen those heroics in the past as well, and I definitely do think so. Those heroics are still available, but for some reason they're not really able to perform on that same note the way they did in the challenge season or the way they did in BGMS too. Now, moving on the conversation towards a few more names, right? BotArmyEsports too. I do understand we haven't really spoken a lot about this name, but it's quite the newer face on the block, and still they are struggling a bit too much. They made quite a lot of bold statements in the interview, but they're not able to back those up now.
Yeah, could not really walk the talk, could they? But taking a look at the overall rankings, look at this. The second spot has been stolen. It's taken over by Godstrain, but this is where the concerns really arise. We're talking about WinGod having a tough time. We're talking about BotArmyEsports finally managing to get past that 20 marker. Decent game by all means. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, they did take a leap. And even for Orangutan Scared, they instantly got dismantled.
Apart from the first 3 games of day number 1, they haven't really performed that much, right? Yes, in the previous Erangel, we did see some glimmers back again. But after that, it's been very difficult.
Indeed, and it has been difficult. But to make things easier, we've got Snapdragon Elite Gaming housing those beautiful Snapdragon chipsets when winning matters the most. But now coming back to the discussion that we were having, we talked about all the big guns, all the heavy hitters. But Necro, Red Ross, 2 games, they have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
Consistent on the block, top 2 performances all the way around. I think this team is staging quite the comeback, but they're sneaking their way through.
Definitely. There's a big chance we might just see a complete newer face lifting that trophy as well. And I'm super excited for that, right? Imagine when everyone is banking up on Hero Xtreme Godlike, everyone's banking up on CG Versatile, a new face comes in and just directly lifts that trophy. It would be such a big heartbreak for the fans, but at the same time, what a storyline it would be.
I guess so, yes. To be honest, since the first day, I have been the kind of person who's like, yeah, I want to see a new team to lift up that trophy. But you know what? Maybe we'll see that, but after this very short break.
me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do the say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, you got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. I know that I want you. I know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, just keep my head up.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Folks, with 8 games, few games already over and only few games remaining, God's Reign have finally staged a comeback for themselves, getting a chicken dinner. Now we have Necro and Fixes joining me on the panel. Fixes, do you think K9 can retain their spot? Even Carnival Gaming, they're also under tremendous pressure now.
You know, K9 have been doing one thing. It's their way or the highway. They either go for the hunt or they get hunted down. Same has been the case in the first game. We saw that happen even against iQOO Soul. First time, they got away with Godlike. But the next game, iQOO Soul seems like they were found a little missing behind.
And Neeraj, I have to ask you, Godson, they're doing phenomenally well on the map of Miramar. What's happening wrong in Erangels?
Well, I guess considering Miramar is one of those maps that is pretty much easy to rotate but hard to sustain. That's been the slogan from my side to this map every single time. It's because you're going to find so many terrains that you can rotate, that you can use as cover from. And that's why maybe Godstream is able to pave those easy pathway to rotate in the centric part of the circle and able to find themselves in a great spot. And as soon as you give Destro the middle of the circle, you already know what happens. There's a big chance it is going to be GDR taking the victory.
But even in Erangel, even if Godstream is getting the circle in Erangel, they're still struggling. But we also have got the dance cam where everyone who comes on the camera has to dance.
Show the moves. Yeah, we know you support Godlike. Dance.
A little bit of a bummer there. But I feel like there's been some announcement that we need to make. Gujarat Tigers, Necro, they have been awarded some compensation points. They've been given 6 points after that first game of Erangel where they had some connectivity issues. So that would be reflected in terms of the overall rankings. Just an update nonetheless. But coming back to the storyline in front of us, I believe this is one of those games where, you know, if iQOO Soul does not make that comeback, I'm done. We're not going to be bringing iQOO Soul anymore because I feel like it would be over after that.
Well, I guess I cannot even disagree with you on that, and I would have to say fair enough, right? Because at the end of the day, it's understandable. Yeah, you can still have those hopes that maybe iQOO Soul can come back, pull off a back-to-back chicken dinner. But what are the odds of that happening? It's not challenge season, it's challenge finals, and everyone is trying super hard to try and be there in the top 5 at least. And iQOO Soul, this upcoming game has to be it. It's ace or nothing.
But let's be honest, Fixers, even if iQOO Soul do pull off a chicken dinner in the next month, they can't be in the top 5. Finishing on the podium, lifting the trophy seems like a very far-fetched hope for the players of iQOO Soul at this point.
See, honestly speaking, 4 games still remain. If there's something to latch onto, 2 chicken dinners, and in the other 2 games, they have to go big. Now, this is where my concerns keep on piling up, because when we have Sanhok, it's a drop fight against K9, right?
Well, certainly it's a drop fight against K9, but looking at the schedule, we have got next Erangel coming up on our screens. And speaking of Erangel, Godstrain has been really struggling on this particular map. But I want to talk about the players of Carnival Gaming, Neeraj, because let's be honest, Carnival Gaming has been on a hunt. They are targeting few teams. Do you think they can retain the top spot if they continue doing so?
I mean, they currently are at the top spot. What do you mean retaining the top spot? They currently are at the top spot. They are a little bit of points away as well from the team on the second spot. So they do have that cushion to play with. Even if the upcoming game is not that great for CG, they can constantly maintain that lead. But still, to get the average, to maintain that lead is something that CG should be or sort of goaling for. That should be their main goal in the end. And if CG is not able to achieve that average today, then that's going to be a big problem on day 3 because CG can be thrown out of the podium.
You know, what I feel like Carnival Gaming is the most prepared team inside of the lobby. This is what we did bring upon even during the game of Miramar.
Yeah.
They are outplaying so many teams, catching them off guard, getting a couple of finishes here and there. And that is enough to make the cut, don't you think? Every single game, if they even come out with those averages of 8 to 9 points, that is enough to maintain and hold on to the lead that they're having. And now I have to talk about Revenant X Spark. Now, we've been talking about iQOO Soul. Yes, they've been taking so much of that spotlight, which brings me down to the point, Revenant X Spark haven't been playing even close to how good they were a couple of months earlier.
Of course, man. I mean, Revenant X Spark, for some reason, we're seeing a lot of struggles from them. But hopefully, maybe in this game of Erangel, all those struggles will be ending as the planes once again going to hit the skies on the map of Erangel. And soon, the plane flight path will be revealed on the screen. Do let us know your predictions in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Let us know which team you guys are rooting for in this upcoming game. But the plane flight path starting all the way from Lipovka towards Primorsk. Once again, tilted a little bit on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgia Pool Severny, that's going to be a tough stretch. That means K9 Esports, they might just go for a bit of a clash.
That's going to be exciting. If that happens, love to see K9 and their DNA speak for themselves. Always assassins on the hunt. Sometimes they're brawlers. At this point, given how the flight path trajectory has formed, it's going to be a lot of these teams having such a tough time, honestly, Necro. Especially Gujarat Tigers. There are a lot more that tend to drop down on those northwestern periphery of the circle. Now, what really brings my interest is this is something that's been quite a little bit of a bummer for you, Necro. We haven't had the opportunity to get a certain circle. We did in the first game, but that was rehosted.
Man, you really got to put the salt on top of the wounds, huh? But I'm a big fan of military-based circle, and maybe right now is going to be the chance where we get to see a military-based circle. Soon, the curtains will be revealed on the circle as well, and we'll be able to look at the zone where it's going to be forming and how the teams will try to strategize around it. Wyld Esports is one of those teams that's been struggling, and you mentioned this, right? This is going to be the last game for all the teams on the latter half of the board. If they're not able to perform, there's a big chance we might just not see them being the victorious one and being crowned as the champion. And Wyld Esports, they're one of them. God's right now looking pretty comfy on the spot of military base. And BotArmyEsports mentioned one thing clearly, and that was that they're not going to give their drop spot away to anyone else, but instead BotArmyEsports, they've switched things up a bit towards Rozhok this time around. I would love to see how BotArmyEsports is going to be repositioning themselves, and I would love to see what sort of path they're going to take inside of the circle now.
BotArmyEsports have been doing this quite a lot. Here are a couple of gunshots, and look at this, Admino on the hunt. Hero Xtreme Godlike against Gujarat Tigers. And first blood spilled.
Jonathan's not happy after taking down Clutch God. He clearly saw the sad face of Jonathan after that.
There you go, there you go. A little smirk on his face, and his former teammate Lala being brought down, but to what a misery of Gujarat Tigers. This was inevitable. This is something we did talk about. Gujarat Tigers, however, were unaware. Now, we've seen two different versions of Hero Xtreme Godlike, if you remember.
We're back once again after a bit of those technical glitches, but hopefully now the audio is sorted. But once again, fixes a while ago, we saw Revenant Spark setting up a trap for K9 Esports, just the way CG did against the players of Versatile. And unfortunately for K9 Esports, they fell prey to that trap.
Yeah, for K9 Esports, I think they need to understand that they need to put a little bit of a leash on themselves, especially if they have the ambitions to lift the trophy. I understand we all love that aggression, but that has to be a little controlled. And it's not really paying off well for K9. Haven't been having a solid day so far. Barring that first game of Erangel, they need a couple of chicken dinners. Because, yes, they're getting a lot of finishes here and there. Still a little far from that top 3. As Red Ross, they've squeezed themselves through to the top 4. As of Versatile, I think the curse still prevails, Necro. Don't you think? A team getting chicken dinner in a particular game, the next one, they absolutely just somehow fluster it up. Somewhere that has to end.
The funny part is, VXT's strong suit is supposed to be the map of Miramar, and now the real thing is that they're not able to perform on the map of Miramar. I mean, Shadow was the one to bring up this stat, and I was not really a firm believer of that fact because Sombrage has always said that he loves the map of Miramar and he wants to master it. The fact that he's not able to perform with his team on that map now is a big sign of concern because Versatile is one of those teams that used to be immaculate, untouchable on Miramar, but now it's completely opposite. Hopefully, though, they regain that form. Hopefully, though, they regain the average points even on the map. It's just the land jitters, pressure that's hitting them. But for how long, my friends? For how long? It's day 2, game 3 already. And you're still facing those problems. It's not acceptable.
Look at this. Again, the same old storyline. Carnival Gaming and Medal Esports both going for the central positions once again. It feels like that's been their recipe to success. And so far, all the matches that we have witnessed, we haven't seen any team playing from the edges and getting a chicken dinner. It's always been about having that central position to yourself, defend with all your might,
yeah,
and then go on to win this thing.
Which makes a lot of sense too, right? It's because teams are now much more aggressive. If you're on the edges, you're going to duke it out against the other team that's right next to you. Then a third party comes into play. That wipes you out. Then another third party comes into play. So you will see a lot of that mischief happening on the edges. While the teams in the Smack Center, all they can do is just try and steal a few elimination points away and just stay put. And that's what they've been doing so far. Godlike is a prime example of that. The previous game, too, they were passive from start till the end. And then in the final few moments when they knew that now it's the time to strike, that's when they started to strike and got the chicken dinner.
And you know what? This has been, a conversation that even I was having with the coach of Wyld Fangs Explicit. Mind you, used to play for FS. And he also brought it up. A lot of these teams that have had a successful day one, it was courtesy to them securing the central positions inside the circle. But now coming back to this, you've got OG on the prowl, Reckoning right in front of them. And look at this, Atanki inching ever so close. But Reckoning, they do not want to be a part of this. Looking a little shaky, looking quite nervy at this point, as OG intent on launching a frontal assault. iQOO just hovering around with that hovercraft he has, and Reckoning just decide to tuck their tails and run.
Yeah.
When was the last we saw Reckoning shying away from a fight?
That's a sign of low confidence. But still, Reckoning Esports, they're trying to stand their own ground. Instead, they find the first strike in Aru. But Viper overcommits and does not really check the sidelines, and that's where another man falls down of Reckoning Esports. Even Steven trades on the board, and Reckoning Esports would want to go for the confirmation as well, as Wiscotch taken down low, and Kyoya finds that swing. But eventually, even Kyoya gets traded out. Trades happening back and forth. Even Gravity wanted to be a part of that fight, and eventually, iQOO gets knocked out by Dionysus. Things are way too back and forth in this fight. The trades are happening, but still Reckoning Esports is making sure that OG will be hurt, and they will be suffering a lot in this fight. And so far, Reckoning Esports, considering their firepower has been top-notch since the start, that's what they're relying on. iQOO confirmed the entirety of OG. They will be eliminated from this game. And what a way to kick things off for Reckoning Esports. Yes, they lost out of one man, but they got 4 points instead.
Reckoning aren't out of harm's way. You've got the players of Wyld Fangs in the nearby vicinity, and seems like they might want to have a go at it, as Tway Scott lining the players of Reckoning up, just getting the things done as another knock comes in through, and this time Seth does give that assist, gets another knock as Reckoning in tatters, as OG absolutely torn apart, and even for Reckoning, no chance to settle down. And this is how miserable things have been for all these teams. The moment they engage in a fight, if it prolongs, everybody just exposes themselves, makes themselves vulnerable to all those third parties.
Too unfortunate. And here's the prime example of why the teams on the sidelines are not able to win the game. If you're on the edge, you will be third-partied instantly. And then a third party invites another third party, and that's what is exactly happening. Even Just Jelly's closing on up towards Wyld Fangs' position.
Ooh.
This is what I'm exactly pointing out. But you know what, Just Jelly, do they have any sort of intentions to actually take a fight against Wyld Fangs? And maybe the answer is going to be no. They're driving away. They did realize that they heard a lot of those gunshots on top of the potato hill, but Jelly, they did not want to go for the fight just yet.
Yeah, looking at Jelly, still crossed over that 50-point marker. And knowing Jelly and how he loves to play around, it's all about the position game. And look at the feed in front of us. The map absolutely clustered up with all these teams, majority of them trying to vie for the center. Carnival Gaming right at dead smack central spot. You've got Medal Esports, even Hero Xtreme Godlike. This time they aren't taking any chances, but seems like iQOO Soul might barge in any given moment. And just to make matters even more interesting, you've got Red Ross right on that western side. But look at this hard shift, Necro. shift straight out towards Quarry. Gujarat Tigers at this point surely must be missing out on Clutch God.
They must be. 3 players, though, still can stand a major chance in this entire defense. But Quarry is too big to try and defend with just 3 players. Sounds tough. Hero Xtreme Godlike is still in that nearby vicinity, and luckily enough, once again, Hero Xtreme Godlike graced with that circle. Hold on to that thought, though. CG, they take a clash against the players of Metal Esports, and Metal Esports is already rampaging through the forces of CG as even Viper gets struck down. Neo is going to be the man in the close proximity as well, but Hector's in the back as well, as Prince is now trying to play it as safe as possible, but eventually Neo finds Prince with a beautifully placed nade. Utilities from CG has always been at the top, and CG, that's why they're once again starting to regain the grip in this fight. Legit and his teammates, the final 2 men surviving, and the same thing can be said for CG. Hector and Neo standing. And I love the fact that CG is going for the revival. Utilities tossed back and forth once again, and CG, if they're able to find another strike, that's going to be huge. But instead, it is going to be the player of Carnival Gaming who falls apart. Luckily enough, Hector was able to get the revival, but still, the survival seems impossible. And Metal Esports, they come out on top, also making sure that the opponents are going to stay dead. Shoot the death crates.
Indeed, a little bit of a BM on the greatest land of 2025. Why not? A better answer to what happened to them in Miramar. Now with Carnival Gaming taken out of the picture, God's Reign, the doors to that first spot open up. If they win this game, surely Carnival Gaming lose that top spot. They've been latching onto it for a long time. But Metal Esports, very well orchestrated, as legit backs 3 to his name. They did lose out on Sarvid though. And we did also witness iQOO Soul taking on Red Ross. Now this is where Manya, he's been quite phenomenal. Ronnie did get taken down, got finished off, but seems like even Some, he also stepped up to the occasion.
He did. But man, what a wipe that was for Metal Esports. Still
Surely.
not able to get my head over that. CG, they tried their best, and taking down a team like CG that's already doing great in the overall standings, that's a big feat to achieve. But now that also opens big ways for VXT and GDR to close on up and take that first spot away, because the cushioning that we spoke of, it's gone. CG is now going to be in the troubled waters as well. The cushioning fades away. And all thanks to that one team, Metal Esports. But for Metal Esports, the centric spot fades away, so that's a big problem. For God's Reign, they need to win this fight. If they want to get the first spot in their hands, they need to win this fight. But then when God steps in, and third parties.
Out of nowhere, whilst God's Reign were prepping up for the players of Versatile, Wingod, out of nowhere, shot Ninja down. And this is where Versatile know this could be their cue. But at the same time, they also do know that there's another team in the midst. Really not taking their chances. With bated breath, God's Reign, they survive a little bit of that jump scare. So now they are rallying their forces up. This time just hovering around. As even the players of Wyld Fangs, they start closing in. 13 teams. So close to each other. And everybody's waiting. Who breaks the ice? The moment that happens, we will witness some severe bloodshed happening in these greener splashes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, already we're seeing a lot of that burst of action. Wyld Fangs, too. They were able to gather those 2 points. Trey Scott and Seth stepping up huge in this game. The next zone's about to pop up as well, and that's going to be revealing a lot of those intentions. And having a look at the replay on how exactly Metal Esports wiped out the players of CG. I mean, that final shot connecting on both the players, that one single pump was more than enough to wrap up both the players in that swing. Beautiful stuff from Metal Esports.
But look at the circle shift. Again, just playing with the hearts of all these teams. Shifting away from Quarry, going towards the northwestern side. You've got iQOO Soul, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, even BotArmy. They've got a bit of the land to themselves as well. It's going to be really interesting because K9, they've also managed to squeeze in through, but God's Reign, real up close and personal to the players of Wingod. Are they going to engage on a frontal battle? Seems like isn't the case, but Justin looks cut off from his back, and now he's going to be hammered down with all those lead and barely surviving by the Whiskers. Just one bullet shy from taking a fall.
Indeed. I mean, looking at the elimination feed too, now it's starting to pop up with the name of Revenant Spark. They're sparking a fight against Just Jelly. And unfortunately for Just Jelly, one player has already been struck down. Fell prey to them. And Revenant Spark is someone that's not going to let loose of those tracks. They're constantly chasing him down. They're hunting him down. They're hungry for these elimination points. As Ninze, he stops on top of that rock. And eventually, he's still getting hunted down. Ninze does not really have a lot of HP to try and defend himself. But still, somehow, Ninze is trying to hold his ground. Eventually, Just Jelly, they provide that backup that was desperately needed. But Ninze goes for that swing and gets eliminated instantly. Revenant and Spark, they tried their best to try and hold the ground. They tried their best to try and convert the fight without any sort of struggles, but instead the struggles were there. And now Sarang is single-handedly trying to save the day for his team, as all of his teammates were almost on the verge of crumbling down. Spray God is still alive, but we do not really see a lot of contribution from the side of Spray God. He's all the way back in the blue, standing still, not really doing a lot here. And Revenant Spark, they're constantly getting hammered. And look who's here, Wyld Esports. Wyld Esports knows they need these points desperately. That's why they're going for a lot of those third parties. And right now, all they need to do is take down Sarang, because there's a big disconnect between the players of Revenant Spark. Spray God, once again, he might just try to go for that revenge, but it's a little bit too late, considering he would need to try and force a fight against the entire army of Wyld Esports, which does not really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, at this point, Wyld, what did they have to lose, right? And clearly being the harbingers of chaos. Just when Revenant Spark had something going in their favor, just when Sarang started to get alive, he was shot down, and now Spray God, out of options, has to survive. Just has 4 first hits to work things around. Now needs to squeeze a couple of finishes here and there. As you could see, Gujarat Tigers, Zeref already down on his knees, and Wyld seems like they want to spread carnage. They will inflict so much of that hurt as Infinity. He gets picked off. So 1 extra finish for Revenant Spark brings the tally up to 5, even with Just Jelly being dealt. Now that will, of course, put them a little back behind. But at this point, the circle again has been taken by the players of Xtreme. This strategy of always taking on that central position somehow tends to be working out. It has been miraculous.
Yeah, a little bit of luck, and just contesting that center should get you the games, and Destro has made that statement come true. Right now, Delta PG and his teammate in the smack center. Looking at the outskirts, you've also got the players of GT right next to Wyld, and Wyld is someone that's been collecting a lot of scraps. They've been going for fights left, right, center, especially aiming for the teams that are already on the Vault of Heart. Wyld just initiating the fights that they know they will have a big advantage. And I'm loving the way Wyld's been playing so far. Back to the old form, back to that old aggression. They have the confidence too to march on forward against anyone that stands against him. And that's what they're doing once again, even against the player of GT. Armand is isolated, the only man surviving for GT, but unfortunately Armand falls down too. And now God's the last glimmer. He's a little bit far away from Armand, so he cannot really go for the revenge move, but now he can try and play for the placement.
Oh, Spray God, almost on the cusp. Barely surviving with a sliver, but has been put to rest. It is going to be LeBron, but now Versatile. They've got so much information to play around. Wyld, they have gone past their shackles. They've broken it. They are spreading absolute assault, absolute carnage throughout the lobby. Look at Wyld's position. So much exposed, and there you have it. LeBron, just at the precipice of being taken down, somehow survives that death blow.
Wyld is actually going for the fight. Equinox is inside of the shack. Does he have his teammates back up? The answer is going to be yes. But already a nade was tossed in that shack, so Equinox gets knocked down in return. Trades happen back and forth off the rip. Wyld Esports still in a big world of trouble, considering they do not really have a good position to play with. While Versatile, they can make some quick work against the players of Wyld Esports. LeBron needs to try and provide that backup as well, and here comes Gods to try and stop this revival. He knows 2 players inside of the shack.
Wow!
And Gods, he connects the crucial shot as he shuts down both the players of VXT, but eventually a nade sails in that shack and shuts down Gods in return. And just like that, Wyld Esports, they've been eliminated from this game, but they were a big menace in the lobby.
Now look at the damage done already to Versatile. Already have lost out on 2 of their players, just making things easier for God's Reign. They're well aware of their position as Hero Extreme Godlike. Still not inside the circle yet as they march on through. Did manage to secure a knock. That would be against the players of BotArmyEsports, but iQOO Soul, they will steal that finish. As of now, as God's Reign trying to gatekeep the players of Versatile as Admino. He launches another grenade. This time at Devotee. A little too far. Monty still down on his knees. As Admino, the second one will connect. It is going to be Punk himself. And he gets another player down. As iQOO Soul, no, this is the perfect cue for them to steal those finishes out. They're also starting to close in. As BotArmyEsports caught between a rock and a hard place. It is looking disastrous for them.
It indeed is looking disastrous. Hero Extreme Godlike. All the 4 players still on the board, and which is a great thing. It's been a while since all the players of Hero Extreme Godlike have been alive in the final few moments of the game. Top 7 teams surviving, and one of them is Hero Extreme Godlike, who's still got a team like iQOO Soul breathing in the waters, and they can be a big problem for all the other teams in the lobby. But as soon as we say so, a death blow is being handed out to the team in the front. BotArmyEsports, they take an exit from the lobby.
Oh, for BotArmyEsports, surely they've been devoured, but look at this, God's Reign. A golden window of opportunity just opens up, but seems like now they're feeling quite threatened. On one side, you've got Hero Extreme Godlike, on the other, you've got Versatile. What do they do? How do they carve this chicken dinner? And just to make matters worse, you've got iQOO Soul. This epic fight again brewing up. Punk starts lining Manya up. Both these players already down on the ground, slithering through. It's all about who creates that first opening and who acts up.
iQOO Soul needs to play defensive. That's going to be the only friend. They've got the circle as well to play with. If iQOO Soul somehow manages to survive for long enough, Hero Extreme Godlike is already duking it out with other teams. So they are going to be taking that constant damage. But now Hero Extreme Godlike is ripping apart God's Reign. 2 knocks found and 2 confirmations instantly converted. But iQOO Soul from the back lines as well can be a major problem. Hero Extreme Godlike just needs to make sure that they're not going to be third party. But here comes a well-placed name from iQOO Soul as Knuckles going to find that opener. 2 players struck down. Punk is now going to be the one to build that bridge between the teams. But can Punk hold him off on the other side? That's my question. Knuckle gets the confirmation on the zap. And iQOO Soul, they strike down Punk too. This is the game that iQOO Soul desperately needed. And there's a big chance they can have it in their hands as well.
What a time to start getting awakened for iQOO Soul. Just when the hour was 9. Stepping up are these 2 land demons. You've got Manya, Knuckle, and suddenly Hero Extreme Godlike. They're starting to struggle. But look at God's Reign, still not out of the game yet. They've got Justin alive, but Versatile. They've got numbers in 2, Raiden and his power. They also are doing their bidding. Manya taking some heavy beating. Still not out of the game yet. How many meds does this man has as Justin opens things up and Jonathan down and out. Admino, he's taking some severe damage. He has to make a run inside the circle.
Oh no, Hero Extreme Godlike has been eliminated from the game by the play zone. But VXT was making too much noise. And now the players of iQOO Soul know exactly where VXT's positioned to. All they need to do is just keep a pinned eye on those 2 remaining players and wait for the game to play its momentum. iQOO Soul, they've got a bit of that cover to play with. VXT, they need to move out in the open, backs against the wall. iQOO Soul on paper got the advantage. Or maybe not. The zone is actually favoring the others. VXT, a little bit of that zone is favoring them. iQOO Soul, someone needs to go huge. Knuckle needs to find the first man. No matter what, he needs to be the Batman and save his own team.
2-on-2 situation. You did talk about the Batman coming to the rescue. It is not Arkham City, but surely it's the right opportunity. This has to be iQOO Soul's game, but Versatile, back-to-back good performances in the map of Erangel. You would want the right players. Of course, you've got S-Power and Raiden, 2 reliable players, but now Knuckle, he's got a couple of utility to work things around as Manya. He's got some angle, but look at Knuckle, he's been dropped so down, so low. And now S-Power is going to make some good work of it. Of course, a lot of bad blood, and now Manya, he gets picked off. That leaves Knuckle with nothing but a dream and a broken hope
as Knuckle in a 1-on-2 situation has to throw that stun grenade, but it is 2 foes he's up against, and it is a little too much as Versatile get another one secured in their bags. Another chicken dinner in Erangel, and seems like Necro, they will be taking it away from Carnival Gaming. The first spot taken away.
What a game that was! Emotions were through the roof. Everyone had a big chance at winning. In the end, we had 2 on 2 on 2. 2 players from Hero Xtreme, Godlike, 2 players from Versatile, and 2 players from iQOO Soul. But you cannot forget that with this game, VXT, they've got themselves the first spot in the overall standings. The defending champions back at the place where they belong. But iQOO Soul, they have initiated what they wanted to. A comeback is on the way, boys. I mean, looking at the final few moments of that previous game, Brad and Mino, especially the entirety of Hero Xtreme Godlike, the fact that they had all the 4 players up on the board, but still they somehow messed things up. And I guess one of the major things, or the major thanks should be given to iQOO Soul. The utilities that were used from Knuckle, they were on point, striking down 2 players on the board itself, and Hero Xtreme Godlike were not really able to recover from that major setback that they received. First, Zap fell down, then later on another player followed up, and that's where Hero Xtreme Godlike, some downline themselves knew that they can't really make a lot happen. But let's move on to the stage for a short interview with the victors.
एक और दिन और वो डोमिनेशन अभी भी कंटिन्यू हो रहा है VXT के इन बॉयज का। I mean, ये टीम वर्सेटाइल है और डेफिनेटली सोमराज कांग्रेचुलेशंस, एक और चिकन डिनर। ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक स्टेटमेंट बन रही है, एंड वो स्टेटमेंट ये है कि लास्ट टाइम की ट्रॉफी वाज नॉट एट ऑल अ फ्लूक, इस बार स्टार्टिंग से डोमिनेट किया जा रहा है। क्या माइंडसेट था फाइनल्स में आने से पहले टीम का और आपका?
फाइनल्स में आने से पहले ऐसा कुछ खास माइंडसेट नहीं था। हम लोग इसके पहले वाले स्टेजेस में अपने राइवल टीम को बाहर करने का ही बस एक था टारगेट। बाकी यहाँ पे आके हम लोग का यही था कि एंजॉय करना है, और नया टीम है तो जैसे हम लोग नेचुरली खेल रहे वैसे ही खेलना है।
I don't know, when we talk about the new team, जो नया टीम की आप बात कर रहे हैं, स्पावर आप एक एडिशन बने इस टीम में। आपको हमने ऑनेस्टली बहुत टीम्स में देखा है, नो डाउट, बट यहाँ पर ऐसा लग रहा है कि स्पावर वो आउटशाइन कर रहा है। अभी डबल डिजिट्स भी आपके थ्रू देखने को मिले, जो आपने फिनिश पॉइंट्स उठाए थे। नाउ कमिंग टू द मोमेंटम, 50% ऑफ द गेम्स आर डन। नेक्स्ट 50% गेम्स में हमें क्या कुछ डिफरेंट टीम में और आप में एज एन इंडिविजुअल दिखाई देने वाला है?
मेरा हमेशा से एक ही आंसर रहता है कि मतलब जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो। इसमें भी मतलब ऐसा कुछ इंडिविजुअली या फिर एज अ टीम कुछ अलग ट्राई नहीं करना है, बेसिक्स पे स्टिक करना है और फ्लो वाइज एज अ टीम खेलना है, टीम वर्क अच्छा रखना है। बाकी फ्लो वाइज जैसा होता है, अगर फेवर में चीज़ रहे तो अच्छी बात है, और अगर नहीं रहे तो भी थोड़ा बहुत जितना कर सकते हो उतना करने की ट्राई करेंगे। बाकी वही है फ्लो।
एक्वा सी, आपके कंट्रोल्स और हर चीज़ तो हर किसी को पता है, मैं उसके ऊपर वापस से क्वेश्चन तो लेकर के नहीं आऊँगा, बट आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आई हैव सीन ज़ैपेक्स इज देयर दी कोच, राइट? जब भी गेम, इनफैक्ट पहला गेम जब रीहोस्ट हुआ था, ज़ैपेक्स यहाँ पर आकर के टीम को कुछ चीज़ें बता रहे थे, चीज़ें चेंज करवा रहे थे। हिम एज अ कोच, हाउ डिफरेंट ही इज फ्रॉम दी अदर्स कोच?
बैकबोन है हमारी टीम का, एंड बहुत सपोर्ट करता है, एंड कोई भी टाइम है, बैड टाइम आए तो भी सपोर्ट करता है वो, तो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट कोच इंडिया का।
आपने लास्ट टाइम, बस एक आखिरी सवाल है सोमराज, लास्ट टाइम जब आप ट्रॉफी जीते थे, वो लास्ट मैच के बाद देवर लाइक स्टेटमेंट्स गिवन कि बाकी टीम्स हु कर रही थी, हम लोगों ने आकर के जीत लिया। इस बार राइट नाउ विद 50% गेम्स डन एंड आप लोग टॉप पर ऑलमोस्ट पहुंच चुके हो, इज देयर समथिंग दैट सोमराज वांट्स टू से, और डज ही वांट टू से साइलेंट राइट नाउ?
भाई आप सारे सवाल मेरे से ही पूछ रहे हो, वहाँ पे मेरा एक टीममेट बैठा है रेडन, उससे भी सवाल जवाब कर लो।
उनके पास आएंगे, पर कैप्टन तो पहले बोले।
अभी खुश होके कुछ ऐसा फ़ायदा तो नहीं है ना, कुछ स्टेटमेंट दे के भी। अभी हाफ जो भी गेम्स बाकी है तो उसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है, एंड तक हमारा फाइट करने का इरादा रहेगा बस।
रेडन, इज सोमराज लाइक दिस ओनली व्हेन इट कम्स डाउन टू आउटसाइड द गेम?
अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है।
लगता तो नहीं है बिल्कुल।
नहीं है, सही अच्छा है।
नहीं, डेफिनेटली इनकी परफॉर्मेंस काफी ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से जा रही है। 3 chicken dinners is what they have right now, many more to come, but for now back to the casters.
Seems like VXT, they are breaking all the records, be it the highest finishes in a single match by S-Power or the highest winner chicken dinner. But what do you think, Neeraj, VXT did different other than Godlike and iQOO Soul?
I mean, for VXT, the way they played in general was just the way they were playing the entire LAN finals. I don't think so they did anything different. VXT, that's how they like to play. Once again, the fact that now they've got even more firepower, they're just relying much more on the firepower too. Especially in the final few moments, you clearly saw that the zone was also favoring the players of VXT, and that's where iQOO Soul had a major disadvantage because they needed to leave that cover and move inside of the circle.
But one team was definitely eyeing for the center, and we also have the MVP from them. That is going to be Medal Legend with 6 finishes and 75% finish contribution. And Fixes, Medal and CG. That was such an important fight for Carnival Gaming. What do you think happened wrong in that particular fight?
They were unprepared. I think the moment one of their players got taken down, that is when we noticed that the revivals could not come on time. And this is where things went tumbling down for them. And legit, he made the right moves at the right time. But you know, I want to touch upon the conversation around Versatile. Look, they were getting fire down from everywhere. But somewhere down the line, Necro, you would even agree, Godlike and iQOO Soul made their lives easier because it was God's Rain not giving them an inch of space to enter inside the circle, and suddenly Godlike and iQOO Soul collected go after God's Rain, and that is where Versatile sneaked through and somehow managed to conjure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? Godlike was constantly taking shots against the players of God's Rain, and unfortunately for God's Rain, they were also dropping down in numbers. And then later on, iQOO Soul stepped up, and they were getting the knockouts against the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. So it's quite unfortunate, and luckily enough for VXT, it worked out pretty well, because all the other teams were busy duking it out against each other, and VXT took the opportunity, entered inside of the circle, found themselves a decent bridge to play with, and that's how they got the chicken dinner. In general, for VXT, as I mentioned, they're also relying a lot on that firepower. They know they can put the defense up, especially with a man like S-Power, Equinox, Raiden, and that's what they're exactly doing.
And VXT knows perfectly when to be the courageous one and when to be the silent ones. They chose to be silent ones. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, they were picking fights on the multiple front. After that, the wall of death also closed in towards them. But Carnival Gaming, the initial aggression which they are bringing in might be not favoring them because they were the table toppers. But not anymore. They need to stop bringing that early aggression if they have to. I think Fixes, you'll agree, they have to be the cautious one in that particular fight.
See, honestly speaking, this is where Carnival Gaming, they were pushed over by the players of Medal Esports. This is where they have to be prepared every single minute of the game. They will have to be on their toes because one little miss, like what happened in Erangel, and their flow completely breaks. And here on, next map is going to be Sanhok. And let me remind you, Necro, they have a drop clash against BotArmyEsports.
Oh, that's going to be even more fun, my friend. And you cannot forget about another drop clash, right? iQOO Soul, K9 Esports, Revenant Spark, one third party that. So that's even more fun.
What more fun was in that game was Wyld Esports. They were complete menace. They were creating so many problems for so many teams. They literally rained on the parade of so many teams, Neeraj.
Exactly. They were just going for third parties after third parties. And luckily enough, they were getting those points as well, right? They were able to collect a few scrappy points from every single fight. I would just love to see the points table and see how many points exactly they were able to acquire. I'm pretty sure they will have a lot of elimination points.
They were running rampant. I think this is where that realization
They've realized,
hits. You know, no matter what we're doing, things aren't going our way. Let's just play our hearts out. Let's go all out. And they suffered. They gave some serious strikes, man. Versatile, they had all 4 of their players alive. They did not even have a single finish to their name. And suddenly, Wyld decided to push head first. They lost 2 out of the players. Versatile still survived and still somehow managing to get that win. You know, that takes some special efforts. But let's not take anything away from iQOO Soul also. We had almost ruled them out. This game, I'm just waiting to see how many points have they secured. If it's beyond 15, then we can say iQOO Soul still has a chance. 14, I think we can live with that.
Of course, 14 points are more than enough in one particular game, but the consistency needs to follow up in the upcoming games. Hero Xtreme got like 14 points to them, also Medal Esports. Finally, a good game coming in on day number 2. 10 points to their name, but God's Rain, every single time, Neeraj, we say, give this to the circle, he'll give you the chicken dinner. But seems like that's not the case on the map of Erangel.
It was just unlucky, let's be honest. Destro did not really have that good of a position with the boys, right? They were quite exposed, and constantly you saw the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike targeting them over and over again, and then Hero Xtreme Godlike were getting taken down from the back lines. But for God's Rain, unfortunately, they were not really able to find that good of a position. In general, if you look at the map, yes, they were looking good. But if you talk about the cover to play with, they barely had any sort of cover to play with, and that's why they got taken down in the end. But let's be honest, right? VXT, yes, they got the chicken dinner, but they were not really able to secure a lot of points, so that means they're still going to be in contention. They do not have a lot of difference.
I think for Versatile right now, the work has been cut out. We know they've got what it takes to get another chicken dinner in Sanhok. They've done this in the past, but you know, this is the curse of the grand finals. One good game, the next game you mess up, and that hasn't been lifted yet.
Fixes. What if we see a Camp Alpha Circle? And you know what happens when we see a Camp Alpha Circle. iQOO Seoul, they've got a 90% win rate on that zone. If we see a Camp Alpha Circle, iQOO Seoul will probably get the chicken dinner, and that will be another initiation that we're looking for. But right now we've got the overall standings.
Well, in the overall ranking, we have Godstrain right at the top with 81 points.
Wow.
Carnival Gaming, they have been dropped down to the second spot with 78 points. The consistency which Godstrain is bringing in is helping them a lot. But Gujarat Tigers, they have been given 7 compensation points in match number 7, because of which now they are on the 7th spot with 53 points. But Fixes, I think you'll agree, Gujarat Tigers, they are struggling on day number 2.
Absolutely they are. Absolutely they are. It's not even a question, right?
I mean, for Gujarat Tiger, let's be honest, you have those connective day issues. 7 points, I think, is still a nice remuneration of what happened. But look at this. iQOO Seoul, slowly but surely, they're starting to sneak in through. Just barely touching that 40 points marker. One more good game, and they could break in if they get a chicken dinner. But it's going to be so difficult. But right now, I feel like K9, they have been horrendous. Especially the last 2 games, they have not been getting enough points. They have been taken down. So the next game has to be the most important game for iQOO Seoul. Not only they have to win against K9, they have to also survive Revenant X Park.
Well, they have to, but you also need to thank our sponsors, DHL. Level up your career with DHL. But you were talking about iQOO Seoul. I also want to talk about K9, which you touched upon. That K9, they were the first one to get chicken dinner on day number 1, but now they are not even in the top 5. The aggression, they're just focusing on the aggression and ignoring the placement points now.
Well, honestly speaking, K9 Esports were just falling short because of the trap that was set out by the players of Revenant X Park, right? Camping that garage just the way CG did against the players of EXT. And now this time it was K9 Esports who fell prey to that same strategy, because usually teams try to go to that garage to get their hands on a suitable vehicle. And as soon as K9 Esports closed down up towards that warehouse, they instantly got struck down. So I would say it's quite unfortunate. Now the fact that they know that there is a possibility of this happening, K9 Esports will be much more visible now.
I think if you're making it to the top 5, you need to be very cautious. You need to be up on your toes. You have to be prepared for every sort of scenario. But along with that, even Reckoning Fixers, they have been on the struggling side. Day number 1, or we can say maybe they were testing the waters. They were just trying to get those average points. But the struggle is still continuing on day number 2.
It's always been a story for Reckoning inside of those lands, right? This is where the onus falls on Gravity. Again, he's struggling so much in making those right calls, because when you look at Reckoning in the recent league stages, there had been a whole different story. But right now, before the game begins, we'll be queuing in for a short break. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
स्पार्क से हूँ, मैं मोगो से ना गॉड, अब मैं गॉड से हूँ। ऐसा करना है, ठीक है?
मेरे को बोलना है? हाँ। नहीं, मैं तो नहीं बोल रहा ये, आप बोल रहे हो। So hey guys, I'm Ninja Jod from Godlike Esports. मेरा रोल है एंट्री फ्रैगर, एंड अभी फिलहाल हम क्वालिफाई होके फाइनल तक आए हैं। ये ईयर के अंदर बहुत सारे ऑर्ग्स में गया हूँ मैं, बट ऐसा नहीं कि अभी गॉड्स में आने के बाद मैं आगे कहाँ जाऊँगा। ठीक है, मतलब हर एक इंसान से एक ना एक टाइम पे कुछ ना कुछ गलती होती है।
आपसे तो 4 हो गई।
हर चीज़ में मेरी थोड़ी ना गलती होती है, बट बस यही बोलूँगा कि अभी तो मैं गॉड्स एंड हूँ, एंड ये सब भाई जैसे कि मैं इनके साथ बहुत टाइम पहले से ही हूँ, तो अभी तो सब कुछ बढ़िया चल रहा है एंड धीरे धीरे और अच्छा होगा। तो लेट्स सी, देखते क्या होता है। ये तो नहीं बोलूँगा कि मतलब लेट्स सी ऐसा नहीं है कि आगे जाके कोई छोड़ रहा हूँ, अभी तो इनके साथ ही रहूँगा, क्योंकि अभी सोच लिया है कि मतलब जब इन्होंने मेरे को मेरे बुरे टाइम पे साथ दिया है, तो मैं भी इनको इनके बुरा टाइम हो या अच्छा टाइम हो, हर टाइम साथ दूँ। और इनके साथ मेरा पहला बड़ा इवेंट है, तो मेरे को भी पता है कि चैलेंज सीजन में मैं इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाया हूँ, बट ये तो नहीं बोलूँगा कि मैं खेलना भूल गया हूँ या मैं कुछ एक्सक्यूज़ दे रहा हूँ या मेरे से हो नहीं रहा। बट मैं ये मानता हूँ कि स्टार्टिंग से कि अगर कोई बंदा, जैसे कि मैं पहले MVP बन रहा था, अच्छा मारा था, अगर मैं इधर जाके फिर नीचे आके फिर ऊपर ना उठ पाऊँ, तो मैं अपने आप को प्लेयर नहीं मानता। बट हाँ, मैं टीम को सपोर्ट कर पा रहा हूँ, उससे एटलीस्ट मैं ना मार पाऊँ, बट मेरे अगर टीममेट अच्छा कर रहे हो उसे, तो मैं उसमें खुश हूँ। मैंने मेरे माइंड में ऐसा बैठा लिया कि जब टाइम पे लिखा होता है कुछ मिलना है, तो वो एक टाइम पे जाके मिलता है। बाकी मेरी मेहनत चल रही है और मेरे को भगवान जी पे भरोसा है, एक ना एक दिन में मेरा हो ही जाएगा। ऐसा है कि मेरा आरएनटी एक से कुछ मतलब ऐसा खफा नहीं है या कुछ झगड़ा कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है। शायद वो मेरी एक गलती रही होगी कि वो मैंने डिसीजन ले लिया था, बट ठीक है, आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते। मैं खुश हूँ कि वो लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं एंड मैं भी ये चीज़ पे भी खुश हूँ कि मैं आगे वो अभी अच्छा कर रहा हूँ, धीरे धीरे और अच्छा करूँगा। सब कुछ बढ़िया था उधर, हम बीजीएस जीते थे एंड मैं बीजीएस में टॉप फ्रैगर्स में भी था। बट एक ना एक टाइम में मेरा स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा था कि गॉडसन के टाइम से एक बार मेरे को मान्या के साथ खेलना है एंड सोल को ये सोल के अंडर खेलना है। तो वो एक टाइम में दिमाग में आ गया कि इतने टाइम से हो रहा है मेरा ट्राई, तो एक बार बातचीत कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि उधर से ही बात हुआ था एंड मेरे इधर से ही बात हुआ था, तो मैंने डिसीजन ले लिया था। बट शायद एक ना एक टाइम में मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि बहुत जल्दी मैंने डिसीजन ले लिया। बट ठीक है, अब जब हो गया है तो सो हो गया है, अब उसको चेंज तो नहीं कर सकता मैं बस ये चाहूँगा कि जो भी दोनों मेरे पास टीम से सोल एंड टेक्स ये हमेशा अच्छा करे एंड आगे वो अच्छे से बढ़े। शैडो के साथ मैं ऑफिशियल जीता हूँ एंड जैसे कि क्वेश्चन में ये कि शैडो या डेस्ट्रो बेटर है, तो मैं तो ये बोलूँगा कि शैडो अपनी जगह पे बेस्ट है क्योंकि उसने अपना प्रूफ किया। बट अभी मैं डेस्ट्रो के साथ हूँ तो मेरे को पता है डेस्ट्रो का एक्सपीरियंस क्या है, उसने इतने सारे ऑफिशियल जीत चुके हैं और मैं उसके साथ बहुत टाइम से लाइक दोस्त है हम, तो मेरे को पता है कि वो कैसे खिलाता है, क्या करता है एंड बाकी उस पर तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रस्ट करता हूँ कि इस बार भी वो कुछ ना कुछ करेगा, अपना दिमाग लगाएगा एंड ट्रॉफी आएगी वापस। जितने भी मेरे फैंस हैं, थैंक यू सो मच, मतलब वापस आ रहा हूँ और अच्छा परफॉर्म करूँगा और मेहनत चल रही है एंड थैंक यू सो मच इतना सपोर्ट करने के लिए। एंड हेटर्स के लिए भी एक बात, उनको भी दिखाना है कि मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ एंड वो तो उन लोगों को अच्छे से पता है, जब मैं करने पाता तो क्या हो जाता है।
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, folks. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Day number 2. With 50% of the games already over and only 50% games remain, it is becoming more and more. Joining me on the panel is going to be Scared Yet and Neeraj this time. Neeraj, I know you don't like giving predictions, but it is the map of Sanhok. What are you expecting now?
I mentioned this as well before the entire pregame segment even started, that if the zone is going to be towards Camp Alpha, there's a big chance iQOO will be the one to steal it away. And even speaking of the win rate, right, it's pretty much 90% win rate. So we pretty much know that if it is going to be a Camp Alpha circle, iQOO will have a major chance to make the comeback happen. And so far, they've also got the momentum.
That is, if iQOO survive the onslaught of K9, because we know that iQOO and K9, they constantly have that beef over there.
But if they avoid the fight,
that is if they were the fight. But yeah, we'll have to witness that because I'm excited for the Sanhok Shadow.
We all are. And looking at the schedule, we have got Sanhok coming up, like you guys said. After that, we have got Vikendi, and after that, one last Erangel. And after that, day number 2 will be over. So these 3 games are going to be super important for all the bottom teams, especially for iQOO. If they don't perform in the map of Sanhok, I think the chances of them making it to the top 5 are going to be very less. Since Neeraj mentioned already that momentum is rolling already in the favor of the players of iQOO, especially Nakul. Nakul was so phenomenal scared in the previous one.
He indeed did a phenomenal job. I hope all the people out there predicted as well, right? Because the Snapdragon match prediction are live, so you might want to type down who have you got winning. But at the same time, you've got this dance cam out there, so if it's on you, that means you'll also have to go for that dance. You've got to show that move. I really hope it pops onto you, Necro, so that we can see you dancing.
No, absolutely not. I'm not going to show any sort of moves, and I hope that never pops on our entire broadcast, because the fact that if that thing actually happens on our panel, it would be a complete disaster. I know.
Necro, you're not understanding the trick. Basically, he wants to show his own moves. That's why he wants the camera to pan towards him.
He wants to show off. All right, I see. But I hope it never pops up, so he never gets the chance to show his own moves.
Why are you so smart?
You can do that on social media, but coming back to the audience, I think the audience is pretty much pumped up, and we have got few good moves also, Neeraj.
They're having a great time, man. I mean, look at them just going wild. One thing is for sure, man. Every single person that's currently over here in this arena, they're enjoying their time. They're having the time of their life, and the man in the back lines is just going for the push-ups. What is he doing? I'm loving this. I'm loving the way they're enjoying their own time. This is what we like to see. This is what puts smiles.
All the way back to what's happening in these games, because eventually We were doubting iQOO Soul, we were doubting Godlike, but they've been moving back and doing good.
Well, they are certainly doing good, but let us know your experience. Scan the QR code and fill in the survey form. I hope you guys are already enjoying the show because the audience is definitely enjoying it much more. But the upcoming map of Sanhok is going to be so important. It's a fast-paced map. We have been witnessing some slow-paced Erangels and Miramar. I hope this Sanhok is going to be very fast-paced.
I hope to see a few more drop clashes, right? BotArmyEsports in the interview, they mentioned this, that
Well, certainly the audience was pretty much pumped up and some few supporters of Shadow OG are there. Are there my supporters?
No, absolutely not. They're supporting Revenant Spark, and Revenant Spark is one of those teams that has won back-to-back officials, and they're also looking forward to name this trophy on their own name. But with the way they've been playing so far, I don't think so that's going to be possible, my friend. They need to step up right now by margin, just like iQOO Soul.
Yeah, iQOO Soul did step up, so you know that kind of reignites the hopes of maybe seeing Revenant X-Park as well. I agree. Maybe we're going to see Revenant X-Park as well moving on to the same train, the same line. At least we are slowly and steadily seeing them in those last few circles rather than getting eliminated so early on. So again, that's one team, but you know, there's another team that I personally feel might not make it up to the podium now, and I think that the struggles are really high for BotArmyEsports.
Of course.
Well, the struggles are definitely there, and Neeraj also pointed out they have a drop clash happening on the map of Sanhok. Let's hope they have a different drop city, or maybe they are prepared to take that 4v4 fight. But we also have to talk about yesterday's Sanhok. Yesterday, Gujarat Tigers did get a chicken dinner for themselves, and now they are in the top 10. If they really get one more chicken dinner, if not chicken dinner, at least a high fracking game in Sanhok, they can easily be in the top 5.
There's way too many teams on the struggling side of the thing, right? There's so many teams also being super inconsistent. So hopefully, yeah, they're able to perform. Hopefully, they're able to get the average if you are somewhere in the top 8. If you're somewhere at the bottom half of the board, though, you need a major game in your hands. iQOO Soul needs a chicken dinner. You mentioned a few more names like Revenant Spark. They need a chicken dinner. BotArmyEsports, in my opinion, they've still got a big chance. If they pull off a 25-pointer right now, there's a big chance even BotArmyEsports can still pull off a...
Yes, the BotArmyEsports, they have done in the past also. When they were on the struggling side, they did manage to pull off that hat trick. BotArmy is one of those teams which never give up. But the main thing is, can they handle the pressure of the audience lands? But we have also got the team card of Hero Xtreme Godlike, where Jonathan with 14 finishes, Edmino still on the struggling side with just 3 finishes.
Exactly. I mean, look for Edmino. Yeah, it's been a tough tournament so far, right? Not exactly tournament. Maybe you can't say the LAN finals. Edmino's not really able to pop out the same way he did in the past couple of LAN finals, but it's completely fine, right? Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're still in that contention to be at the podium or maybe even be the champion of the tournament. All they need is also a big game. Too many teams at this point need a chicken dinner, man.
Well, I agree. There's a lot of teams who need the chicken dinner, but specifically talking about the team that picked the chicken yesterday on the map of Sanhok is definitely Gujarat Tigers, who've been struggling so much for the previous 2 games. But I personally feel that if, in case in this game they get a strong footing, they might recreate everything that had happened yesterday. But there's another side of the same coin, right? You know, the momentum is not in your favor for the last few games. So it's pretty difficult for you to bring yourself back from that break.
Indeed, it is pretty difficult, right? I mean, for a lot of teams at this point, you can't say, yeah, the hopes are lost. You guys pointed at BotArmyEsports, considering they're currently sitting at the bottom. And honestly speaking, yeah, I've been mentioning a lot about the interview where they mentioned that, yes, they're not going to be giving their drop location away, but in the previous game, they gave their drop spot away to God's Reign. They backed away from military base and instead dropped completely somewhere else on the map, on the northern side.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you ask me, I'm not a big fan of that. That just showcases the low confidence that the team's running with.
But I think that's a mature decision. If the drop clash is not working in your favor, why not go for the secondary drop? And they tried experimenting.
The thing is that drop clash never came into fruition in the first place.
Yeah.
Yes, they were clashing.
Here's the thing, I've been constantly talking about the fact that yes, we want to see the bot army, God's Reign, drop clash happening over there. Even though they went into their secondary drop location, I'd have to say the circle kind of favored them at least in the first or maybe the second game. But even after that, bot army not being able to convert those fights has been the major problem. We are seeing this team always move in those last few circles, but they're just not able to win those crucial fights when we've got those 12, 11 teams, and that's when you need to win those, because after that, you'll be entering into the places where you'll get those position points too.
But the previous game was a little bit overshadowed. Also, considering that Red Ross were not really able to perform that well. We were speaking about Red Ross from yesterday, saying that how good they've been playing so far. Yes, they're still in contention, in a decent spot in the overall standings, but the previous game was not that great.
Erangel also, they got 13 points. So I think one bad game is not going to hamper your performance that much if you pull off a chicken dinner after the next one. If they perform really good on the map of Sanhok or Vikendi and Erangel, I think Red Ross is good to go because they're still in the contention for the trophy. And they're doing great.
That's the main problem, right? Red Ross so far haven't really achieved a big game so far. They've just been relying on the consistent point flare that they're getting. The average point flare is actually keeping them in the race as well, in a really good spot. But here's the problem. If you
Well, we have talked about lot of teams, lot of struggles who are on the bottom half of the leaderboard. We also have talked about the table toppers. But the main thing is who is going to dominate on the map of Sanhok, because these are the two off maps. Even the best of the best teams sometimes struggle on these off maps.
We are going to the rainforests, and you know what? Who really prevails in the forests are the apes. There's a big chance even the OG can't perform really well, because it's been a while since we've been spoken about Orangutan, right? It's been a while they've been getting overshadowed by a lot of the other teams, and even OG now, they need to step up. This is going to be the right moment, the right time to step up. OG's still in contention. They've got a big chance. Can this map of Sanhok be it?
Maybe, but OG has not been really feeling that momentum. They have been on the struggling side on day number 2. They were being consistent ones on day 1, but now the map of Sanhok, the big flight, big blue bird is up on our screens very soon. This map is going to be so important for the players of iQOO. I'm just waiting for the drop clash, which Neeraj was talking about. If that happens, I don't know how they're going to handle the players of K9 Esports, because an early exit is going to hamper both iQOO and K9. For now, we have got the flight path, which is on the towards eastern side.
Indeed. I mean, again, this is a map of Sanhok, so people would be able to jump to their drop locations regardless of what the flight path is. And right now, we are seeing almost the same thing. K9 going at the same place. The question is, will iQOO go there, or will they decide not to? Because as of now, yeah, they're going to go at the exact same place. But here's the thing. K9, they are the ones who are actually going in for a very big split. Shadow, look at where Slug is right now, dropping on the outskirts of boot camp between Paradise and boot camp. Omega has gone all the way up north towards the east of Hathin. And the east was basically dropped south of Omega. it just seems that K9 have decided not to take that fight, but there's another contest that's happening on the other end. And guess what? Reckoning Esports answering to the members of BotArmyEsports. Again, the game begins with this team losing a member. It seems, yeah, it's just a big problem. But here's one thing. Necro talked about the fact that rainforests are the area of the apes, and the apes are the ones who are prevailing against the gods of wind.
Well, this Sanhok is going to be pretty chaotic and fast-paced. Sanhok, when God, like you said, are already engaging against the players of Orangutan, where LeBron has been knocked out. They have to go for the revival. They have to go for the rescue mission. Even BotArmyEsports, they lost onto one of their members. But Aru is so far away from his teammates. His entire team is towards the side of Kampong, and Aru is towards the side of Bhan. What is he doing so far when his teammates need his support? As Sahil gets a knock onto AKOP.
Yeah, that's a big one coming in, but the shots being fired from his 6 as well is the big problem, as it's Versatile's Raiden who jumps into the mix as a lifeline for Orangutan and the Apes. He'll be able to get one finish, and Apes will get their revival back on. That's a big one, or a big blessing in disguise right now, but the question is, can they survive out of this? Just one shack and it's not that pretty. If anything, it's the worst one out there. And to add on top of the injury, the salt is that there is no heals available for AK. Not a helmet, not a vest. And if I'm not wrong, is that a sniper that he's carrying as his secondary?
VXT.
You know, everything that could go wrong for AKOP is actually going wrong.
The major thing that can go wrong for AKOP and the entire team of Orangutan is the presence of Versatile. They have got 2 chicken dinners, Versatile, and they're running high on confidence. At this point, I don't see any reason for Versatile to not go for this fight. Orangutan, they might try to back off from this one because, like you said, they don't have enough resources. They don't have enough loot in their hands. So, OG, this is going to be an important game for them. They have been missing the entire day. A team which could have been the contender for the trophy is really messing up on such an important day, day number 2. But we also got the plus of Team Revenant X Park, where Joker is all the way towards the side of the bridge, all by himself.
Talking about Revenant X-Park itself, right? There's some massive problems out there, but the problem are right now for Devotee. Seems like there's no Lord who's saving him. Maybe Scary George could be that one, as Beast constantly fires in a few shots, but on the left side is where Henry is. And Henry saves his team, at least for now. Devotee was confirmed. Scary still alive, very disconnected from his teammate right now. Scary will be able to get that finish onto Beast, so a good answer back coming in. K9 Esports, they themselves are in a pretty spread out position, so that's not the perfect one out there. But BotArmyEsports still on that struggling phase, Shadow. Still facing those difficulties, but hold on a second. Maybe they can be multiplied exponentially. Slug out there sees the player, and he knows that it's going in towards his own team as Henry barely survives with the nick of an HP. But guess what? They're already in the clutches of the members of K9 Esports.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly are. K9, they have been dropped down to 9th spot. This is going to be an important fight. BotArmyEsports, who are already on the struggling side, on the 16th spot with just 25 points. Beast has already been eliminated. Ninja Boy, he needs to step up really big time because Slug is carrying the entire team on his shoulders. Ninja Boy, he needs to step up. On the other side of the map, we also have got Godlike and Metal also locking horns with each other as Sim finally stepping in and finds a confirmation onto one of the player of Metal, and Prince has also been eliminated, but Legends Nade gets a knock onto Sim, but also Henry decides to go aggressive against the players of Team K9 Esports. But the Nade parade from the side of K9 can mark an end for Henry. Henry is also answering back with that grenade, and a pump of DBS right in the face of Ninja Boy takes him down. BotArmyEsports still on the verge of winning this particular fight, but Scary Jot has been knocked out, and Henry in a 1v2 situation will finally bite the dust. And K9 Esports, they get those finish points. They get those crucial finish points, and BotArmyEsports, they have been eliminated from the lobby. We also have Godlike Esports and Middle. Kind of a stalemate situation where Jonathan decides to go aggressive against Legend with the S12 game. Legend bites the dust. Jonathan seems like course, Sarvit, the last man standing in a 1v4 situation against Hero Xtreme Godlike. Finds a knock onto Edwino. Can he find the second one? That's the main question. And the answer could be no, because he's on the sliver of HP and Jonathan is already marching towards him.
Yeah, he's still marching on right now. He wants blood for his teammates. Finish out there, Sarvit. Healing up, and guess what? Moves in the clutches of Johnny, and the nod says it all. The confidence is immaculate on this team, and look at what's been done right now, Shadow. Simp enters the roster, immediately goes in for a couple of finishes for his team, and his team has, again, got a long way to go right now. Only 60 points, and the lead can eventually increase even further for the top 3 out there. But we still remember the coach mentioning that all he wants is his team to be in the top 5 today, and then they can move to the first place. If things go the way how they are going right now, we might possibly see Godlike not just being in the top 5, but rather in the top 3 or maybe the top 2.
Could be possible, could be possible. And we all were talking about this. Why Zap, why not Simp? And finally Simp is coming into the map of Sanhok and is already performing. Out of 4, 2 finishes. In fact, 2 initial frags were created by Simp. That was a great opening. Yes, Edwino has been lost, 1 casualty, but 4 finishes, a good start. Especially when you have the center control also. I think Hero Xtreme Godlike is looking promising. But we also have got few teams who are going for the late rotation, like iQOO Soul towards the side of Camp Alpha, then VXT towards the side of Dogs, then even the players of team Just Jelly are also taking their sweet time to move inside the circle.
Yep.
Gujarat Tigers, they need to be the cautious ones, kid.
You know, last time I remember Gujarat Tigers were the team who immediately went towards those edges of the main island and then were able to quickly stop Revenant X-Park from moving in. But hold on a second. Right now, they're the ones who are stopping the members of Godlike making any kind of move. Gujarat Tigers, the Bootcamp Kings. No Ash in the lobby, so no team to contest them in that area. So they can have their free reign over on the other side. But another team that have basically got a clutcher up their neck right now cannot move out in the open, as Wyld Fangs have been eliminating BotArmyEsports out there. The bottom 2 teams of the lobby removed so early on yet again. BotArmy with just 1. WindGod absolutely 0. Wyld Fang finally catching a couple of points out in the open. We'll be having a look at what happened previously. It was again Simp. Oh my goodness, those shots were absolutely nasty.
Of course, Jonathan has been running a high on confidence since yesterday. The way he clutched against the players of Team iQOO Soul and after that against God's Rain. This is what we were looking for. This sort of performance is needed from this particular guy, and he is delivering this. Now he has got the support from Simp as well. So I think Hero Xtreme Godlike is looking promising to be in the top 2, like you said. But for now, we also have the players of Orangutan in the close proximity to them. But Revenant X-Park seems like the spark is completely missing from this team. The struggle which they were having in challenge season is still continuing. Joker, Sarang, Shadow, Spray God. Except for that one clutch which Shadow pulled off, we haven't seen anything promising from the side of Revenant X-Park at all.
43 points only till now. That's again the big sign of concern. Though a lot of people are still the believers that Revenant X-Park can eventually make that comeback. Because everyone have witnessed that epic miracle. No one anticipated it, but yet they pulled themselves up. Since we're on the track of pulling themselves up, even Just Jelly, you know, people have been questioning Jelly specifically for his IGLing. Guess what? This man goes out, brings in a few people, and boom. He's sitting on the biggest LAN stage of 2025. And it's not like the team is not performing. They are actually performing pretty decent. 54 points. And they're, guess what, around almost 30 points away from the first spot. Yeah, they can bounce back any time. Just one good game and a few more consistent ones. Hopefully Gravity can keep the gravity on his vehicle normal. Because if he falls in this case, Destro is just going to confirm that finish as quickly as an eagle strikes its prey.
But the thing is, God's Rain, they don't have enough throwables in their hands at this point. And the strength of Godstone has always been that Nate parade, which they always do in the final circle, that rewards them with the chicken dinner as well. But for now, they are in the city of Paradise Resort, which has been their home ground since a very long time. But the next circle shift is going to determine so many things, how the rotations are going to come in. If it goes south, I think Jelly are placed perfectly. And seems like we do have a southern shift where Carnival Gaming and Team Just Jelly, they are going to find themselves in a really good spot. But one team who really do good on the map of Sanhok are the players of EXT,
who are slowly and steadily moving in from the southern spots, specifically of the area around Quarry. They'll be having Wyld Fangs to welcome them. Maybe just a bit left towards that Carnival Gaming as well. We talked about the team Wyld Fang right now. Yes, as you said, oh no, the reaction says it all. Sends it down on his knees, and there's no one close to him who can actually get the revival in. But there are quite a few teams who are around the same vicinity. Carnival Gaming, Wyld Fang, Just Jelly, and even Versatile, you mentioned about this team, is slowly and steadily moving up. Sensei, Trace God is spawned out, tracing the path to revival of the IGL office team. Creating that smoke wall is the name of the game as of now. But you've always got to be wary about the apes. They've got a heightened sense. They're pretty precarious whenever it comes down to the maps of Sanhok, the jungle.
Just look at the rotation of iQOO Soul Scared.
Oh my. For now, I'm just looking at what Race God is doing on the screen.
He is exactly doing what he was doing in the challenge season, carrying the entire team. But we also have got Gujarat Tigers locking horns with against the players of Carnival Gaming. Carnival Gaming, once again, in an early fight, in an early commotion. They need to be very careful. Gujarat Tigers, the kings of the boot camp, still have that entire control of the boot camp. Where Red Draws, they're keeping themselves on the outskirts of boot camp. Carnival Gaming is also eyeing for that control. Just Jelly, they can definitely do a third party just in case if Gujarat Tigers decide to pick a fight against the players of Carnival Gaming. Even iQOO Soul, who is coming from the southern side of the ruins, can also chime in. That could be a great possibility for iQOO Soul to accumulate those finish points.
So many teams moving all the way from down south. There's a big problem. But my question is, how are iQOO Soul looking to traverse through those water bodies? Those rivers are going to be their main foe. Carnival Gaming as of yet do not have the members, so they can't really gatekeep the members of iQOO Soul right now because they themselves have to watch their 6 and they're all the way out in the open, so that is a big problem. But at the same time, there's another cluster forming a bit more towards the north of Boot Camp, and that's where Evented Spark are going up against the members of K9. K9 yet again with a loss of one member are at a disadvantage, but in terms of confidence, this team has been doing super solid. And guess what? They're constantly getting in those finishes as well. So the rankings, they keep on going up and down. But as of now, Sarang's crosshair is not going anywhere.
He's just trying to stop Omega, who is trying to go for the rescue mission onto Slug. But finally he strikes and Omega survives that spray which was coming from the side of Sarang. And Slug will be back on his feet. Now Revenant X-Pac Sarang needs to be a bit cautious because the circle has gone away from him.
Oh my
The circle
God.
has taken a southern shift and it is favoring the players of Team iQOO Soul, Carnival Gaming, Just Jelly. Even these three teams can also fight against each other and aim for that southern control. VXC can also go for that control because the southern side of the map does have a lot of terrain to go for that control. Wyld Fangs are also eyeing for that particular southern side control. We also have Godstrain, Reckoning, Hero Xtreme, Godlike. I don't know how they're going to traverse inside the circle because Orangutan, Gujarat Tigers and Red Draws, they have got the entire northern control.
You've got to find the timing in this case. You have to wait for the other teams to take fight and then go in for the third party, maybe even the fourth party, depending on the amount of cluster there is around you. That's going to be a big thing. Again, the apes now slowly and steadily walking back in, banging onto the doors of Gujarat Tigers. It's going to be Orangutans up against the Tigers. Who's going to win in this one is going to be the big thing, as both of them love to hop around the area of boot camp. Specifically Wiz and AK. In the previous lineup, they always dropped onto this area. So they themselves are very well versed with what their surroundings are looking like. And in the meantime, Clutch God so pretty ready. They're sending one man a bit far away to spread out in a 1-2-1 spread while the Apes, they're all moving together. This one nade gets in, maybe no one, but hold on a second, hold on to that thought. Carnival Gaming right now, they're answering back. So Gujarat Tigers in a bit of a trouble right now over towards the south as well, is where Versatile are against the members of Wyld Fang. And Sensei is the first one to go down. Fights happening everywhere across the board as God's Rain lock horns against Revenant X Park 2. Everything going south for some of the big names out there, and Wyld Fangs are the first one onto the receiving end of the spectrum. Sensei confirmed as well, but hold on, Seth finds a flank, but no, could not get that knock.
But K9 Ninja Boy does get a knock onto Viper. Even Dionysus has been traded out. Hero Xtreme Godlike also doing a third party on the plus of K9. Seth needs to hold his grounds as K9 is trying to move inside the circle. Hero Xtreme Godlike strikes in, strikes hard. And K9, they have been eliminated. The misery, the struggle of K9 is continuing, and they have taken a downfall in the overall ranking. Everyone is just eyeing for the control of the circle. VXT, they have the southern control. Hero Xtreme Godlike coming from the eastern side. They need to be a bit cautious from the players of Wyld Fangs who are out in the open. Jonathan, Simp, Punk, 7 finishes already accumulated, looking so strong. But just look at the players of Carnival Gaming right in the center of the circle.
The confidence is just absolutely immaculate. Holy smokes! The shift is just nasty, but for now Seth needs to switch up from his own position. Shots being fired from behind him. Somra just above the rock as well. Jonathan is out there. Jonathan wants to get that one knock, and he will be able to, as again the 3xM4 connects. And it's 5 finishes for the man in his own hand as Power broke his record. But guess what? It seems like he's now the only man standing, and he's the only one who can probably get something done for Godlike. The losing members, they've got 8 finishes in their pocket, but how many more can they get is the big question.
The last man from the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike is Jonathan, and the last man from the side of Wyld Fangs is Scout OP remaining. And both of them have to move inside the circle, but seems like Scout has been eliminated by the play zone with the last first aid remaining. But now Jonathan has to make a mad dash inside the circle, but the entire team, the entirety of VXT can stop him in his tracks.
Aru has been knocked down right now, so that's a big problem for Orangutan as well, as again the fights happen everywhere across the board. Revenant X Park take their own exit too. They could not take the entry into the circle whatsoever. Now Atanki out there in the blue, HP being dropped in, such a low one. He's got to pop in the first raid. There's no other opportunity for him to move in. Reckoning being eliminated too, and now Jonathan slowly makes his move. He's got 1 first aid remaining, but he's got the entirety of Versatile in front of him. This team has been the kryptonite of the men in yellow in front of them, but can he do it again? Nothing for him to heal himself back up, maybe a few bandages, but that's about it. He sees Atanki out in the open. He wants the confirmation, and he will get it as well. But does he have anything more? Has he got more gas in tank remaining? He's got Raiden behind him. The ex-member of WSB, the current member of Versatile, has been immaculate in these situations. But can the king of clutches clutch this one out too? He sees Zverev and he takes the shot. He gets him down. Wizjaw's confirmation goes to Armin. Gujarat Tigers, they're still out there. They're still alive. And Viper's nade steals that one finish away. It's only Arman remaining for Gujarat Tigers, who's all the way down in that one compound. This one man is wreaking havoc. But guess what? He's got another man who's been the MVP of every other event, stands tall but not for long, as he's been taken down. And Ronnie is the name of the guy who finishes him off. iQOO Soul find themselves in the best position in this circle.
They have the position, but finally they are striking onto the plus of Team Red Ross as Ronnie gets a confirmation point. He also has the information onto Phoenix, but Ortho with that vehicle is trying to distract the plus of Team iQOO Soul as Nagul finds a knock onto Phoenix, gets the confirmation, and even Ortho has been eliminated by Ronnie. iQOO Soul getting those crucial 6 finishes and a good position inside the circle now.
That's a phenomenal position. I 100% agree. But guess what? There's also Just Jelly down south of them and Versatile on top of them. Carnival Gaming can definitely play in as a spoiler, but Manya has got the high angle and has got Raiden locked up in his own crosshairs, so he can eventually find a few more connections. And if Raiden falls, that's going to be it for him. There's no chance of revival. Goblin now is making a move. He can cause big problems for Versatile out right now. And guess what? Even Just Jelly are doing the exact same thing. Kiolamau finished off Raiden, and that is what I was mentioning, Shadow. These two teams who are on the sides of Versatile can help out iQOO Soul into getting this chicken dinner, and that too unintentionally.
It can go either ways. The players of Team Just Jelly have to move inside the circle. Even Carnival Gaming has to do the same thing. VXT, they have got the control, they have got the higher ground. But like you said, they need to be careful from the side of Carnival Gaming, especially Goblin. But for now, seems like iQOO Soul, even they are also unaware about Goblin's position. S-Power, along with Equinox, is just holding on to his ground. But finally, that nade parade, iQOO Soul Some is trying to do towards Goblin. Even Goblin is also answering back with his nade. Close connection, but no knock coming out of it. Nades being exchanged. iQOO Soul versus Carnival Gaming. iQOO Soul, they have the numbers advantage, but there could be a situation of third party coming in.
Yeah, Just Jelly right now want to go in directly onto the members of Versatile, and his power has got no power. He's been finished off, picked apart, and now it's all down to Samraj. This man is known to be a hero in these clutch situations. I still remember the amount of times he's shown himself. His last stand is big. Can he do it again is the question. Can he ruin the day for iQOO Soul, who are looking prime to get this chicken dinner in their pocket? Kiolamau though has been taken down. That's a big three-pointer from Ronnie, and the man steps up big time. It's again a 1v2, v4. iQOO Soul looking in the prime position, and they are taking all the finishes across the board. And guess what? They steal this one away. When all eyes doubted them, the believers believed. And the Souls are still alive. They are in this race, and with this one, if anything, they can maybe move in the top 5.
Well, Neeraj said if the circle is of a Camp Alpha, iQOO Soul is taking this one. But seems like doesn't matter which circle it is, on the map of Sanhok, iQOO Soul, they get the winner chicken dinner when it mattered the most. Especially Nakul, Ronnie, entire team, even Manya getting the first track onto the players of VXT was so important and so critical. Just Jelly, even they also charged onto the players of Team VXT, and that is where iQOO Soul chimed in and accumulated those crucial finish points.
Much needed one for iQOO Soul. No second thoughts about it. This had to be their game, and we were talking about all the adversities that they had to deal with, and finally seems like some semblance of hope still remains for iQOO Soul. Still far from that first spot, but now they are starting to inch in closer. Even their arch nemesis, if you talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike, they made that change. They got in simp, and we could see some instant impact by that one lad. But when you talk about that final blow there, I think for iQOO Soul, it was all set up. Whilst the others were fighting it out, they were the ones getting the better of things.
But we also have got an interview lined up, so let's directly head over to that interview on the stage, because we all want to hear from the players.
फाइनली वो मोमेंट आ गया जिसका सबको इंतजार था. iQOO Soul जो कि बहुत नीचे थी, फाइनली फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर फॉर iQOO Soul. मान्या, सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत कांग्रेचुलेशंस ब्रो. 9 मैचेस के बाद पहला चिकन डिनर मिला है. उन पहले 9 मैचेस में क्या गलती थी जो यहाँ सुधारी? अच्छा तो लग रहा होगा अब.
बस थोड़ा मोमेंटम नहीं मिल रहा था. आई थिंक सेकंड मैच से हमें मोमेंटम मिला, तो उस टाइम से हम कंसिस्टेंट खेल रहे हैं.
आपने अपनी स्ट्रैटेजीज और माइंडसेट में कितना चेंज किया है ताकि अब आने वाले मैचेस और अच्छे जाएं? क्योंकि अब टीम को एक मोटिवेशन मिला होगा आफ्टर फर्स्ट विन. इतना नीचे देखने की सोल को आदत नहीं थी फैंस को.
तो जब हम नीचे थे तो आई थिंक हमारे पास कुछ लूज करने को था नहीं, सब कुछ पाने को होता था, तो हम ऑल इन खेल रहे हैं.
ओके, वेल टॉकिंग अबाउट द नेक्स्ट मैप वीकेंडी, वो आपका एवरेज जाता है और वो बहुत सर्कल ओरिएंटेड भी रहता है. उसमें कैसे अप्रोच करोगे?
आई थिंक वीकेंडी में हमारा स्ट्रेटेजी अभी स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है, हमारा अच्छा ही जाएगा, बाकी सिचुएशन के ऊपर है.
ओके, वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन, व्हाट इज योर गोल नाउ? आप किस चीज़ पे टारगेट करोगे? टॉप 5, टॉप 3 और स्टिल फॉर द ट्रॉफी?
अभी मतलब मैंने पॉइंट्स टेबल देखा नहीं है डिफरेंस क्या है, बट अभी लास्ट 2 मैच पे फोकस है. उसमें अगर पॉइंट आए तो कल देखेंगे क्या करना है, अभी पॉइंट निकालने पे फोकस है।
चलिए iQOO सोल को उनका पहला चिकन डिनर मिल चुका है। बैक टू यू बॉयज।
Well, it's just the first chicken dinner which they have got, and this could be the stepping stone for the upcoming 2 games. Like Yamane also said, Fixes, they're just focusing on collecting those crucial points, and if they get those 2 points, then they're going to plan for the strategy on day number 3. Can we see any sort of targeting from the side of iQOO Soul tomorrow?
Right now, I think they've got bigger issues at hand, to be honest. But you talk about MVP, this man has always been synonymous. Jonathan stepping up once again when the team requires him the most. 6 finishes, 67% of finish contribution. This is what the fans have wanted, and Godlike Jonathan has constantly been delivering throughout the grand finals.
Especially in the fight which happened against the players of Metal Esports, Kid. I think Simp was so fantastic in that one. He was the one creating those opening frags.
It's coming down all the way to the same thing, right? The same confidence. Zap, unfortunately, was not able to show up as in the same way as Simp was. And it comes down to, again, the gelling up with the team itself. Simp has been working in as, again, one of the big entry fraggers. So he's been doing a very good job for their side, and that kind of relieves the pressure onto the shoulders of Jonathan as well as Admino. And that's why we also saw Jonathan popping off like that. 6 finishes for the man. But my entire eyes are going in for the man. Ronnie with 5 finishes and as the finisher of the previous game.
Well, he certainly was. He was the one to land the final blow, but Fixes, Jonathan was in a rampage. He will completely refuse to die because he was the last man standing, and still he was going for those finishes against the players of Gujarat Tigers.
And he has no other option because for Hero Xtreme Godlike and their journey so far in this event, they came in as hot favorites, and even in the first few games, they were found missing. At this point, they had to go all out or nothing. I think that is the mantra that is enabling Jonathan. Given the fact that he's got one of the most experience out of all the players inside that clan arena, I think this is where you are supposed to do what the GOAT needs to. And this is something that he has to deliver every single game. If Hero Xtreme Godlike, now look at this, they've already gotten past the top 4. And this is where they should be targeting to somehow squeeze into the top 3, which will give them clear ambitions to aim for the trophy tomorrow.
I agree, because that was the entire idea as well. Hop in the top 5 today and then aim for the trophy tomorrow. But I feel that it's not just about top 5, right? Because they did that already. I think so they're eyeing out for more today. I think so they will probably breach into the top 2 if this kind of performance continues in the next few games. But at the same time, I kind of wanted to talk about Gujarat Tigers themselves, because the first few circles kept on forming onto them. They had a perfect opportunity to set themselves up for the success, but even after that, they eventually succumbed to all the teams that surrounded them.
That tends to happen when you have the circle in your home ground. You don't have a lot of information because you're not traversing around the map. You lack that information, and that is exactly what happened against the players of Gujarat Tigers. But K9 Esports also fixes. This time they didn't go towards the side of Camp Alpha. Instead, we saw some unorthodox split also coming in from the side of K9, where Slug was somewhere else, 2 players towards the side of Cow. The 4th player was somewhere else on the map.
I think for K9, they've realized that their way of going all out has clearly backfired, because today they have not garnered enough points. They were around the top 3, top 4 position. They are now far from it. Now, this is where in Sanhok, certain teams tend to go on that defensive approach. They go on for those healing battles and need to secure at least those 6 to 7 points. Now, once the match rankings come in front of us, we'll have a more vivid picture of what has happened. So far, the headline stolen by iQOO Soul, getting a massive chicken dinner, 21 points, will certainly help them out. And even Just Jelly, they have been working under the radar, but these 10 points are so crucial. But when you look at Versatile and Carnival Gaming, 10 and 8 points, I'm going to take it. These are the much needed average points they needed to secure. And same goes with Hero Xtreme Godlike as well.
Well, certainly 9 finishes. They do lack on the placement points, but I think finish points have covered it up for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. But Gujarat Tigers just having those 4 finishes. Wyld Fangs, their struggle is still continuing. Even Reckoning, they were looking so promising in challenge season, but seems like the land pressure is really getting on the nerves of the players of Reckoning. They're not even able to get those average points every day.
We were mentioning about the Wolves, right? In some of the games, we see them striking to the other ones, but it always has been the situation. I was also hearing what the other desk had to say, right? And they were mentioning about the exact same thing. That Reckoning, they are there. We sometimes see them on the finish board, but they move out of the game as quickly as they are shown up in that. So I think so it's about the consistency that they're struggling with. Yes, you can find yourself in the first good fights, but you have to keep on doing it over towards the end as well if you want to keep that aggression up.
You know, for Reckoning, there's a stark difference in how they presented themselves during the challenge stages and their transition inside the grand finals. They have completely been off. I haven't seen the Reckoning that is known to go out on the hunt, that is known to be taking in those fights, and the entire onus falls on Gravity. He's playing way too passive, staying away, steering his way through, and this is not in their DNA. They are supposed to go all out. They're supposed to do something that Wingod have been doing, because when you look at the overall standings, look at this. Now, this is the segregation that we're talking about. The top three are cut apart. Then you've got Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Just Shelly still in the mix, but look at iQOO Soul. From the very bottom, now they're inside the top 8, and now they also have a fighting chance.
They certainly do have 2 games still remain, and iQOO Soul can end up in top 5 if they get one more chicken in. At least those 14-15 points in the upcoming games. There is a big chance for the players of Team iQOO Soul. But Revenant X Park, they have been brought down to the 13th spot. They were not looking good on day 2 at all. But we also need to thank our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. You need to win, you need to lift the trophy, and that is exactly what iQOO Soul is trying to do so.
Yeah, they're definitely trying that, you know. They know how important this win is for them. And yes, as you rightly mentioned, if one more chicken dinner is basically grabbed by them, they can move in the top 5.
Absolutely.
But I think so it just feels that it might be a bit too much to ask for them. Yes, I agree. They've got a hat-trick chicken dinner, but the next one is Vikendi. The stats have been saying that it's a bit iffy map for them, if not one of the worst out of the entire map pool.
You know, you can throw the stats out of the window at this point.
Yeah.
iQOO Soul, they're on a hot streak. They had a great game in Erangel. They had a great game in Sanhok. They got a chicken dinner, so they know that they've got the tempo. They've got the ball in their court right now. So at 60 points, if they get another chicken dinner, they will be in heavy contention for the top 3.
Well, they certainly can be, but we have the map of Vikendi lying up. But before that, we have to go for a short break. We will see you guys after this short little break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, day number 2. And now we have got the map of Vikendi. On the panel, I've got Fixes and Neeraj. And Neeraj, you called for it that iQOO Soul is getting a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok.
I have never been a doubter, Fixes. And I'm pretty sure after looking at this comeback, you are going to be in a lot of questions. How does Necro know the future? Just ask me that question.
You know, somehow this man takes all the credit away.
Yeah.
Has
What do
to
you
gloat
mean?
in pride. And yeah, like, guys, I'm all right. I was always correct. And yeah, you hit that one on. You saw that one coming. But still, a long journey waits ahead of them. Still, the task is not over because the expectations from iQOO Soul is definitely to go for that top prize.
Of course.
But then again, they're at the right spot at this point. Manya said a very crucial thing. We are not looking at the leaderboard anymore. We're not looking at where we stand right now. All we need to gather is as many points as we possibly can. One more chicken dinner and they'll be in the top 3.
Which makes a lot of sense, right? They're already in the top 6 right now, in the 6th spot with a lot of points, of course. And iQOO Soul, they've also got the momentum. Even in the previous game, they got the chicken dinner. The previous game, they had 14 points backed up. And now if iQOO Soul is able to pull off another chicken dinner, they will easily be there in the podium finish. And they're actually back in the race now. Even tomorrow, if they end things off on a decent note, there's a big chance that they can be the one to lift that trophy.
But looking at the schedule also, we have got the next map of Vikendi, and we all know, even Mane also agrees that Vikendi is not one of the strong suit for the players of Team iQOO Soul. I think they'll be eyeing for those average points only in the map of Vikendi. So you don't think iQOO Soul will go and resort to those med strats which most of the teams do on the map of Vikendi?
Nah, that's not gonna happen. Because I feel like if you get to that mentality where you are looking just for those average points, it'll be the same old things repeating once again. Of course, you know, the Snapdragon match predictions are out there. Get out to the Twitch and make sure you cast your votes. But you know what I was trying to establish is the fact that they will have to eye away for those chicken dinners. If you aim for the big prize, you are gonna amass a lot of those points. And iQOO Soul just cannot settle with 5 or 6.
Of course they can't, right? I mean, iQOO Soul at this point, they need the average as well. If they're able to get anywhere around 10 to 12 points per game, that's still going to keep them alive in the overall standings, and that's going to give them that Herculean task as well ahead of them. But if they get that big chicken dinner, that Herculean task can be cut off instantly. Now it's up to them if they want to play for the average or if they want to play for the chicken dinner. Without wasting any more time, we're straight up going to jump in the icy lands of Vikendi, where a lot of question marks awaits us. But maybe as the plane's going to set the skies once again, as the big bird's going to be in the skies, all those questions can be answered. The plane fly pad starting all the way from the bottom of the map towards the left side, and this is where all the questions, they might just be answered, Fixes.
It's going to be a slow affair, but at this point, I'm going to be taking it. Given the kind of storyline that we're dealing with, we've got the top 3, the upper echelon. They are doing so well for themselves. I'm talking about Carnival Gaming, Versatile, and God's Reign being a cut apart from the rest. But we've seen even Hero Xtreme Godlike, that recent change, giving an instant impact, Simp replacing Zap. And surely that man has delivered. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have also somehow made a little bit of a comeback there in the top 4 at this point. Even if Hero Xtreme Godlike get a chicken dinner out of this one, then who knows? We might have so many contenders for the throne tomorrow.
We will. We definitely will. I mean, right now, though, we got to focus on what's happening on the screen. K9 Esports, they went for a drop clash against the players of Metal Esports. And even Reckoning Esports is also in the mix. What's going on? 3 teams right next to each other. Vikendi is off to a horrible start for a lot of teams. And Metal Esports, they've already lost out on legit, but they're also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt on the lobby in return. K9 Esports, too, losing out on a few more points, as even Reckoning Esports are starting to fall prey. Metal Esports, they're looking pretty confident in this entire scenario. And Slug finds the perfect strike. Metal Esports down to just a 2-man squad, and even Reckoning Esports now from the back line starting to rack up. They definitely do want to make sure that Metal Esports is going to be struggling, but Slug single-handedly strikes down the second man as well. And not an over, Metal Esports, the chances of them coming out on top in this fight, they just seem to dwindle down even more.
We've seen Slug pull this off even in the past. And K9 Esports again down to their final man. The last glimmer of hope, Slug. It is an absolute disaster, but all K9 could be looking for is a couple of more finishes, as Metal, after having a decent run in the previous couple of games, again on the brinks of being pushed over. for Reckoning. Things have already been looking so shaky since yesterday. Haven't really found their footing. Still at the 12th position. And Slug, is he going to go for the revive? Because Ninja Boy is just around, so is Dionysus.
Indeed is. One single man striking down 3 players. Was also on the verge of taking down the entirety of Middle Esports, honestly. Only if it have had the chance, only if it have had the time. But right now, Slug is keeping himself put on that same staircase. He wants the opponents to funnel in. And that's honestly a brilliant position to hold as well, because so far he's able to rack up 3 finishes from that same spot. Prince, though, still alive from Middle Esports as he's duking out against one of the players of Reckoning, Dionysus. He knows exactly what Prince is to, but even Prince is constantly repositioning himself as Ninja Boy gets confirmed by Viper. Reckoning Esports able to get away with 3 finish points so far, but honestly, with the way this entire fight's going, it's not looking great for anyone. No matter who survives, it will be bad.
Look at this, look at this. iQOO Soul, they're in the vicinity, they're in the neighborhood. And this is where I was talking about it, right? They've got the momentum. They have to go in for the push. Just trying to scour the land, just trying to get the position. And now it's just not 3 teams, it is 4. As Prince fighting to death against one of the players of Reckoning, comes out of his hiding, but Dionysus is going to make good work of him. As Reckoning, they survived this onslaught. Still 2 players alive though. But how do they survive iQOO Soul's wrath? Even Versatile is in the mix, Necro.
They indeed are. Everyone wants to take the opportunity to try and snatch away a few free points. And why would you not want to do so? You know there's so many teams hurt in this same compound, so you might as well try your luck. But just make sure you're not really caught in the swing of things. VXT spotted from that window. Slug knows exactly what's cooking around him. He knows in the outskirts a few more foes lie. iQOO Soul, they wanted to close on up, and are they going to do so? That's my question, but no, instead, iQOO Soul deciding to play this one as safe as possible. Backing away from this spot. Trying to play for their own lives because they know they've got the momentum, so they can definitely go for the victory.
At this point, iQOO Soul taking that higher road because eventually they came on to pick up the scraps.
Oh my God.
But look at this, Godstream, this is going to be a heated fight against Gujarat Tigers. Losses on both the sides. Delta does answer back with a knock of his own. Trades, exchanges being there from both these sides. As even Godstream, they've out on their 2 players. It's a 2-on-2 situation as Gods. He's going to be doing his bidding, but not enough.
Oh no!
As now, there you go, God's Reign. They survive this scare. Will get all 3 of their players instantly back up with 4 finishes up their alley.
But this is bad for GT. Real bad. They were already on a big downslope when it comes to that performance, and now another game down the drain. For God's Reign, they somehow do recover from that fight. And that too, without any sort of crashes, considering all the players will be back up. Looking at the map too and how the game's shaping out so far. WinGod Esports right next to Wyld Fangs, and WinGod Esports, they're like the wounded lions. If you mess with them right now, they're not going to be the one to back away from the fight. Instead, they would make sure that it's going to hurt you the maximum. So Wyld Fangs, they need to watch out. If they try and approach the players of WinGod, it might just not be that great for Wyld Fangs.
Let's be honest, even Wyld Fangs have to live up to their names. Even Wyld Fangs have nothing to lose right now. Very close to each other in terms of the overall standings. And this is where you would anticipate WinGod and Wyld Fangs duking it out. And suddenly God's Reign, they come in to pick up scraps. If they get a couple of more eliminations, look at this. The overall standings clearly dictate that we've got 3 favorites. It is going to be Versatile, God's Reign and Carnival Gaming all crossing that 80 points marker. And now for K9 Esports, this day has been atrocious, horrible. I think this is one of those days that they want to forget. Slug did become the hero, but still the losses are clearly visible.
They indeed are. I mean, looking at the replay, off the rip, so many fights happen. And this is the best Vikendi game that you can ask for. Could not have asked for a better start. Aggressive, action-packed. And that's what we all like to see. So many teams handicapped as well off the rip, by the way. OGU were also one of the fan favorites to take the victory. But so far, OG, unfortunate start for them as well, considering they're down to just a 3-man squad. And OG is way too far back in the overall standings. A team like iQOO Seoul overtook them within just 2 games. That shows you the intensity of the tournament. That shows you how fragile the overall standings are.
Again, just dealing with their own demons. And this is a problem that Aru needs to address. It cannot go on for so long. Every single time they make it inside of the LAN, they have a decent opening and just to drop the ball the very next moment. Today, they were completely absent. Could see that discord between the players. Have not really walked out of a fight surviving. So for OG, feels like they're almost out of the race. And always being somewhere in the middle pecking order. When will those good days come for them? That has always been the point of concern. But looking at how this circle has formed around Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they made some sneaky moves. This time, they have taken over the dead smack center.
They indeed have. They're now playing for the win. Hero Xtreme, Godlike now, slowly and steadily. They're losing that grip in the top 5. If they lose out in this game, we all know what's going to be the course of action. And if iQOO Seoul gets another banger, they would be untouchable. The overall standings are way too fragile, man. Anything can happen. Especially there's a big difference between the top 3 and the rest of the lobby. Look at Godsreed sitting on 82 points, and then on the 4th spot is Godlike with 66 points. There's a big difference that separates the 3rd and the 4th. But right now, Reckoning Esports, a beautiful nade against Slug, and that's going to chip out the bat a bit too low. Does he have any first states? No, is going to be the answer. Quite unfortunate. The match just taping himself up till the end. The bandages are not going to help you too much, my friend. Another nade toss to the perfection that might just take you out of the game. And that's what seems like is also going to happen. Slug is still trying to patch himself up with just the bandages that are available. And he's still hoping the fact that maybe he can't pull off a few more eliminations. But that sounds too much. Reckoning Esports put the player squad healthy compared to Slug. And Slug is taken down pretty low. K9 Esports, the chances of them snatching the trophy slowly and steadily, it seems like they're fading away. But Slug, if he takes down 2 more men, maybe he can achieve that average that K9 needs to stay in the race.
At this point, look at this. Reckoning, the idea is quite set. Even they do not have a lot of meds to work with. But extra grenade surely can help them secure that extra 1 finish. At this point, this is where Slug needs to understand that he's anyways going to die. So might as well try and take a swing. And he does exactly that. Just lining things up around the stairs. He's waiting for Reckoning to come in for that paw. He's got so many bandages to work with. He's almost back to full HP at this point. He's got not a lot of ammunitions also. Want to see how many bullets remain on that shotgun. It's going to be quite crucial, as this time he's going to be the one to maybe poke the bear. He's going after the players of Reckoning.
Oh, no.
He's taken quite some beating, and it is going to be Viper who gets the final nail in the coffin. Reckoning, they survive a big blow, come out with 5 finishes, but with the loss of Gravity and Kyoya.
Reckoning Esports is already not doing too hot in the overall standings. They've got 49 points so far. Reckoning Esports too, they need a banger. They need a massive chicken dinner. We've been speaking a lot about a lot of teams, right? But one big name that we haven't been touching up on so far is also Revenant X-Park. They're on the 13th spot with 43 points. The same situation that happened to iQOO Seoul is now currently happening to the players of Revenant X-Park. If they pull off a big chicken dinner right now, they can instantly swing back in the swing of things.
For Revenant X-Park, it's so difficult because for iQOO Seoul, that third game of Erangel really helped him out. Just bolstered their confidence up, and after that, they did manage to get that chicken dinner. But for Revenant X-Park, there hasn't been a single game where we can say out loud and clear that, yeah, Revenant X-Park have been phenomenal. And look at this, resorting to melee warfare when Beast almost had the better out of the player, but instantly gets daggered back. As for Reckoning, and getting back to that conversation, for Revenant X-Park, let's be honest, they have been pretty much absent throughout this entire grand finals.
Maybe we can finally say the champion team, the champion run is done.
Complacency.
Yep. Once you win tournaments back-to-back, you think you're untouchable, and the complacency and the overconfidence takes over. And that's when you stop practicing. And that's when you see a big dip in the performance. It's not the first team that this has happened to. A lot of teams have went through the same phase. And Revenant Spark right now, the complacency is definitely hitting them quite hard. It might be bitter for the fans, but it is what it is, guys.
Did have a quick word with the coach. Was of the opinion that those 2 months of a long break, that completely ruined their flow.
Wow,
And,
2 months
they've
is a long
never-
time.
And they never could recover. We did see those glimpses during those league stages where they barely scraped their way through. And even now, I think the jitters are pretty much visible. A different version of Revenant X Spark. Haven't seen them force those fights. Haven't ever seen them, even in a single game, have complete control. And now is even the same case. Look at them, still around those northern territories, not making a lot of those movements, whilst you've got quite some cluster building up. You've got Wyld Fangs around the central positions. You've got the likes of Vingard, even Xtreme and Godlike, Josh Shelley. Everybody's doing their bidding. But Red Ross, I think they blew off some steam, right? Especially after how good they were in the first 3.
Yeah.
The latter half isn't looking that great.
That's the exact point I brought up as well before this game even started. In the previous game. That Red Ross, unfortunately, they've lost out on that average that they were keeping up. And Shadow mentioned this, that yeah, just one game let lose, it's really not going to be hurting them too much. But if a team's playing on the average, and even if they are let losing on one game, that hurts them a lot, especially you're in a sprint. You've only got 18 games to play, from which already day 2 is over here, and 3 games were done. But hold on to that conversation. We need to focus on the fight on the screen. And already Wingod Esports falling prey against CG. For Wingod, the players were quite disconnected. 1 free elimination gathered, and what just happened? Wingod, they ran their vehicles against Viper, and he's still fighting back somehow. What am I even watching? Viper sits back in the vehicle, but then he gets struck down eventually. Silo P once again back to the basic. This man has been the main playmaker for Wingod Esports, even in the challenge season, and even right now he's dominating.
You know, they've just got mental at this point. Wingod Esports, nothing to lose. They've been such a menace to deal with, and Hector, you could see, just blew himself up. And I get the reason why. He did not want to give those finish points away. But he needs to understand that he's going to draw in a lot of attention. You could see Hector not even coming to the aid of his teammates in that fight. You could see how scared to death Carnival Gaming are, especially when you're holding on to that top spot. This is unacceptable.
Yeah.
He should have at least gone in, he should have at least fought, and he should have tried to at least secure a couple of more extra finish points.
CG needs to understand, aggression is what got them that first spot in the first place. And if CG is going to change the playstyle, especially when everything is at stake,
it's ridiculous.
It's a big problem. CG should stick to the basics, which was aggression from the start. It worked out at the start, so in my opinion, it should work out till the end. But instead, CG is now trying new stuff out, and that's why CG is really starting to struggle. Disconnected between the players. And then Hector, too, was just all by himself, did not even try to jump out of that window and provide the cover to the man who was just fighting till the end. And of course, Sahil is one of those players that is mechanically skilled. And in the end, Hector just blew himself up.
All right, that was not intentional. What happened was that Molotov came in and, you know, the sticky fingers. And this is where he's starting to tremble, right? This is where they're starting to doubt themselves. And this is exactly what had happened in another event. Not an official one, where Hector, they were on in the race to win that trophy, and they massively choked in that final game. And yes, even Somraj was in the race, and Somraj still is. And I think Godstrain and Versatile, they're going to be so happy about the fact that Carnival Gaming got taken down so early and without a lot of points. I think they just managed to get, what, 1 point out of this one? And now as the circle has shifted, Orangutan, they've got a decent position to play with. But Godstrain, Look at this, so spot on with the read of this game. Find themselves good cover, but versatile could be that next imminent threat. And if God's Rain deal with them, it would be so much easier to kind of create that little distance between them in terms of their overall standings.
I don't think God's Rain's going to go for any sort of risky plays right now.
No, I think
God's
it's
Rain are
versatile. They
comfy.
have to go for it.
Yeah,
Are they going to
versatile
hold off?
maybe.
They can
But
can
I think
hold
so.
off
Everyone's
also.
just going to try and wait till the next zone pops up, till the next stage pops up. Villa is completely vacant too. If the teams want, they can move in over there as well. That's a great shelter. But at
Nobody
this point,
knows.
everyone's thinking, at this point, everyone's thinking that Villa's going to be occupied by someone, and they're probably just camping there, waiting for someone to step in that spring trap. But instead, that's not the case. But it's better to just stay outside of that Villa, man. It's better. I'm not a big fan of that spot.
True that. I mean, now that you've brought it up, we've seen history is a testament of the fact that usually those in-game circles go out in the open, and Villa is such a tricky place to maneuver. So many spots to hide out here and there. You never know. The moment you're trying to sneak your way through, there might be a little bugger that destroys your ambitions. But look at this. Orangutan still have a solid position. Revenant X-Spark right on their tails. But even Just Jelly, they haven't been the most flashiest team so far, but they're still getting the job done. Still at the 5th position. And, coming into the grand finals, Necro, we did not have a lot of expectations. But yes, Jelly, I can go out to say that he is punching above his weight.
He indeed is. He's been doing phenomenal so far. Even iQOO Soul pulling off that major comeback, and right now Wyld Fangs quite close to VXT. And what a big blunder this is, and what a knock that was from Seth. Quick trace, and instantly the man falls down. Wyld Fangs, they need these type of eliminations to really elevate their confidence. And that's what exactly happens. Elimination found against VXT, and you were talking about that VXT needs to make the push. But VXT's already taken a lot of damage against themselves, but what's happening here? iQOO Soul, they take a fight against the players of Red Ross, and Red Ross is already down 3 players, but even iQOO Soul, they lose out on Ronnie. They need this fight no matter what. Unfortunately for Arto, he's going to be the only man standing for his team. Such a big mishap for Red Ross. The consistency has definitely dwindled away.
Yeah, Red Ross really feeling the heat, but look at Just Jelly. Just when we were talking about how good they were, Jelly gets picked off, but there you can see instant response comes in from the star player Kyolamau. Seth so far has been quite stellar in this game. Has to come out of his hiding against Sam. He delivers another death blow now against Ninja as Wyld Fangs, their numbers starting to dwindle. Scout barely surviving by the whiskers. Again, he gets picked off, and it is going to be the players of Wingod doing the bidding there.
Oh no! What is going on? This is utter confusion.
It's that circle shift.
Yeah. So many players are so exposed that they're now vulnerable to every single team and around the vicinity. And the shots can float in from any direction. You can catch a lot of strays in these type of zone. Just Jelly, they're still trying their best to carry their own weight and maintain that average on the overall standings. That's what they've been doing. One single game let loose, that average can instantly fall apart. Just like what happened to Red Ross. They cannot even afford one single game as a bad game. They need that constant point flow in the points table. Unfortunately for Just Jelly, they do not even have any sort of equals to play with. The towers are busted. Team Versatile is getting approached by Hero Xtreme Godlike. And for Hero Xtreme Godlike, they need to go for this fight no matter what. As Power's the only man trying to hold down this compound. Beautiful nade is also going to find a knock and get saved.
Wow.
It's quite unfortunate for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike that they're falling apart like this. But Team Versatile, they've got each other's backs.
Look at this, God's Rain, however, they were the ones who stole that finish. So nothing really coming Versatile's way. But Punk,
fine, though.
He still has to push in. Punk under severe trouble at this point as Somraj, he is going to secure the knock, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are starting to crumble. They are starting to fall.
As long as VXT defends this compound, no matter who takes the eliminations, it's completely okay. VXT's playing for that big ball game. They want to go for the chicken. And Hero Xtreme Godlike down to just a 2-man squad. Even that's a major concern. Another team, though, that's been the opportunistic one. That's going to be God's Rain. So far, they have managed to accumulate 7 points, and that's insane. Amongst all the chaos, God's Reign are able to collect the scraps. And with those scraps, they're starting to build the empire, which is incredible.
Indeed, and 7 finishes already. 1 more chicken dinner. That could be enough for Versatile. Still haven't opened their accounts. Let me remind that to the viewers. They did get all those knocks though. Everything stolen away by God's Reign. This is horrendous. If you are Versatile, you would be enraged at this point. But look at this. Revenant X-Spark against BotArmyEsports. Devotee already dealt with. Joker has a different angle to play. Sarang trying to get in close. Gets naded back. But look at that. Shadow comes with that response. It is going to be Spray God also. 2 players taken down, and Shadow will continue with that onslaught against Monty, who is begging for his life. Has to peek through the window, but peekaboo not this time, as Revenant X-Spark do BotArmy dirty.
What a play by Spray God and Shadow. These two guys were holding down the fort till the end. That one single nade from Spray God found a 2-piece.
Chef's kiss.
That was instrumental. If that nade never came through, we knew what was going to be around the course. And that would have been the elimination of Revenant X-Spark. But look at this. VXT wiping out the likes of Hero Xtreme Godlike. The troubles, they just keep on amping up. Hero Xtreme Godlike got 0 points from that game.
That is going to hurt them. That is definitely something that they need to recover from. But Seth, against all odds, is fighting his hearts out. Gets 1 more. And it is a clutch for the heavens. In a night for sky full of stars, he was that supernova that shone through. And we were talking about this. Seth needed to step up, and boy oh boy he did. But looks like not enough time remained as he blew himself up. As Orangutan, they came in out of nowhere. But even Revenant X-Spark also in the nearby vicinity.
Not enough points for Seth to try and keep his team in the race. Wyld Fangs, they needed a chicken dinner, but they've just gotten 5 points from that previous game. It's absolutely not enough. Revenant X-Spark now ramming their vehicles on the hood of OG, and the Apes are going to be super jealous that there are the Revenants around the corner. But OG is also getting the grip back on the game as they find the first strike against the players of Revenant X-Spark, and AKOP as well is doing a lot of damage against the foes. All he needs to do is connect that shot, but Revenant X-Spark still somehow they rise back up from the ashes. Just when all the hopes were lost, Revenant X-Spark, they still somehow strike back the opponents and reignite all the hopes of the teams. And now it's down to just WizGod, the last man, the last glimmer of hope alive for OG. Can he survive for long enough and take down the last man of Revenant X-Spark? And he will.
This is absolute madness, Necro. Still cannot fathom around what on earth is going on. But when the dust settles, you can see God's Reign still haven't lost a single player. Versatile still have that luxury of the circle, though not a lot of finishes. Albeit it's going to be Wingod who also make an entry inside the zone. Sahil is inside of it, but now they have been snuffed out. Versatile have their attentions pinched on Wingod. This is where I'm starting to get worried. If God's Reign manage to somehow deliver a blow, they are going to rampage through.
If God's Reign gets a chicken dinner, that's going to be a major lead in the overall standings. Already the top 3 separated from the 4th. And if God's Reign gets a chicken dinner, that would be a leap that no one can try and achieve other than the top 3. So God's Reign needs to be stopped. This chicken dinner needs to be stolen away. Even VXT needs to be stopped. The main problem is, from the top 5, there's 2 teams who can go for that big catapult in the overall standings and be that big difference maker. But VXT with 3 players and God's Reign with all the pieces on the board, the chances of God's Reign coming through victorious are even more. They've got the most amount of odds with them.
God's Reign have had a nearly very good day. I think a perfect one by all its means. The chicken dinners, all those good position points, everything starting to align, everything starting to make sense. And even the same goes for Versatile. Of course, a little bit of hiccups here and there. Still have 3 players though. And the next circle shift is going to be so pivotal. It is going to give us a vivid picture of who is going to be the front runners in this game. Is it going to be Versatile? Is it going to be God's Reign? And look at it. in no man's land. Versatile, they will have to step out of their hiding, and same goes for God's Reign. And this is where WinGod could throw a spanner to the works of both these teams.
They haven't given up yet. And unfortunately, WinGod, they're the one facing this banner. Man knocked out. Can the revival be there? Silopi as well is facing a lot of trouble, as even he's catching a few stray bullets upon himself. God's Reign. Now it's time to toss out the utilities. If they want, they can deliver the finishing blow easily. But they're still not really going for that aggressive stance just yet. They've gotten 10 finishes so far. For God's Reign, this is going to be an instrumental game. This game could also decide who is going to be the one to lift the trophy. Because after this game, they're going to have a major lead in the overall standings. They will be untouchable even by the teams on the second and the third. So God's Reign needs to be stopped. VXT needs to be stopped. The other teams, they need to hope and pray that it will be WinGod to take the chicken dinner. If WinGod fails, their chances, their hopes and dreams of claiming the chicken will be next to none. But hold on, God's Reign, they're taking shots against WinGod, and unfortunately the players are now starting to fall apart. Even Infinity in the back, who was going for the med strat, even he gets snuffed out.
Look at this, 11 finishes already gathered. And seems like God's Reign have done majority of their bidding, but this is where it all falls down. Now somebody has opened up the Pandora's box, and look at Equinox just firing through, rampaging through God's Reign's departments as one after the other. Versatile bringing in all that heat. Now Delta and Ninja surely have to do something, as his power already down on his knees.
Even Somraj is taken down pretty low. The man needs to patch himself up right now. Does he have any first
Wow.
hits? And no's going to be the answer. Unfortunately, he's got no first hits to play with, but still it's going to be 1-on-2. Equinox, he's been deactivated throughout this entire tournament. Maybe now is the time to strike, but unfortunately, even Equinox gets put to sleep. And what a game by God's Reign. What's going on? A team that we never expected to perform this well is actually shining bright than ever before.
Well, they certainly are. God's Reign and Fixes, I'm sure you have got a lot to say, because God's Reign, no one anticipated them to shine like this.
Listen, heading on, they were also on the cards. They were one of those favorite teams, because league stages, this team had the highest amount of chicken dinners. Yes, there were those hiccups, but boy, oh boy, did they improvise, did they adapt, and even in this game, I think this is a game changer for God's Reign, especially considering they got a chicken dinner around 15 to 16 points, and they must have crossed that 100 points marker. Versatile, a decent game for them, and Carnival Gaming, they are left wounded, they're left hurting.
God's Reign have cracked the code to this meta. Just go towards the center, place yourself in a good spot, and hope that the circle forms on top of you. If it does, then let the other teams duke it out against each other, and you will be the one to collect the scraps, and then in the end, try and go for the striking, try and go for the end blow.
Well, certainly we can, and they did that. But speaking about the players of Team Orangutan also, WizGod also did really good, because out of 6 finishes, 5 finishes were just by WizGod. And looking at the highlights, there were so many moments, especially from the side of Sev, the way he clutched, and after that even the players of Revenant X-Park, especially Shadow, the way he saved the life of his teammates.
You know, at such a pivotal time at this point, God's Reign getting that chicken dinner, so much out there. I'm pretty sure would love to hear what Ravan does have to say, as he is having an exclusive interview with God's Reign.
देखने को मिल रहा है। ओवरऑल अगर आप देखें तो सारी टीम स्ट्रगल कर रही है कमबैक करने की, लेकिन ये टीम ठान ली है, मान ली है कि डोमिनेट करना अब हम यहाँ से स्टार्ट करेंगे। डेस्ट्रो, अभी तक हमने देखा है कि जो भी #1 में आ रहा है ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में, वो उतनी तेजी से गिर रहा है। अभी इकलौती टीम आप रहे हो जो उससे तो संभलने में कामयाब हुए हो, रीजन क्या है उसका?
नथिंग, वी जस्ट प्लेइंग अ नेचुरल गेम, यही बोलूंगा। मस्ती कर रहे हैं, मजे कर रहे हैं, दैट्स इट।
भाई मस्ती मजाक में अगर आप टेबल टॉप कर रहे हो तो बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो। एक आईजीएल का पीओवी मुझे जानना है, क्योंकि सैनहॉक वीकेंडी 3 दिनों में अगर आप देखिए एक ही मैप हमें देखने को मिलता है। इन मैप्स को आप किस तरीके से देख रहे हो? वो कमबैक मैप है, डोमिनेशन मैप है, या बैलेंस करने वाला मैप है?
आई थिंक लोग ऑफ मैप्स को वो कर देते हैं अंडर एस्टिमेट बहुत ज़्यादा, बिकॉज यही तुम्हारा मोमेंटम बिल्ड करते हैं। एंड हम लोग बहुत सीरियस खेलते हैं, हमारे दोनों मैप्स के ड्रॉप्स अच्छे हैं तो पॉइंट्स आ जाते हैं, तो वही एक राज है जो बोल सकते हो आप।
100%। बट मैं एक खिलाड़ी से माफी मांगना चाहूंगा, निंजा जॉर्ड। मुझे अभी भी याद है मैं आप पे सवाल उठाया था कि कहाँ है वो निंजा जॉट, क्या हो गया उस निंजा जॉट को। लेकिन भाई जो जवाब मैचेस में आप देना स्टार्ट किए हो, और आपने बोला था हेटर्स को भी जवाब देंगे, बहुत प्यारे तरीके से दे रहे हो। रीजन क्या है?
रीज़न वही था कि थोड़ा सीनर्जी वगैरह में, मतलब मैं इतना अच्छा भी अपना खुद का परफॉर्मेंस कर नहीं पा रहा था। बट हाँ, धीरे धीरे वो बोलते हैं ना कि जो प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, जिनको खुद पे भरोसा होता है, वो एक ना एक दिन पे दिखाते हैं। तो वही प्रैक्टिस चल रही है एंड आहिस्ता आहिस्ता फिर से फॉर्म वापस आ रहा है। एंड और एक दिन है, देखते क्या होता है।
अरे 100% अच्छा होगा। एक लास्ट सवाल हम यहाँ पे जरूर पूछना चाहेंगे। जस्टिन, आई मीन क्या आप देख रहे हो उस MVP के टाइटल को? क्योंकि ओवरऑल अगर आप देखें जस्टिन, तो MVP के रेस में आप काफी अच्छे तरीके से चल रहे हो इस पूरी टीम में, उसमें भी नजर है?
नहीं,
ट्रॉफी में नजर है, तो देखते हैं कि क्या होता है ओवरऑल। लेकिन अभी चलते हैं कास्टर्स की तरफ से, जानते हैं कि गॉडस्ट्रीम का परफॉर्मेंस उन्हें कैसा लगा।
I think not just us, everyone loved the performance which Godstream is bringing in, and I'm sure they are the top contenders at this point for the trophy. But VXT, even they were disappointed. Hero Xtreme Godlike, the disappointment is there on the faces of the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike as well.
Oh man, especially when no one. Yeah. I guess Hero Xtreme Godlike are definitely not really feeling that great. Admino, you saw the stats as well a while ago, right? We saw the entire Hero Xtreme Godlike cards in front of us, and Admino was not even able to touch the double digits, and that's a big sign of concern because Admino has always been that big playmaker for Hero Xtreme Godlike. If he's not waking up, then it makes a lot of sense why Hero Xtreme Godlike is currently down in the slumbers. But a team that's doing really good, and a man that's popping off in all the different margins, that will be Delta PG from Godstream with 6 finishes and 43% finish contribution.
You know, takes me back to this conversation I had with Destro just before the day began. He said, listen, Fixes, we can win the trophy if one man steps up. Has to be that guy. Delta PG has been through such a rough phase, and look at it. What a perfect timing to step up. It's so poetic at this point, because when you talk about the stars of the match, I think God's way, they've just taken over.
Oh, they are. They have best companion. Justin is there with 3 rescues. Delta PG, the finisher, because he was the one who landing the last player, and 6 finishes just by Delta PG. And even Godstream did steal too many finishes from the side of VXT. I think VXT is not going to be happy at all.
Godstream was stealing finishes on the map in general. They were just taking finishes from everywhere.
It's okay.
They just had a really good place to play with, and they were like, you know what, guys, let's peek out from the windows. There's a lot of fights happening around us, and let's try and squeeze as many points as possible. And that's how Godstream were able to accumulate that many amount of finish points. But this is how the action really kicked off. K9 Esports, Reckoning Esports right next to each other. There was also Metal Esports in that mix. I'm not even exactly sure why all of them decided to drop on this compound, but that really costed them that major game.
But if you notice Fixes, I think, every single map Metal is having a drop clash.
Yeah, I mean, Metal have to be prepared. And this is not, I think, pertaining to the drop clash that they had to go through. It was all about that flight path trajectory being so treacherous. Everybody just wanted a common ground, drop down, get some vehicles, get the hell out of there. But seems like a lot was going on in their minds. But Carnival Gaming, absolutely disappointed with how they are crumbling under the pressure. Same goes with iQOO. We had been talking about this. They were flying high on that momentum train, and this one halt could really mean the whole world to them. This is it. It's either go big or go home for them.
At this point, all the other teams on the latter half of the board, or maybe even the teams that are not in the top 3, they need to start targeting. That's the only way I can see this, because the top 3 is starting to build that constant momentum. They're starting to build that big lead, and if they're not able to achieve that feat right now, then it's done for. Tomorrow has to be the day where they target all the teams at the top 3, and then only maybe the teams in the top 8 stand a chance to make that comeback. The top 3 is building too much of a lead, especially Godstream. Tomorrow, they need to be stopped. If they keep on pulling off games like this, then we already know who's going to be the champion.
See, I'm still going to cut some slack to the players of Team iQOO because it was a map of Vikendi, and they do have few good finish points for themselves. But if they really step up on the map of Erangel, they still stand a chance to be in the top 5. But if they mess up the next coming map of Erangel, then I think iQOO, they are pretty much done. But there was few moments also from the side of Revenant X Park where Shadow did perform really well, especially against the players of BotArmyEsports.
You know, see, why I'm still just budging around iQOO is the very fact that this is a LAN. And LAN is all about having that momentum, not having to look behind. Now, they had been going all out, and suddenly they have been put to an abrupt halt. Now, with just one game to go, if they get a chicken dinner, everything all good. Everything's still back to track. But if they do not, that is going to be enough to shatter their morals. Because the expectation out of iQOO Soul is always that number one or nothing. And this time, they were found missing. Not even in the top 9. This goes on to show how much this is going to affect them.
Well, it is going to affect them because they are nowhere to be seen in the top 9 in the match ranking. But 24 points, 14 elimination from the side of Godstrain are definitely going to help them to stay on the top. K9 Esports, this time they had only 3 points. K9, they really need to fix what's happening wrong. Those initial fights, those initial aggression is not helping the case of K9 at all. Even iQOO Soul with just 3 points remaining, it's not looking good. And Medal, they were on the 2nd spot at the start of the day, and now with only 2 points, even Medal is facing a downfall.
You pointed all of them out, but then you missed out on one major name, and that was just Chili. Remember what I said? If a team's playing on the average, they need to stick to that average in every single game. Even one single game let loose, that's going to be a major concern. And already the concerns are now starting to rise. Godstrain, as I mentioned, they're starting to make that big lead in the overall standings on the first spot, getting 106 points, already crossing that 100 points marker. And then you've also got VXT on the chase. Luckily enough, VXT's not that far back, but the problems do start to rise, especially for CG. But still, look at that difference on 3rd and the 4th spot. Hero Xtreme Godlike with just 66 points. They need a chicken dinner to be even in that top 3.
Also, look at the disparity between the placement points and the elimination points of Carnival Gaming. They have got the least placement points. They really need to work on those placement points as well. Because yes, they are sitting on the 3rd spot at this point. But if this continues on day number 3, just by finish points, they can't retain their spot in top 5.
You know, honestly speaking, Carnival Gaming, let's talk about them a little bit much. Because yesterday we saw them, the only way was just going for those fights. Then eventually at the latter half, we saw them getting those chicken dinners. We saw a little bit of them being, positioning-wise quite sound. Huge shout out to DHL nonetheless. You can level up your career. But getting back to the conversation or to the fact that I was trying to point is that they haven't found that cohesiveness around them. It was about their fights happening. This time they have been somehow distancing themselves from all those fights. They have been running away from them to the point where they're even starting to get scared of engaging in one.
I think the thing is, if you look at the discipline which Godstrain is having, every single time Godstrain focuses on the placement, and they do realize the finish points will eventually come in if you have the circle, if you have a good position inside the circle. That has been a game plan for the players of Godstrain from the very start. But Carnival, from match number 1, day number 1, they're just focusing on the finishes. They forgot the placement points completely.
They indeed did, right? I mean, for Carnival Gaming, look, honestly speaking, that worked out for them. The way they were playing, especially on the day 1, the aggression that they showcased, that also got them the chicken dinner. That was the confidence that was oozing through because they had done a lot of research on the lobby. But you know what? I've got a lot to say, but maybe I'll say that after this short break. We're going to move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. they never even seen us. And nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Well, the day of comebacks has basically turned into a day of domination by God's reign as they soar through and create that big lead right now. And I think so this is basically the best start of day number 2 for them, Shadow.
Of course, it can't be better than that for the players of God's Reign, VXT. They wanted a comeback, especially VXT. They were right at the bottom of the leaderboard at the start of the day, and now they are looking at the top spot.
They indeed are. I mean, look, for VXT at the end of the day, we all knew that considering they're also the defending champion and considering they were looking in such a top-notch form, we all knew that VXT is going to be a team that's going to be contesting the trophy closely. But we never expected God's Reign to do so. Yeah, they performed pretty good on challenge season, understandable, but we genuinely thought that the way God's Reign was playing, maybe that playstyle's not going to work out in the LAN finals, but it's actually working out wonders.
If anything, it's been working out so good that they've consistently got over 24 points in those chicken dinner games. And honestly, we've been talking about comebacks, right? We've been talking about teams who've been dominating. iQOO Seoul dominated for quite a few games consistently as well. Yes, they had those 10 to 12 points. And after that, I think so they did pretty solid in the chicken dinner game.
I think only 2 games iQOO Seoul did really good. After that, in the map of Vikendi also, they were really struggling. They just got those average points. But like you said, if they do really well on the map of Erangel, if they dominate on the map of Erangel, I think iQOO Seoul will be looking confident, much more confident for day number 3.
Of course they will be, man. This Erangel has to be a great one. Either 14 points or nothing below that. Maybe even 10 points can actually do the deed, but that's going to be the average touched up. And at this point, we clearly saw the top 3 is on a different league. If you want to get in the top 3, if you want to have a chance to be in the podium, you need a chicken dinner. There's no other crack.
Absolutely, there's no other crack, and there's so many teams trying to go for that. And if you guys think you know which team is that will win the next game, make sure you hop down your predictions in the comment section, because we'll be watching that. And we need all of that support out there, not just us, the entire team, every single player out there who've been there. They are doing all of that. And guess what? If you like what we're doing out here, if you enjoy all of it, make sure you scan the QR code and you send us all of our feedbacks as well. We'll be looking for that and we'll be going in for the improvements. But honestly, talking about improvements, Godlike showcased a pretty solid improvement, specifically after Sim hopped in Shadow.
Yes, his simp is really doing good, but we expect much big things from the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike, especially if you look at the performance which they had on the map of Vikendi. I don't think that was the best performance for Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Of course that was not, but you also need to consider the fact that they've also lost the momentum, right? Day one, not exactly that great. Yeah, ending game was good, but it was still not a chicken dinner. So Hero Xtreme Godlike throughout the entire LAN final so far, they've never actually had an actual momentum. So that's something we all need to take under consideration. And if they do win this last game, though, now that can be a momentum setter for them on the last day. Hero Xtreme Godlike is currently sitting on the 4th spot. Yes, there's a lot of points separating 4th and the 3rd, but if they win the game, they will be towards the podium.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what they're eyeing out. Their coach mentioned as well, all they need is top 5 right now, and then they're going to focus down onto that podium. But with the way how the lead has been building up, it seems that right now chicken dinner is the only way for you to go, and that's exactly what even Versatile would be thinking too. They're 10 points behind right now. There was a time when they were actually leading.
Yeah, it's completely fine though, right? 10 points is not a lot. They're currently sitting on the second spot in the overall standings. And considering, yeah, Godlike is just dominating Destro and the boys once again back in the top-notch form that they deserve to be in. Even we still remember that domination of Destro. Back-to-back tournaments were conquered by the man. 2023 was his year's Gladiator Esports. And maybe now that same history is being repeated by a different banner, which is Godlike, but the same boys.
One more history is being repeated in every single map, and that is Medal having a drop clash. We call it drop clash or a rotation clash, but right off the bat, at the very start of the game, Medal is engaging in some sort of fight, and they are on the losing side.
Here's the thing. Who wants to bet on this? Medal Esports, on the end day, they will still be in contention for the trophy. I said this, you challenged me for iQOO Soul, and I always stuck with them. You said that, you know what? Let's bet something.
You want to?
Yeah, sure.
For Medal or iQOO Soul?
I mean, iQOO Soul is already in contention, my friend.
Yep.
You've lost that bet, technically. So you owe me, what, a packet of chips? Is that what you owe me?
Packet of chips? Well, that was Momos, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, well, fine.
All right,
can
cool.
work.
We're on for Medal. We're on for Medal. I get French fries.
Yes, sure. Why not?
Cool. That's it. That's it. We're locked and ready out there. And it seems even the players out there, they're also super entitled for this one, because this last game is so important because it sets the momentum not just for this day but also for the next day. And there are quite a few teams on the lower end of the board that are looking for it, Shadow. Specifically the teams like K9 Esports, so on the 9th spot now.
K9 are still on the decent spot. One good game and they can be in the top 5. But the main question is how they're going to be in the top 5, because every single time K9 is engaging in a very early fight, the early aggression is not helping for K9 and as well as for even Carnival Gaming as well.
Yeah, it's not been working out for CG, but honestly, we're not seeing that same aggression from CG anymore. It feels like CG has lost that confidence, and in my opinion, they should just stick to the same way they were playing on day one, but we're clearly seeing a big playstyle change, and that's affecting their performance once again. And that's usually what happens with the teams, right? Once they do get a great spot in the overall standings, they think that, yes, now let's try to play defensive, but then that playstyle switch just never works out. And of course, why is the crowd roaring? It's because Jonathan's on the screen. Here at Xtreme Godlike, they're the fan favorites, but without wasting any more time, we straight up jump on the last game of the day. Erangel boots up once again.
The big bird hitting the sky one more time, or rather the third time on this day number 2, and this is the last chance for you to set the momentum and maybe breach into that top 5 or the top 3 if you're anywhere on the 4th and 5th. As ladies and gentlemen, is the last chance on the day of comebacks. The plane fly path starts all the way from Severny, moving down towards Novo Rep Noise. So Just Jelly are going to be happy. K9 Esports are going to be happy. But the ones who want to drop towards Query, Primos, Ferripier, well, good luck if you find some vehicles.
Well, you have to find those vehicles, but my eyes are on the drop clash. Those early fights. I want to see who is going where. K9, they have been going all the way towards the side of Severny since a very long time. But seems like this time, K9 is not really going for Severny directly. Maybe something is brewing up between all the 4 players, because K9, yes, they were on the struggling side. Maybe they're trying to go for the early aggression, or maybe they're just trying to go for those split loot and grab those vehicles. I don't know, we'll find out. But Revenant Expert, they always love going towards the side of Yasnia, and that is exactly where they are heading at this point. But seems like I'm going to be disappointed since we don't have any drop clash happening.
I was about to say the same thing, right? Because BotArmyEsports right now are dropping in, but guess what? They still have the drop clash. It's Gujarat Tigers, 3 players, or rather 4 players in the exact same compound. It's not just one, even Carnival Gaming now up and close with Medal, as Prince is the first one to fall. The throne is being stolen away as Legit is legitimately down onto his knees. A machete in the hand, but Goblin has got a better weaponry. He answers back on Cyrax, and it's all down to just Sarvit now. He's got a pretty long ponytail with the character, but it does not matter as Carnival Gaming pick apart Medal one after the other. The lower team on the leaderboard trying to target the ones on the top eventually ended up giving them some good buffer for this one, because with these 4, CG now moved to 91.
I told you, every single game, the moment the players of Medal Esports step their foot on the ground, they are engaged in a fight. either they're getting targeted or they go for those early fights. Whatever is the case, it is not really working for the players of for the players of Metal Esports at all, because now also they are left with only 2 players remaining, and just Jelly all the way towards the side of Noi. Let's see how that is going to turn out, because even Jelly and the boys, they are on the struggling side.
Yeah, indeed. Even the previous one, if I'm not wrong, they eventually faced a problem out there. So, Jelly and the boys, they really need to pull their socks up at this time, because this is the time when you can either make history or you can be a part of someone's history. Carnival Gaming, they had the opportunity now. We've been talking about how this team constantly needs to play aggressive, and Metal Esports gave them the perfect opportunity. And with that, a good buffer now. They can try and play in a bit more slow. Over towards the farm is where they are as the circle forms towards the extreme eastern ends. All the way towards the Lipovka, towards Milta Power, Godlike, Orangutan. They're going to be super happy. Reckoning as well, who are technically in the smack center. Teams want to play around the shelter area too.
Well, certainly Reckoning, they are towards the side of shelter, but iQOO Soul always love going towards the side of school apartment. I expected an initial fight from the side of iQOO Soul, but that's not really happening at all. Everyone is just minding their own business, because they do realize the last game of today is going to be super important. Whoever gets the chicken dinner, they're going to have that confidence for the start of day number 3. The momentum will be in their favor, so everyone wants to end the day on a really good note, and including the players of Wyld Fangs, because let's be honest, kid, even Wyld Fangs are not having the best of the time. They are sitting on the 14th spot with 43 points. And we saw in the team card as well that Trace God was doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Seth has really stepped up, but it was just one game where he stepped up.
It just came down to the same thing, right? In the 10 games that you've played till now, your teammates are stepping up in one game. All right, understandable, but that is absolutely not enough, because let's be honest, right? For God's Reign, we knew that Delta is the one who's struggling. And in the previous game, Delta was the MVP. So imagine if he keeps up this performance, they're going to become a force to be reckoned with, an unstoppable train. And you know it either derails everyone in their tracks or eventually derails itself. But there's absolutely no one to stop God's Reign till now. And if I'm not wrong, this is the only team to have grabbed, what, 4 chicken dinners in their bag? Probably Versatile is another team who's got 3, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. 2 today and 1 yesterday. Versatile got for themselves. God's Reign, even they are having too many chicken dinners for themselves. And I like the discipline which both these teams do have, because it's not like when you have got the momentum rolling, both these teams, they tend to go for this extra risk. No, they just go for the natural gameplay, be it them being on the top of the leaderboard or the bottom of the leaderboard. Their play style never changes. They always go for the zone. They always go for the center control. VXT, they always go for those good rotation. They always keep themselves away from all the traffic. So that thing really worked for both these teams. It's the discipline, because unlike Carnival Gaming, when they had the momentum rolling in their favor, they were super aggressive. They left their natural game style and they started going for those finish points, which eventually didn't work out in their favor.
I think so. That was the best way that they could have started day number 1. If I'm not wrong.
But you also need to be a little more disciplined.
They tried for the past 3 games. And yeah, there's some kind of teams, you know, who you really cannot see on that back foot. They've got the players who've got capacity, who are so fired up that they just need fights after fights after fights. Carnival Gaming is one such team. Hector is the man who brings in the discipline, who tries to calm his boys down. And he also mentioned in the interview, right, that all I need to do is just make sure that 3 of my players are there in the last few circles. They will convert it into a chicken dinner. Yes, for now, today, it has seemed that it's not really been their day, but it's absolutely fine. You've got one more game. You can end things on a very good note. And another team that's going to look to end things on a great note would be iQOO Soul, who, let's be honest, after the first 2 games, no one anticipated would be able to make a comeback.
Except for Necro. He was rooting for the players of Team iQOO Soul from the very start. And I think iQOO Soul has lived up to the expectations of all the supporters and fans, but they still need to perform on the last Erangel, because if they don't get those average 10 to 14 points on this map, I think day number 3 won't look that fantastic for the players of iQOO Soul. They need to get those 10 to 14 points on this map of Erangel. And same goes for the players of Carnival Gaming. Yes, they are sitting on the top 5, but if they do get a chicken dinner, that is also going to give them such a good momentum boost for day number 3. But there was someone who was struggling, and that is Gujarat Tigers, because let's be honest, yesterday Gujarat Tigers was in top 5, but now they are nowhere to be seen in top 5.
There have been a couple of games out there as well. In that situation where we anticipated that Gujarat Tigers might possibly come out on top. Even yesterday on the map of Sanhok, they showed some signs of life. Even today as well, in a few fights, we did really see them slowly and steadily move up. And I kind of anticipated, given their position, that maybe they'd find a good number of finishes as well as a placement. And maybe they could convert it into a few, but it all eventually ended in just a maybe. 57 points till now, not being able to convert the fights. That has been a big problem, and they really need to pull up their socks.
But before we continue, Scared, let's give a huge thank you to Snapdragon India for bringing the global community of mobile gamers together. Get access to even more exclusive events and competitions, and stay up to date on Snapdragon's latest technology by signing up to be a Snapdragon Insider today, and stay up to date by following Snapdragon_in on Instagram and Twitter. And like you were saying, that few teams are still making a comeback. One of the name could be the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, because Sims Edition is really working for them, and seems like they are in such a close proximity to the players of Revenant X Park. Seems like Revenant, they're shying away from the fight. They're backing off because they do realize it's an open terrain, it's an open field, and they can't afford any sort of risk at this point.
Oh, it's not just that as well. There's also the members of Orangutan, the apes, out there hunt for the blood. Apes finally had the previous game in a pretty decent manner. If I'm not wrong, 12 points for them. But they are still at 63. Way too far away from the first position. But someone who's way too close to Sensei is the man Knuckle. One of the biggest clutch meister of iQOO Soul. And Sensei, he's just decided to back off from this fight. This is a risky maneuver though. But again, the cliff is eventually helping him just because of that dip. Knuckle did not have an angle onto that vehicle. That's why he's now just going in for that chase. Wyld Fangs shying away from the fight as well. We can see the hesitations coming in from the team, but the team that is not hesitant at all is Carnival Gaming. Getting a big pick on Ninja Jord, who was one of the star performers in the previous game as well, along with Delta for this lineup. Has been brought down onto his knees. And Carnival, with the way how they started their rides in the amusement park of day 1, and now slowly picking up the pace back again. Seems like all they needed was a break.
I love the way the Hector has been stepping up in every single game. Previously also we saw domination from the side of Hector. This time also 3 finishes out of 5 are just by Hector. Being the IGL, he's doing wonders for the team. He's doing the heavy lifting also when it is required. But for now, they need to be a bit cautious of their surroundings, as they are in such a close proximity to the players of BotArmyEsports. And we know what sort of menace BotArmyEsports can prove to be in the lobby.
Yeah.
They are struggling, but they make sure they rain on the parade of someone else. And for now, it could be the players of Carnival Gaming. But seems like Carnival Gaming, they backed off from that situation and trying to scuttle back to the safety. But the circle, we have an Eastern Circle. And the players of Reckoning, iQOO Soul, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are in the dead smack center. The next fight could be between the players of K9 and Hero Xtreme Godlike, because K9, they're also traversing from the northern side.
This is one of the first few situations when I'm actually seeing Godlike not outside of the circle or trying to barge in from those northern ends, but rather sitting inside comfortably and now in a position where they need to defend. But the question is, the way how they like to play in so far aggressive, is this circle going to help that out? Because we know how many times you're going to see those third parties out there, and that's one of the main reasons why we're hearing those shots being made all around the corner. Versatile right now under the fire of OG. And there's another team that is close by to OG. That's Wyld Fangs. iQOO Soul as well in their vicinity. And if I'm not wrong, maybe Reckoning too. Right in the smack center. There's still a few teams that have been way too far outside. Right now, Atanki is the man who's outside the reach of his teammates, so he needs to run away to make sure that he does not give up a life out there in the open. Versatile just pushing away the apes from the grounds that these lions hold.
And you talked about Hero Extreme Godlike here. The reason Hero Extreme's Godlike is sitting comfortably in the center of the circle is because that is their drop location, Lipovka. And that is exactly where they are at this point. But on our screens, we have got the players of VXT in quite of a situation where one of the player has been knocked out. The smoke is already there to go for the rescue mission, and seems like the player will be brought back into the game. But still they need to be very careful because it's the players of Orangutan, and Orangutan, especially Vizgod, has been really running high on the confidence on the map of Vikendi also. He got 5 finishes out of 7. So this guy is really doing the majority of the heavy lifting. But on the struggling side, we have the players of K9 where Slug was performing really good. Omega also stepped up. But suddenly this entire team was on the struggling side. For now also they need to watch their 6 because we have the players of Team Red Ross coming all the way from the northern side.
Yeah, they're going to be taking that late entry. It's not just that. Even BotArmyEsports are deciding to take that late entry from the northwestern part. So we might see them at least close by, maybe in each other's crosshair. My eyes were on that beautiful Koenigsegg. It's one of my favorite cars. At the same time, these teams will be eyeing out for a good game right now, at least a good position. Fun fact, Carnival Gaming, they are yet to make it inside the circle. They're still out in the blue, they're waiting. And that's not just the only team, even Just Jelly. They're yet to make their appearance on the entire Central Island. They're all the way down south in Sosnovka military base too. So I'm not quite sure what the decision making would look like, because even Wyld Fangs are the ones who are gatekeeping on the Novoripnoy bridge. I think so. Just Jelly, they're going to decide to go all the way over towards the Ferry Pier Bridge and then go for a super late rotation and entrance from the western part. But all of these western areas, they are full of life. So many teams. Gujarat Tigers, Wind God, up north, BotArmyEsports. Only the south of Farm is empty.
The next circle shift is going to be super important, and we have an eastern, southeastern shift. It is favoring heavily the players of Revenant X-Park. Their backlines are completely clear. They have the entire control of Milta Power. If Revenant X-Park do play their cards right, they do stand a very good chance to have a good outing in this one. Because let's be honest, iQOO Soul, they have to engage in too many fights because all the teams are trying to migrate from the western part of the circle. That is exactly where iQOO Soul is also there. VXT, they have the center control. Even Hero Extreme, Godlike, K9, Reckoning, God's Reign, they are on the northern side. Even Hero Extreme, Godlike has to go for too many fights in this one. Revenant, they stand a very good chance to have a chicken dinner converted in this particular one.
Too many fights also mean too many opportunities to grab those finishes. With the firepower that Godlike has, I think so that could be possible, as long as they're playing their cards right in that. But again, that's a big star mark. That's a big if. With the addition of Simp, I think so the lineup is feeling way too confident, specifically with how they've been taking those entries. But again, we've been talking about the clash, which was inevitable. BotArmyEsports up against Red Ross all the way up north, but also up around in the close proximity of Godlike are the members of Revenant X-Park. I think so they also realized that the position they were holding, it's inviting a lot of attention. So they just wanted to move over towards some off-center fray, not realizing that there's still Revenant X-Park out there. But my question is, who's going to come out on top out of all that cluster that's been forming on the northern end? And this is, oh my goodness, unconventional of Red Ross. God's Reign catching one of the finish, as well as BotArmyEsports. They're locking horns with the members of K9 too. We mentioned about this big cluster that's been forming. I also wanted to say unconventional of God's Reign, as they're entering from the northern part. Normally we see them always going in for the southern rotations.
Well, they do realize it's a good opportunity to enter inside the circle. In these kind of circles, if you look at the position which Revenant X-Pac is holding, so many teams try to go for that particular spot because you get the height advantage, your backlines are pretty much cleared, and even Hero Xtreme Godlike also wanted to take control of that particular spot. But the moment they realized Revenant X-Pac is a faster one and they're already present, Hero Xtreme Godlike decided to go all the way towards the side of Mirza Power. But for now, we have iQOO Soul towards the western side and Gujarat Tigers right in the crosshairs of Manya. Few shots being peppered, but no connection whatsoever. But seems like Gujarat Tigers, Arman has been knocked out.
Some shots being fired from the members of Reckoning. They eventually find themselves sandwiched between two different teams. So, yeah, that's a big problem for them. But at the same time, you know, we've been talking about Revenant X-Pac, we've been talking about Godlike, Godstrain, Versatile have got such a prime positioning in the circle. We'll be coming back to them in a while as Gujarat Tigers are right now. The Tigers are locking horns yet again with the Wolves. This has happened not once but too many times as Arman gets a confirmation onto Viper. The man was brought back up on his feet and is slowly now acting up to clutch. God needs to clutch up in the fight, but does not check what's on his side. As Diane finally wakes up, finally shoots up, but guess what? The third party kings are here. iQOO Soul jumps into the fray. They want these finishes. They want to steal the confirmations, and they will be able to. On to the members who have constantly been shot upon. iQOO Soul wipe out Reckoning. And even God's Reign are out here in the fray. They wanted to do another fourth party. Manya a bit low in that HP, if I'm not wrong, maybe down onto his knees too. There's just Jelly, they're up around in the fray too. They want to try and fire a few shots. I don't know how Jelly dodged that, but he still managed to. Knuckle will not be able to though, because the shots of Sam connects perfectly. And that's a flush confirmed too. Ronnie out a bit in the open, onto the fray. Wanted to create an off angle as well as he's continuously firing some shots. But Manya finally has been confirmed. Ninsejo answered back. Some finally jumps in. The man has been quiet for a while.
iQOO Soul, they came for the hunt and seems like now they are getting hunted by the players of Team God's Reign and Just Jelly. A third party also coming into the picture, but God's Reign, they have decided to move inside the circle. iQOO Soul, they're on such shambles, but a domination was there by Some, who was struggling till yesterday, but now he has started stepping up. But a Team Just Jelly, they also need to move inside the circle. And God's Reign, they are on the receiving end as Kyo Lamau gets a confirmation point onto Delta PG. Now God's Reign, even they don't have the numbers advantage. Only 2 players remaining, and the circle has taken a sudden shift, favoring the players of Revenant X-Pac heavily. Even Wyld Fangs have a good spot. VXT, they do have a good compound to work around with. The entire built-up our factory control is with the players of VXT.
You know, but yes, that's been happening on one part of the map. A massacre happened on the other, where Goblin and Viper worked around in unison to delete K9. I think so. That's again a match made in heaven, but another one has just been offered to the members of iQOO Soul as they've been eliminated. But Shadow, 7 elimination points. That is actually very good for iQOO Soul. They've got the average points they needed.
But no placement points, that's a big concern. The survival was really important for iQOO Soul. They went for the hunt, they didn't anticipate the third party happening from the side of Just Jelly and God's Reign, and that is where iQOO Soul succumbed to death. They should have survived because this game was really going really good for the players of iQOO Soul. But still, the players of Revenant X-Pac, they do stand a good chance. Even Wingod Esports do stand a good chance as they've got the entire southern control. But for now, Wingod Esports, they're moving all the way towards the side of BotArmyEsports. BotArmy, they do have a good compound to work around with.
Yeah.
But are they prepared for the onslaught of Wingod Esports? Are they prepared for Wingod, who is trying to breach into the same compounds? And not just Wingod, it is also the players of Team Just Jelly who are eyeing for this very compound.
Yeah, again, they really just want to find out that one safe space, that one safe haven. And Bot Army, they are the ones who are finding themselves in the perfect place. I kind of thought that they'd be able to gatekeep to the teams who would be wanting to take that entry from that southwestern part, but it just seems they were the ones who were at the very last to enter there. Wingod as well, understanding that the circle is either way is not going to shift there, so are now making their own moves. And in the meantime, on the other parts of the map is where we are seeing the members of Godlike rotate. finally taking that entry just at the edge, and it shifts heavily onto the other side. That's a big mistake at Minnow, though, out in the open. A lot of shots being fired, maybe one of the tires being broken. He's in there, he needs some safety, and guess what, his teammates are there to help him out, but no! This is Lucifer. He just rains hellfire. Minnow down on his knees as the rest of the members of Godlike trying to jump into the fray. Some shots being fired by Aquanox on the other side, but Godlike are losing members. It's also Revenant X-Park joining in the fray, and they are being picked apart one after the other. Simp and Punk are the only remaining survivors.
But the main question is for how long? Because look at the position. One single grenade and that can mark an end for the entirety of Team Hero Xtreme. Godlike, even the players of Orangutan and Carnival Gaming are also locking horns with each other, where one player from Carnival has been knocked out. Revenant X-Park, they need to maintain that southern control. They have to fight against the players of Team Just Jelly and Wyld Fangs. Wyld Fangs, they do stand a good chance. But Godlike, how they are going to defend, how they're going to survive, that's the main question. Do they have enough utility? Because I see Punk is having 7 smokes and 4 grenades. They can work around that, but they need to clear that northern front where we have the players of Team OG.
Yeah, now the only thing that they can do is to wait for all the other teams to lock horn with each other, and then maybe go in for a few of the flushes, few of the finishes for themselves. This is really happening. Revenant X-Park, they had those edges, they had those shorelines, but now are going to be forced to move in onto that landmass. You've got to turn into the terrestrial creature rather than the aquatic ones, and that's what they're trying to do. But the constant shots being provided, specifically by Versatile, is the big problem. Joker sees one in crosshair as Power is again gonna try and run away to the safety, but there's no cover for him as Joker finishes that one man. Brings him down onto the knees, but can they confirm the flush is the big question. I think so. It was stolen away, right?
It was stolen, but VXT, they did stand a really good chance to convert this one. But now they have to go for the revival. Not having the numbers advantage is really going to hamper VXT. They need the circle control as well. But for now, we have the players of BotArmyEsports up against the players of Wingod, where Wingod is having the height advantage. Monty Bay can be that X factor, having that off angle. But Bot Army, they also need to prioritize the circle. They need to play their cards right, as Revenant Spray God has been knocked out. Even Beast has been knocked out. One single grenade marks an end for the 2 players of Wingod Esports. What a fantastic play from the side of Scary Jord.
Absolutely, he tries to get the confirmation as well, and he'll be getting that onto one at least. Wingod now in trouble. Scary Jord just answering back perfectly to the rest of the players. But on the other side of the map, we are constantly seeing all the other teams lock horn with every other team, specifically Versatile. But wait a second, Scary Jaw turning into a scary beast right now. Gets one more. Wingod being picked apart, and they will be demolished from the lobby. This was the Bot Army Esports that we wanted to witness, which has been missing for such a long time. And talk about missing. Godlike missing 2 players, but they're still super ready for Versatile as they get fired upon by OG2. Aru helping out the member of the Godlike people who are still surviving, who've still got some position points to accumulate.
Well, certainly Hero Xtreme Godlike wanted to have those placement points. 2 players remaining. They have the control of the circle. Even Wyld Fangs, they have all the 4 players alive. They have got a good compound to work around with. They have the entire southern control. Wyld Fangs, this can be a big game even for them. Revenant X-Park, they're holding on to the Wizard Tower. But seems like Sensei, all thanks to that smoke, is aware that someone is there in that Wizard Tower. And the entirety of Wyld Fangs is keeping an eye onto the players of Revenant X-Park. But for now, Scout's entire focus is on Kyo Lamau and Just Jelly. The 2 players holding on to that warehouse. How they're going to traverse inside the circle is a big question.
What are the chances that Godlike actually convert this one? They're pretty low, but again, all the teams are locking horns against each other. Right now, OG up against Carnival Gaming as well, which you mentioned. They've got 1 confirmation, 2. Hector falls down to the nade as well. Goblin up close and personal, who will not win the fight as it's Wizjord who answer back. The OGs are here this time around. They're bringing the consistency train with them. As on the other end of the spectrum, they're seeing the members of Just Jelly firing some shots. Bot Army Esports, not just from 1, but rather from 3 different directions are being fired upon. A big nade lands in, does not get the confirmation. It was behind the vehicle, but maybe the other gets it, and that's of Atanki. OG slowly and steadily moving up. And guess what, Shadow? Wyld Fangs 4 players, OG 4 players, Godlike only 2, but OG and Wyld Fangs are probably gonna lock horns against each other.
They certainly can. Even Hero Xtreme Godlike now there is on the receiving end of the nade parade which can come from the side of Orangutan. Wyld Fangs, Seth is stepping up big time. 7 finishes already accumulated. But now they have to move inside the circle. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have been eliminated by Trace God. A single grenade marks an end for the entirety of Hero Xtreme Godlike. But they have got enough points in their hands, placement points, because Godlike was on the verge of elimination at the very early stage of the game. But Orangutan and Wyld Fangs, 4v4 situation. Who is going to come on the top?
The advantage is surely for the Apes. They've got the circle and only Trace God from Wyld Fang is there. And let's not forget, Trace God is the one who does the heavy lifting. He gets a lot of those frags, who will eventually now try to be the spearhead for the team as well, as they all move in directly from the eastern front all the way over towards the north. They need that height, but again that ridge is also helping out the Apes a bit. My question is, will Aru decide to play around those, or will he just want to try and gatekeep the members of Wyld Fang? That's the big play.
Just look at the position of Trace God and Sev. They're the frontline assaulters. They are the one closing into the players of Orangutan. And since Trace God and Sev, they are doing really good. All the backline support is being provided by Sensei and Scout OP. But for now, the blue is also closing in. Sensei and Scout, they also need to move inside the circle. Orangutan is just waiting for one right opportunity, one right connection from that grenade which Vizgod and Atanki are trying to lob. This is a battle of the grenades. Whoever gets the first opening will have a major advantage. Look at Scout on a sliver of HP, and finally Aru takes him down with a beautiful nade.
Yeah, it's all about the nade parade right now. Constantly the bombardments from each other. The mortars trying to find their target, trying to find the mark, as Sensei answers back onto Wiz. Wiz needing to stay alive. Aru falls down on his feet. AKOP, the hovercraft, tries to catch man, but there's no turnaround. AK, last man standing. Who will eventually win? What a play! AKOP is insane. 1v4. You talk about this name, and he always shines.
Oh my God! What a play from AKOP! We thought OG's done for. 3 players were taken down, but then AKOP comes in like a bright star and shines so bright that Wyld Fangs had no reply. How to take AKOP down? A one-man army. That's all you can call him at this point. What a performance, what a play that was in the end. Pulls out the S12K and easily strikes down 3 players without any struggles.
You know,
take a bow, AKOP. This man is really proving why he deserves to be here. Why Orangutan is super consistent. But Wyld Fangs, what a big mistake, what a mess up. Everything was just lined up for them. And it is not the first time, Neeraj, that Wyld Fangs have served a game on a silver platter to someone else.
At this point, it does not even matter. Even if Wyld Fangs got the chicken dinner, it did not matter. They were still not going to be in the race no matter what. It was the last game of the day, and Wyld Fangs is too much at the bottom. But for OG, just when we thought this team is slipping out, this was the play that AKOP pulls off. Man, my mind's blown at this point. I thought OG's done for. They threw that game, but then AKOP just comes in out of nowhere and takes them all down. Let's just have a look at the final few moments. I'm too hyped up for this, man.
I know you were too hyped up, so we had to show you one more time what happened in those last few moments. But I'm also pretty happy about what happened with Godlike too. They got the top 3 positions, so they might be happy, but here we go. Saf catches 1, AKOP in the hovercraft as well. Scout was already taken down. Atanki falls first, and then it's AK just spamming down his shotgun. This is nasty. I am just so done for this one, Shadow.
Well, AKOP definitely, like Neeraj said, the moment when it mattered.
Oh my God, ये क्या ही गेम था. वो एंड के 3 सेकंड्स में क्या हुआ ये तो मेरे को भी नहीं पता. बट आरू, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेलकम टू टॉप 5. आपकी टीम टॉप 5 में आ चुकी है. ये जो लास्ट फाइट थी, एक 4v4 की प्रॉपर बैटल, आप एक बार हमको टेक थ्रू कर सकते हैं? उसमें क्या हुआ एग्जैक्टली, क्या कॉल आउट चल रहे थे?
स्टार्टिंग में वैसे ये पोजीशन लेने के लिए हमको काफ़ी सारे स्प्लिट्स करने पड़े, काफ़ी सारे टीम्स को भी मारा, सीजी को वाइप किया. उसके बाद ऐसा था कि वाइल्ड फैंग्स से जोन हट चुका था एंड उसके बाद में हमको पता था कि प्रॉपर 4 ही फाइट है, हमको पता था वाइल्ड फैंग ही आगे सामने से। तो हम लोग बस वेट कर रहे थे कि उन लोग की साइड से जोन कम हो जाए, उनके पास एरिया बहुत कम हो जाए, तब हम लोग नेट स्पैम करेंगे। फिर जैसे हम लोग ने नेट स्पैम किया, एक ओपनिंग निकली, फिर हम लोगों ने पुश कर दिया था। हालांकि वो काफ़ी अनस्मूथ थी फाइट, एक ने बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा क्लच कर दिया एंड में, तो चिकन हो गया।
I mean that was a 1v3 to end the fight, उससे बेहतर और क्या हो सकता है। बट अभी टॉप 5 के अंदर एंट्री हुई है। एक टाइम था जब आपकी टीम टॉप ऑफ द टेबल भी थी डे 1 पे। डू यू रियली थिंक कि यहाँ से भी वो ट्रॉफी पकड़ी जा सकती है, क्योंकि पॉइंट डिफरेंस आपके और पहले पायदान में अभी भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा है?
बिल्कुल की जा सकती है, क्योंकि हम लोग अभी 2-3 मैच के पहले 11th पर थे एंड उससे अगर हम लोग टॉप 4-5 तक आ सकते हैं तो कोई भी कमबैक कर सकता है। स्पेशली एसपीएस तो जाना ही जाता है कमबैक्स के लिए।
बिल्कुल, मेरे को पता है आप इशारा किस तरफ कर रहे हैं। वेल प्लेड, बट अभी के लिए जो लाइमलाइट है वो AKOP के ऊपर ना जाए तो पॉसिबल है नहीं। भाई क्या किया आपने वो लास्ट में 1v3 और वो सेलिब्रेशन जो आपने की, वो साफ साफ दिख रहा था कि कितने खुश हो आप। एक लाइन मैंने कही थी कि जिस दिन ओरंगुटन या AKOP जीतेगा उस दिन BGMI Esports की जीत होगी। डू यू फाइंड योरसेल्फ क्लोजर टू दैट ट्रॉफी नाउ?
ऑब्वियसली वी फाइंड माई सेल्फ क्लोजर टू दैट विक्ट्री, और मेरे आईजीएल को मेरी नीड थी, सही टाइम पे स्टेप अप किया, मुझे अच्छा लग रहा था।
बिल्कुल, चलिए AKOP खुश है, ओरंगुटन का खेमा खुश है। अब चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ और जानते हैं कि वो कितना खुश है इस 1v3 क्लच से।
Well, we are the happiest out here, specifically me and probably Fixes as well. We've been constantly saying that maybe Orangutan are going to make that comeback, but this chicken dinner definitely has been a blessing in disguise for them. And this win was much needed. But guess what, Shadow? The MVP is not from OG. It's actually Goblin from Carnival Gaming.
Well deserved in my opinion, right? Considering Carnival Gaming in the final game, yes, they were not really able to win the game, but they still had a lot of elimination points. And this is a prime example of that. 60% finish contribution, 6 elimination points were gathered by Goblin themselves. And we pretty much know Carnival Gaming had 10 elimination points in total. That means Carnival Gaming is maintaining that average to be in the top 3.
Oh, they certainly are, especially the first fight which they had against the players of Metal Esports. Even Goblin really stepped up in that particular fight. Before, we were seeing Viper stepping up big time, but now even Goblin and Hector, they're also doing wonders, especially Hector, the way he was able to take down Legit, who is the heavy fragger from the side of Metal. This was an important frag which he took.
Indeed, it was an important frag, right? I mean, you can clearly see Goblin's face. The man's having a lot of smiles because he knows he's currently in the top 3 in the overall standings. His entire team stands a major chance to lift that trophy. Tomorrow's day is going to be so exciting, man. I mean, AKOP pulling off a clutch like this, it just sets up the momentum for the entire day now.
Whenever it comes down to land, we know AKOP is always there to perform. But let's have a look at the other stars of the match as well. Again, going all out, Goblin. Best companion's going to go to Raiden from Versatile. Versatile also had a pretty solid position early on, but then they eventually lost it. Not just in the early phases, but over towards the later phases when they were constantly being fired upon from multiple directions. I kind of wanted to see it turn into a very versatile game, but that just did not happen.
Yeah, unfortunately it did not. But honestly speaking, even here at Xtreme, Godlike were able to keep themselves alive for a long time, right? I would love to see the overall standings and see exactly where these teams stand. Before now, let's have a look at the match rankings. Because OG, they had a banger of a game with 10 placement points and 9 eliminations. They've got 19 points in total. That's definitely going to put them in a really good spot in the overall standings. Wyld Fangs missed out on that chicken dinner, but they also had a lot of elimination points. But at this point, we know Wyld Fangs does not stand a chance to win the tournament anymore.
Of course, they are right at the bottom of the overall ranking, but Carnival Gaming, they do stand a chance to lift the trophy, and 12 points are definitely going to help their case. Even BotArmyEsports, they also did very well in this particular one, but few disappointments were also there, like Metal Esports with 0 points. Red Ross, I thought it was just one bad game, but seems like it's more than one bad game for Red Ross.
And did you guys notice one thing? iQOO Soul is now playing super aggressive. They got 7 elimination points quite early in the game, and they also were eliminated pretty early in the game, but considering they had 7 elimination points, that really covers it. Now they have 80 points in total on the overall standings.
You've been talking about iQOO Soul. I really want to have a look at exactly what they did in the previous one. If I'm not wrong, that was one of those third parties coming into the play as well, but as we look at the highlights, obviously the first few teams are going to be Carnival Gaming on our screen. We know these teams, they like to play aggressive, and that's what's been working out for them. But again, over towards the amount of chaos that happened, this was the favorite one that was out there, Shadow.
Oh, of course, Carnival Gaming up against the plus of K9, and K9 was pretty much dismantled in that situation. And Goblin really stepped up in that particular fight. Every single time we see Viper doing that thing, but it was Goblin this time.
You also got to feel bad for K9 Esports, man. Slowly and steadily just losing out on that podium spot. Now pretty much not even closer to that top 3. tomorrow's day, yes, K9 Esports stands a chance, but they need 2 big games. Other than that, K9 Esports cannot have a chance to lift that trophy.
You know, with how the point system is working right now, if you're anywhere around 60-point mark, you really need just the way how God's Reign dominated today. And that's very rare that we see that happen. Just like this clutch of how the AKOP against the members of Wyld Fangs. But to be honest, yes, Wyld Fangs are kind of out of the race, but it still feels nice to see them slowly step up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe for the future tournaments, this is going to be a good setup to have, right? Wyld Fangs, there's still an official tournament on the way, which we know it's not that far away. But the overall rankings are on the screen right now. You've got GDR currently at the top, still with 106 points. VXT on the second. You've got CG on the third. And Hero Xtreme Godlike on that 4th spot.
Here's the thing, you know, even though Hero Xtreme Godlike are on the 4th one, I think so, yes, they could enter in the top 2 or top 3. I don't think so they'll probably end up at the 1st one. That's the big thing. Because again, look at the teams. Just Jelly, iQOO Soul, OG, Red Ross.
I don't think so these are the correct standings. These are not the correct overall standings.
Maybe.
Hopefully we will have a look at the updated overall standings soon in the future. But those overall standings were definitely wrong. But yeah, I mean, considering we know that even the players of iQOO Soul were able to get 7 eliminations on the board, so that's going to give them 80 points in total. And in my opinion, having 80 points on the overall standings still keeps you in a major race.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, you know, because with the way how they've constantly been playing, we always talk about the fact that day 2 is the day of comebacks, and they have shown the greatest potential out there, getting a couple of good games, and now slowly and steadily moving up as well with those average points.
Well, average points are always important as long as you are getting them in every single game. Unlike Red Ross, you are getting average points and suddenly you face a major dip in your performance. So Red Ross, even they need to buckle up, because if they get 1 chicken dinner, I think they can also be in the contestation for the top 5 spot, if not the top spot. But I think the point difference between the 1st spot and the 5th spot is pretty too much. Even the plus of Just Jelly need a big comeback, big chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the points of iQOO Soul, they've gotten 70 points. My bad. I guess my calculations are really bad, considering they had 63 and then they got 7 elimination points. So yeah, it's 70. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm too bad with bats, guys. I'm not this bad, but unfortunately I got carried away with the game. But you know what? Hero Xtreme Godlike 73 points as well. You've got Just Chili also on 73 points. Man, at this point, the top 8 is still in contention. But still, I would like to say this, that the top 4 is on a different league.
I exactly wanted to point that out. Yes, top 8 potentially, but you've got to put a God's Reign that
Big
good
game.
today. I mean,
Big
yeah,
game,
it's difficult. But for anyone who's, if I'm not wrong, under the position of 9th, maybe starting from Wyld Fangs all the way to BotArmyEsports, I think so their target would be just to probably end up in the top 8 and maybe get a bit
Honestly,
of that prize pool.
if Wyld Fangs keep on playing the same way they played this last game, considering they've got the momentum, there's still a big chance even they can at least get the podium. I'm talking about podium, the top 3, that's it.
You just mentioned
But they
about
would also
medal.
need a hope that the teams on the latter half of the board, the teams underneath them, they start targeting the teams at the top 3.
I think so that could happen, right? Because we saw Medal as well doing the same thing.
Just look at the Wyld Fangs stats, 11 total placement points, and they got 6 placement points in the previous one. So in the entire duration of 2 days, they got only 5 total placement points. But looking at the finish leader, S-Power, as always, is leading the chart with 27 finishes. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, everything changes. Even people change, people's characteristic change, but S-Power's performance never changes. No matter what sort of tournament it is, S-Power will always perform.
Yeah, the consistency is there, but you know what? Let's move on to the stage and have the interview. And who's there? That's a surprise.
और मेरे साथ आप खड़े हैं वो जिन पर फैंस जम करते हैं अपना प्यार शावर ही इज द वन एंड ओनली एस पावर कम ऑन मैन चैलेंज सीजन में यू वर एमवीपी और यहाँ पे भी आप एमवीपी की रेस में सबसे ऊपर हो 27 फिनिशेस इन 12 मैचेस डू यू स्पेशली टारगेट टू बी एमवीपी ब्रो
ऐसा कुछ टारगेट रहता है नहीं, बस मतलब एंड जोन तक पहुंच जाते हैं तो उसमें किल्स फार्मिंग थोड़े बहुत अच्छे खासे हो जाते हैं तो वो फ्लो में आ जाता हूँ. बाकी ऐसा टारगेट तो रहता नहीं है कि एमवीपी लिस्ट में आना है ये वो. और मेरे हिसाब से मतलब जो टारगेट रखता है वो एमवीपी कभी मतलब बन भी नहीं पाता जितना मैंने देखा है. तो टारगेट तो कुछ है नहीं ऐसा.
अच्छा, डे 1 पे आपको 1 चिकन डिनर मिला, डे 2 पे आपको 2 चिकन डिनर मिले. आज का दिन बहुत अच्छा गया टीम वर्सेटाइल के लिए. व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट? आज कुछ चेंज किया था?
आज चेंज नहीं, बस कल जाके लॉबी रेड किया था और जो हम लोगों ने चैलेंज सीजन में गेम खेला था वो लैग कर रहा था चैलेंज फाइनल्स में, तो वही डिस्कशन वगैरह किया. और आज 2 चिकन है लेकिन मे बी 3 या 4 सेकंड इधर हो सकते थे, बट थ्रो भी हुए। बट अभी ये थ्रो को कल कॉम्पनसेट करने की ट्राई करेंगे और जैसा भी है अपना बेस्ट देंगे।
यार इस ओवर आप बहुत अलग अलग आईजीएल्स के अंडर खेले हो, हाउ इज सोमराज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अदर आईजीएल्स?
सोमराज डिफरेंट इसलिए क्योंकि वो बाबू है सबका, और बाकी जो मतलब मेरे को आईजीएल चाहिए वो मेरे को उसमें मिलता है, तो आई एम हैप्पी।
अरे एक क्वेश्चन मेरे को आपसे पूछना है यार, ये होता है ना जब आप किसी नई टीम में जाते हो सिनर्जी बिठाने में टाइम लगता है, बट हाउ इज दिस विद यू कि आप जाते हो तुरंत सिनर्जी बैठ जाती है और टीम इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म भी करती है?
नहीं पता, ये नहीं पता, बस अगर सिनर्जी वगैरह ऐसा कुछ रहता नहीं है, बट मैं अगर टीम चेंज भी करता हूँ तो ऐसा टीम देखता हूँ जहाँ मेरे गेम के बाहर उन सबके साथ बॉन्डिंग अच्छा है। तो गेम के बाहर बॉन्डिंग अच्छा रहता है तो फिर टीम में आते से ही गेट टुगेदर बहुत जल्दी हो जाता है, और फिर मतलब जो भी रिजल्ट्स वगैरह परफॉर्मेंस रहता है तो आप लोगों को दिख जाता है वो, बस इतना ही है।
चलो थैंक यू सो मच एंड वंस अगेन कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर बिकमिंग द परफॉर्मर ऑफ द डे। अब चलते हैं एंकी के पास जो कि इस वक्त खड़े हैं टीम रेड एक्स रॉस के साथ।
लाखों खिलाड़ी इस गेम को खेलते हैं जिसका नाम है BGMI। कुछ होते हैं जो एक टीम बनाते हैं, एक टूर्नामेंट में रजिस्टर करते हैं, वहां से आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, और उनमें से भी बहुत कम होते हैं जो उन सितारों में शुमार होने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। और ऐसी ही एक टीम, ऐसे ही एक लाइनअप के साथ में मौजूद हूँ जिनका नाम है रेड रॉस, जिन्होंने अभी तक बहुत उम्दा प्रदर्शन दिखाया है, यहाँ पे क्वालिफाई करके आए, ये सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि, और यहाँ पर आकर के भी वो बेहतर खेल के जा रहे हैं। लूसीफर मेरे साथ मौजूद है। लूसीफर, आप सबसे पहले तो अपनी जर्नी के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, क्योंकि हमने आपको देखा है, पहले भी आपका नाम मैंने पहले भी ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स में देखा है, एक इतनी लंबी जर्नी, अथक परिश्रम, थोड़ा अपनी जर्नी से गो थ्रू कीजिए।
स्टार्टिंग से ही जब गेम आया था तो गेम देखता था, तो स्ट्रीमर्स को देखता था, मॉर्टल भाई हो गए, क्रॉन्टेन हो गए, उन लोगों को देखता था, फिर खेलना चालू किया, फिर वैसे ही करके खेलते खेलते धीरे धीरे कॉम्पिटिटिव सिनेरियो में आया, फिर लास्ट 1-1.5 साल से सेम टीम के साथ स्टिक कर रहा हूँ, तो काफ़ी टूर्नामेंट्स हमने चोक करे, फिर अभी जाके फाइनली हमने क्वालिफाई किया ये लैन के लिए, मेजर लैन के लिए, तो आगे भी बस यही परफॉर्मेंस कंटिन्यू रखना है हमें।
तो बेसिकली आप अपने जीवन का पहला लैन इवेंट खेल रहे हैं, आप यहाँ पे आए, इतने सारे दर्शक यहाँ पे मौजूद थे, आपको कभी लगा कि थोड़ा प्रेशर फील हो रहा है, हाथ थोड़े कांप रहे हैं, या कुछ भी जो एक अंडरगॉड खिलाड़ी महसूस करता है जब वो पहले लैन पे जाता है, क्योंकि आप एक मिसाल है बाकियों के लिए, तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा अभी तक?
मतलब ये हमारा पहला लैन तो नहीं था, इससे पहले भी हमने 2 लैन के लिए क्वालिफाई हुए हैं, एक कैंसिल हो गया था और दूसरा हमने अभी रिसेंटली 1 महीने पहले खेला है, तो नर्वस वर्वस तो कुछ नहीं था एज सच क्राउड को लेके, क्योंकि मतलब हो ही जाता है बस अगर खेले तो कुछ भी।
डन सीन। और अगर हम इस टीम की बात करें, कितना टाइम हो गया आप लोग को साथ में खेलते हुए, और अभी आप टॉप 8 के अंदर भी मौजूद नहीं है, तो कल के दिन पे क्या प्लानिंग रहने वाली है?
इस टीम के साथ तो 1-1.5 साल हो गए स्टिक करते हुए, और ज़्यादा कुछ गया कल तो।
चलिए, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। आई एम रियली प्राउड जैसे आप अभी तक खेलते हुए आ रहे हो और आप अपनी टीम को लेके जा रहे हो। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट एंड प्लीज हैव अ सीट नाउ। तो ये था दोस्तों आज का दिन, हमने रेड रॉस से बात करी, बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन मुकाबले हुए, काफी सारे अप्स आए, काफी सारे डाउन्स भी आए, और उसके बाद हमने देखे बहुत सारे कमबैक्स। लेकिन अब है एक आखिरी दिन, लास्ट डे ऑफ दिस लैंड फाइनल, जहां पे ये 64 खिलाड़ी, 16 टीम्स, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि पूरी तरीके से वो तैयार होंगे, एंड इट इज नॉट ओवर अंटिल समवन विंस, जैसा कि हम बोलते हैं। तो अब देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि कल का जो दिन है वो हमारे लिए क्या लेकर के आने वाला है। नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम में आप सभी का स्वागत रहेगा कल के दिन पे भी। मिलते हैं कल देखने के लिए कि इस चमचमाती हुई ट्रॉफी को कौन लेकर के जाने वाला है अपने खाते में। तब तक के लिए अपना और अपनों का खूब सारा ख्याल रखिए। टाटा, बाय बाय एंड टेक केयर।
to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, breaking up your life. This is my sentence. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cut through code. Run it again, not there. XOX cut through code. Run it again, not there. It's